Chinlinmu. Today this family must split up. You good-for-nothing gambling addict. If you want to die, don't drag the whole family down with you. A sharp scream jolted me awake. I opened my eyes to the overwhelming stench of the sea mixed with mold. The walls were plastered with old, yellowing newspapers, and I was lying on a dirt Kong bed. I froze. Beside the Kong, Chen Shui, her face pale and jaundiced, was holding our 4-year-old daughter, Yaya, trembling all over as she bit down hard on her lips. The little girl shrank into her mother's arms, tears streaming silently down her cheeks, not daring to make a sound. A pang shot through my heart. I had really been reborn. I was back in the year 2000, back to the day I was forced to split from the family, which ultimately led to the death of my wife and child. In my previous life, unable to endure my sister-in-law's endless berating, I dragged my wife and child out of this house in anger. Chen Shui, desperate to borrow money for fever medicine for Yaya, slipped off the reef and was swallowed by the sea. Yaya didn't make it through that winter either. After that, my life completely collapsed. I wandered through 20 years in a daze, only to be betrayed by a so-called friend and tricked into the notorious scam hotspots in northern Myanmar, where I met my miserable end. You just going to play dead? My sister-in-law, Wang Feng, slapped her hand down hard on the worn wooden table. The earthenware bowls rattled noisily as she snapped. I've let you freeload for long enough. Yaya's already sick as a dog, and you still want to steal money to gamble? Get out of this house today. You must leave. Outside, villagers gathered, pointing fingers and muttering. Chen Shui's such a good girl. Marrying him brought misfortune on her 8 generations back. With how lazy he is, he'd starve in less than 3 days after leaving the family. Each comment pierced me straight through the heart. Suddenly, Chen Shui dropped to her knees with a thud. Sister-in-law, I beg you, Yaya still has a fever. The moment it's gone, we'll leave. I'll save up every bit of food we get. Save your crap. Wang Feng ruthlessly shoved her hand aside. Let him leave. And you, take Yaya to the clinic right now. I fought to suppress the ache in my nose and squatted to help Chen Shui up. Xiao Shui, the ground is cold. Get up. Do as she says. Take Yaya to see a doctor first. Chen Shui looked at me stunned, unable to figure out what nonsense I was pulling. In the past, every time Wang Feng opened her mouth, I'd lose my temper and start screaming back. But today, I lowered my head and even bowed slightly in apology. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I'll go earn money right now. Please, take Xiao Shui and Yaya to the clinic first. I'll return the money. Wang Feng glared at me with bulging eyes. You? Don't think saying a few good words will let you freeload here. Get out. Fine, I agree to split the family. My word is my bond. I walked over to the corner of the room, picked up a rusty, battered shovel and a bamboo basket, and looked one last time at the feverish, red-faced Yaya before striding out of the old house. There was no time to waste explaining. Yaya needed life-saving money, immediately. The year 2000 was a land of gold and opportunity, but for now, the fastest way to get cash was the ocean. The midday sun beat down mercilessly as the tide ebbed, leaving a sprawling expanse of dark, muddy flats. I stepped into the ankle-deep muck. The problem was, I had never gathered seafood in my previous life. I had no idea where there might be crabs or fish. I was completely in the dark. But given this second chance at life, would I let myself be looked down on again? Gritting my teeth, I drove the shovel deep into the mud with a determined thrust. Ding! Detecting host's intense desire. Ocean Encyclopedia System successfully bound. Radar activated. Detection range, 10 meters. A shiver ran down my spine. Suddenly, the murky mudflats before me transformed. Points of glowing light, like stars scattered in the night, began to emerge. I quickly made my way to the nearest white light and shoveled it up, revealing a thumbnail-sized clam. Ordinary clam. Very low value. My breathing quickened as I kept digging. Every white light within a 10-meter radius turned out to be similar, nothing valuable. Just clams. I adjusted my grip on the basket, decisively wading deeper into the mudflats. What do we have here? Isn't this Wu Sui? A village veteran, Li Ergu, ambled over with half a bucket of tiny fish and shrimp. What are you doing out here gathering seafood? I just went over this area, chimed in Wang Matzi, spitting on the ground dismissively. Not even a crab leg left there. What are you going to do with that crappy old shovel? Dig mud to make soup? Ignoring them, I swept my eyes across the mudflats until my gaze locked onto a spot 3 meters behind Li Ergu. There, an intense green glow pierced through the black sludge, flickering madly. Gripping my rusted shovel tight, I strode directly toward the green light. Hey, are you deaf? Wang Matzi called out furiously, pointing at the smooth, lifeless patch of mud before me. He sneered. If you manage to dig up anything valuable there, I'll eat this whole bucket of muddy water. I ignored the barking behind me, focusing solely on the glowing target. The glowing circle was about the size of a soup bowl, shifting slightly beneath the mud surface. A big catch. I didn't dare dig straight at it. I took half a step back, adjusted, and aimed the shovel about 10 centimeters behind the glow's edge. Squish. The blade sliced into the sludge. Muscles straining, veins bulging. I leveraged the shovel down and pried up a massive clod of black mud. Crunch. A clean cracking sound filled the air. Wang Mozi's sneer froze on his face, his neck craning long like a goose's. From the exposed mud rose a blue-green claw, its jagged edges snapping viciously. Moments later, a giant green crab, its shell the size of a soup bowl, emerged, its pincers waving aggressively. Ding! Premium wild green crab detected. Estimated weight, 2.2 pounds. My eyes lit up. In 2000, green crabs weren't astronomically priced, but one this big could sell for 50 or 60 yuan. I stepped on the crab's back with one foot, tore off a section of my tattered shirt, and deftly bound its pincers. Within seconds, it was securely tied up. How's that possible? Liurga's jaw nearly hit the ground. He had fished these waters for over a decade and had never seen such a massive crab out of this muddy flat. There weren't even any air holes in this spot. Did this guy have X-ray vision? I grabbed the crab and walked straight toward Wang Mozi, holding the pincers within an inch of his face. He stumbled back in shock. Brother Wang, who was it that just said they'd happily drink what? Liurga's expression turned beet red. He stared at the shredded fish and shrimp in his bucket, then at the sizable green crab in my hand. The humiliation burned. I didn't waste time gloating. I turned and walked away, saving my daughter came first. The next hour, I was like a relentless human mind detector. Squish. A wild mantis, shrimp the size of my palm, dropped into the basket. If it glittered green, I dug. If it glowed white, I didn't bother wasting a glance. The villagers gathering seafood nearby were going mad, utterly baffled. Is he possessed? How's that scoundrel finding all the good stuff? Who cares how he's doing it? Hurry, let's dig too. A group of men grabbed their buckets and followed on my heels en masse. But I didn't even glance back, sticking solely to the dazzling green glows. Behind me, they dug frantically into the leftover holes I abandoned, pulling up nothing but more mud. As the tide began rising again, the radar's glowing points submerged beneath the waves. I weighed the bamboo basket in my hand, roughly 7 to 8 pounds of premium ocean treasures. It was enough to exchange for the money needed to save my daughter. At the village dock stood a small seafood market. Brother Hai, buying top-quality goods? I plopped the basket onto the scale. Brother Hai exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression full of disdain. You? Out gathering seafood. What? What's in here? Before the sentence was finished, he glanced down, and his hand holding the cigarette trembled. Inside was more than 2 pounds of green crabs, their shells glistening with an oiled sheen, with a pile of lively, jumping mantis shrimps underneath. Holy crap! Brother Hai stomped out his cigarette, picking up the green crabs with eyes glittering. Wild green crabs? Bro, where'd you get these? The surrounding villagers crowded around, gasping in astonishment. I kept a straight face. Just dug them up from the muddy flat. Make me an offer. Brother Hai swallowed hard. These were definitely hot sellers at the town's restaurants. Green crabs go for 30 a pound. Mantis shrimp are usually worthless, but yours are big, so we weighed them. The green crabs were exactly 2.2 pounds, and the mantis shrimp were a bit over 4 pounds. Altogether, 70 bucks. 70 bucks. The people passing by the dock, upon hearing the price, stood there with jaws dropped. Pork was only 3 bucks a pound. This loafer earned as much in half a day as others did in 10. Deal, I said without wasting time haggling. Brother Hai thumped his chest. Brother, any premium goods in the future, bring them straight to me. I'll make sure the price satisfies you. Gripping the money, I didn't waste a single second. I headed straight to the clinic, stopping by the butcher's shop to buy 2 pounds of streaky pork along the way. In the clinic, on an iron-frame bed, Yaya's little face was flushed red with fever. A needle was inserted into the back of her hand for the foredrip, and her sleep was fitful and uneasy. Chun Shui twisted the hem of her clothes with red-rimmed eyes, not daring to let her gaze leave her daughter for even a second. All you do is cry. Our Wu family must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes to end up with a spendthrift like you. Wang Feng stood with hands on her hips, saliva flying as she ranted. Any other family would have thrown you 3 out ages ago. The hard-earned money I sweated to save, all of it wasted on this bottomless pit of yours. Chen Shui shrank back, voice choked with sobs. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. Consider this money borrowed from me. I'll go to the town tomorrow to find work. And how will you pay it back? Counting on that gambling addict. Wang Feng sneered. God knows which muddy ditch he's squatting in now, dreaming of some comeback fantasy. Once today's 4 bottle is done, you 3 are out of this house. He signs the separation papers whether he wants to or not. Squeak. The glass door was pushed open. I strode in, my pants rolled up to the knees, caked in black mud. Wang Feng's tirade came to an abrupt halt. Then her anger flared up again. You bringer of bad luck. How dare you show your face here? Were you out making trouble again? Before she could finish, I placed the black plastic bag on the table, the open edge revealing 2 pounds of red and white streaky pork. Sis-in-law, my voice was very calm. Take this meat and cook a meal for mom and dad. I'll handle Yaya here. Wang Feng stared at the meat, her eyelids twitching wildly as she took a step back. Where did you get the money? Her voice trembled, and her gaze sharpened. Wu Sui, did you dare to steal or rob or borrow from loan sharks? If you dare bring thugs to the house, I'll fight you today. Chen Shui panicked too, clutching my arm desperately. Wu Sui, don't scare me. How could a broke gambling addict afford meat? I flipped my hand to hold her icy cold fingers, gently rubbing them with my thumb. I didn't steal, didn't rob, and I definitely didn't borrow from loan sharks. I looked directly at Wang Feng. The tide went out at noon. I went to the muddy flat to gather seafood and dug up a wild green crab over 2 pounds, sold it to Brother Hai at the dock for $70. I pulled out a handful of loose change, a 50, a 10, and a few smaller bills. The crowd around us erupted into laughter. Over 2 pounds of green crab? That muddy flat has stuff that good. Brother Hai's no fool. Would he give 70? Probably stolen from somewhere. Wang Feng stared at the money, swallowing nervously, though her expression remained icy. Did you go into the mangroves? She shoved the meat aside and glared, looking as though she was ready to explode. I gave a sheepish smile. No, just the muddy flat. Didn't dare go into the mangroves. Realizing her tone had slipped, Wang Feng's face turned hard again. You've barely handled a spade in your life, and now you're digging up a king of green crabs. She pulled out a crumpled piece of paper and slapped it on the table. The cost of Yaya's treatment, registration, and 4 meds is $26. I don't expect you to pay this back. Once her 4 drip is done, sign the separation agreement and get out of this house. $26. In an era where pork was $3 a pound, that was half a month's food budget for my elder brother's family. Looking at the receipt, my heart clenched tightly. In my previous life, I thought my sister-in-law was humiliating me. I flipped the table and argued bitterly with her, ultimately costing my wife and daughter their lives. Living a second life, I could see it clearly now. She had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. While shouting at me to leave, she didn't hesitate a second to pull out the money for life-saving treatment. I took a deep breath, carefully folded the receipt, and tucked it into my inner pocket. All right, sister-in-law, I agree. I'll sign the separation agreement. Wang Feng was stunned. Chen Shui was too. Knowing my old temper, I'd have been cursing her already. Why was I agreeing so calmly today? You really mean it? Wang Feng looked skeptical. One word is as good as a bond. I forced the meat into her hands. But you still have to take this meat and use it for my nephew to build strength. What I owe, I'll pay back with interest in the future. Wang Feng held the hefty piece of meat as though it were a hot potato. She noticed my gaze. It was clear, frighteningly so, without the murky volatility of before. I turned to my wife and softened my voice. Xiao Xue, go home with sister-in-law to cook. I'll stay and watch over Yaya. Chen Shui froze, staring at me. This man in front of her felt both familiar and alien, like a mountain standing between her and the world. I'm not leaving, she said instinctively, afraid I was just putting on an act again. I reached out, wanting to smooth her hair. She flinched instinctively, thinking I was going to hit her. My hand froze in midair. My heart ached bitterly, and I slowly lowered it. Don't be scared. I won't hit you, ever again. Sit tight. I'll go ask the doctor something. Watching my back as I left, Chen Shui's tears fell in large drops. Wang Feng gritted her teeth and pulled her along. Why are you crying? If he wants to play the good guy, let him. Let's go back and cook some meat. He's got money now. This meal's on him. Chen Shui, half dragged along, looked back with every step. Sister-in-law, he's really acting strange today. A rotten log can't be carved. Let's see how long he can keep up the act. Wang Feng snorted. The matter of splitting the household isn't negotiable. You all have to move out. The door to the clinic closed behind them. I held Yaya, striding out confidently. The little girl's fever had gone down slightly, and her face wasn't as red. But nestled in my arms, her tiny body was as stiff as a quail. The dirt road stretched out, empty. The footsteps were especially clear. Yaya, are you still feeling unwell? I softened my voice. Her instinct was to shrink back, clutching the corner of my shirt with her tiny hands, not daring to raise her head. My heart ached. In my previous life, I had been a bastard, quick to hit or yell. This child looked at me as if I were the living embodiment of terror. Yaya, don't be afraid. Daddy won't hit you anymore. I stopped walking and gently stroked her dry, yellowed hair. From now on, Daddy will earn money and buy you white rabbit candies every day. She timidly raised her eyelids for a second before quickly lowering her gaze again, saying nothing, her little body trembling even more. I didn't push her further. Trust was something that couldn't be mended with a few words. Adjusting my daughter in my arms, I headed toward the old family home. On the way, a few villagers squatting at their doorsteps with bowls of rice looked up when they saw me. They immediately began whispering to each other. Is the sun rising in the west today? That good-for-nothing is actually carrying his daughter. I doubt it. I bet he's desperate from losing money gambling and planning to sell the girl for more betting capital. Their gossip traveled to my ears, but I didn't even blink. I treated it as if it were just dogs barking. Entering the old courtyard, white smoke billowed from the kitchen chimney, and the long-forgotten aroma of meat hung in the air. Chen Shui stood in the doorway scanning the distance. The moment she saw me carrying Yaya back, she hurried forward and snatched our daughter from my arms. My arms were suddenly empty. Seeing the way she looked at me, as if guarding against a thief, I sighed quietly, but said nothing as I followed them into the main house. On the worn wooden table lay a platter of glossy, braised pork belly besides several bowls of coarse rice. My eldest brother Wu Gang was sitting on a stool, silently smoking his dry tobacco pipe. When he saw me, he knocked the ashes from the pipe bowl and let out a heavy sigh. Our mother was at the stove, wiping her tears, and my father sat in a corner mending fishing nets, refusing to even glance in my direction. Sit down and eat. My sister-in-law Wang Feng carried out a porcelain bowl and set it with a loud clank in front of Chen Shui. This is lean meat porridge I simmered for Yaya. Feed her quickly. Chen Shui expressed her gratitude repeatedly, tears welling up again. I pulled out a chair and sat down, just as I was about to pick up my chopsticks. Wang Feng shot me a sideways glance. Eat your plain rice. The meat's not for you. I didn't take offense. Instead, I stretched out my chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised pork belly, and placed it in Chen Shui's bowl. Then I grabbed another chunk and gave it to my nephew, Xiaohu, who was sitting beside me, swallowing hungrily. Sis-in-law, consider today's meat a tribute to our parents and my elder brother. Xiaohu's a growing boy. He needs the nutrition. With that, I buried my face in my rice. Wang Feng rolled her eyes dramatically. Don't even try that. One meal of meat won't erase all your past debts. You made 70 yuan selling crabs today. 26 went to medical fees. Where's the rest? She stared at me sternly. Don't think I don't know. You're probably saving it for another round on the gambling table. You want to split from the family? Fine. Hand over the money. Consider it repayment for all the meals you've freeloaded over these years. Wu Gang furrowed his brow. Forget it. Let him keep what little money he has. Why should we forget it? Do you know how much he's lost over the years? He's drained the family dry. I set down my chopsticks, pulled out the remaining 40-something yuan from my pocket, and placed it on the table. Sis-in-law, here's all the money. Take a look, see if it's enough. My voice was unusually calm. Chen Shui panicked. Wu Sui, Yaya still needs medicine. Wang Feng stared at the money, momentarily stunned. She hadn't really expected me to hand it over. She just wanted to lecture me. After hesitating for a moment, she pushed the money back in frustration. Take it back. We're not so desperate for your pitiful change. Just get out of this house as soon as you can, and I'll consider it a blessing. Wu Gang set his pipe down. Enough, stop talking and eat. The meal was consumed in stifling silence. No one spoke. Only the clinking of chopsticks against bowls could be heard. After we finished eating, Wang Feng pushed her bowl away, went into another room, and came back with a piece of paper that she slapped onto the table. The family division agreement. The village head wrote it up. She glared at me. There's no money left here for you. The old family home with 2 rooms goes to us. The stone house at the eastern end of the village is yours. You can choose a set of pots and pans to take with you. Chen Shui's face turned pale. That stone house in the east was barely livable. It leaked when it rained and had cracks all around. How were they supposed to make do? Wu Gang looked up. Ah Feng, that stone house isn't fit for living. Why not? Wang Feng cut him off. If he doesn't leave, our whole family will be left starving. Today he can dig crabs out of the sea. Tomorrow, he might just buy a villa in town. Why would he miss that dilapidated shack? Our mother wiped her tears. Such sins. Our father waved his hand. Split the family. It'll save us the trouble. Without even blinking, I picked up the pen and signed my name, leaving my handprint on the agreement. That's fine. I only want the stone house. I won't take much else. Just 2 tattered blankets and a set of bowls and chopsticks. Wang Feng was taken aback. Clearly, she hadn't expected me to agree so readily. Whatever scolding words she had lined up were suddenly stuck in her throat. Xiao Shui, pack up our things. I turned to my wife. Chen Shui quietly went into the inner room, stuffing a few patched-up clothes into a woven bag. As we were leaving, Wang Feng grudgingly shoved half a sack of rice and a small container of lard into Chen Shui's arms. Don't starve to death out there, she said with a scornful roll of her eyes. I gave her a deep look and nodded. Sis-in-law, thank you. This thanks was genuine. She snorted, turned on her heel, and went back to scrubbing dishes. Left behind, I didn't mind. With a grin, I stepped out the door. At the village's eastern edge stood the stone house. When I pushed open the rickety wooden door, A wave of mildew mixed with the briny smell of the sea hit me square in the face. Several tiles were missing from the roof, letting beams of light stream in. The corners were coated in webs. Chen Shui stood at the doorway, holding Yaya, her tears falling in large drops. There isn't even a place to boil water. How will Yaya take her medicine? She crouched down hopelessly. I tossed the bedding aside, turned around, and headed out. At the corner of the yard, I found several flat stones and quickly built a makeshift stove. Then I gathered some dry firewood from nearby. Balancing the old iron pot we'd brought over the stove, I added water and lit a fire. The dancing flames illuminated the crumbling stone house. I prepared the medicine and handed it over to Chen Shui. Feed Yaya the medicine first. She stared at my adept movements, dumbfounded. The man who used to not even lift a bottle when it tipped over was now doing such menial tasks? What are you really trying to do? She asked, her voice trembling as she accepted the bowl. Live a proper life, I replied calmly, uttering the 3 words. I turned away, picking up a shabby broom to start cleaning. The house is run down, but at least it's ours. From now on, we can close the door and live our own lives, without needing to look at anyone else's face or suffer anyone's scolding. Chen Shui stared at me, her voice fraught and quivering with a courage she didn't know she had. Wu Sui, what's gotten into you today? Are you planning to trick us into coming out here so you can sell us for money? She couldn't bring herself to finish the thought and clung tightly to her daughter. Sigh. I exhaled deeply. It wasn't her fault for thinking that way. I had indeed been a bastard before. The old me. Bastard Wu Sui is already dead. From today onwards, even if the sky falls, I'll bear it. I won't let even a hint of grievance come to you and Yaya. This broken house, I'll fix it tomorrow. As for food, I'll buy it tomorrow too. From now on, I'll make a lot of money so you two will never need to suffer. I vowed with firm resolve. She still didn't believe me. But the man before her now had clear and determined eyes, a stark contrast to the violent and cruel temperament he used to display. Yaya, having been restless all day and ill, was now fast asleep in her arms. I sat on the threshold, staring at the pitch-black sea in the distance. Today, I made $70. Spending a few of them on meat left me with little, so I'd have to budget carefully. Tomorrow, I must make a big haul. The house needs repairs, and I need money for my wife and daughter's health and well-being. The system's radar currently only reaches 10 meters. Today's jackpot with the blue crabs was pure luck. Tomorrow, during high tide, the beach will be packed with people. The visible cargo won't even make it to me. If I want quick money, I'll have to venture into the mangroves. I stood up, brushing the mud off my pants. Xiaoxue, you sleep first. I'm heading to the seaside. I called out to my wife. Chen Shui straightened up. You're going out at this hour? Where are you going? Just to check the tide, I replied casually. The night wind seeped through the cracks in the walls. The stone house wasn't freezing, but it was far from comfortable. Carefully and quietly, I adjusted the blankets covering my wife and daughter. Chen Shui wasn't asleep. She clung tightly to Yaya, her body stiff, her breathing shaky. I understood her fear. The man I was before was either out gambling or drinking whenever he left at night. And when I returned, it would result in either smashed objects or bruised people. For her to fear me now was entirely reasonable. I'm going to see if there's anything worthwhile by the shore. I'll block the door from outside. Rest easy. Without further explanation, I headed to the corner and picked up a rusty, battered shovel, testing its weight. In the yard, I chopped down a dead branch as thick as a wrist, sharpening one end with a hatchet. Lastly, I stuffed a few scraps of torn cloth into my pocket. Still uneasy, I dragged a heavy, 50-pound stone to press against the courtyard gate from the outside. On the western edge of Bye Bye Village lay the mangrove forest, locally known as the literal gates of hell. No one dared to enter, even during daylight, let alone in the dead of night. I couldn't afford a headlamp, relying solely on the feeble moonlight. Entering that place was a gamble with death. Beneath the swampy sludge lay concealed trenches. One misstep and you'd vanish without a trace. Tree roots coiled with sea snakes, venomous stonefish lurked, and bloodthirsty leeches numbered beyond count. 2 years ago, Wang Bold from the neighboring village ventured into these mangroves at noon to catch a red snapper. 3 days later, when the tide receded, they only managed to recover his bloated corpse tangled within the roots. Standing at the tree line now, I couldn't help but feel my heart waver. The murky mudflats looked like a man-eating abyss, with waves lapping against the exposed roots, thundering in dull, pop-a-pap sounds. If I wanted to turn my life around, though, it meant risking it all. I took a deep breath, stepping into the sludge. The icy mud water engulfed my ankles, sucking down on my legs like a vice. Steadying myself, I chanted in my mind, "System radar, activate." Ding. Radar activated. Scanning range, 10 meters. The dark world before me transformed in an instant. Dots of faint white light lit up across the mudflats. Razor clams, mud conchs, tiny sand crabs the size of a pinky finger. I didn't even spare these small critters a glance. For fast money, those wouldn't cut it. What's more, I realized the radar wasn't just good for locating finds. It was a life-saving miracle. Deep, bottomless death pits appeared as areas cloaked in pure darkness, impossible for the system to penetrate. Areas with anything alive always had some light, however faint. Armed with this knowledge, I felt more secure and much less fearful. Gripping the sharpened wooden stick, I carefully tested the ground ahead, steering clear of a 2-meter-wide black void and heading deeper into the forest. After walking about 10 meters, the sludge reached my calves, and every step drained energy. Suddenly, 3 meters to my left, a green glow flared. A valuable find. I approached cautiously to find a fist-sized air bubble beneath the roots of a withered tree. Gripping my rusty shovel with both hands, I aimed 10 centimeters behind the bubble and began digging diagonally downward. The tide hadn't fully receded, so as soon as a layer of black muddy water was removed, seawater rushed in, making it a struggle. Fortunately, with the system's guidance, it didn't take long before a lively blue crab appeared at the entrance of its den, pincers raised in defense. With a skilled hand, I used the shovel to lift it out, pinning it underfoot while swiftly binding it with strips of cloth. Left hand for the body, right for the claws. In less than 10 seconds, I'd secured a 1.5-pound wild blue crab, neatly tied up like a delicacy for commercial sale. Off to a good start, I muttered as I tossed it into my bamboo basket and resumed my work. The deeper I ventured, the darker it became. Moonlight couldn't penetrate the dense canopy above, and the eerie silence was broken only by the wet squelch of my own feet in the muck. Over an hour later, I'd collected 5 blue crabs, totaling over 6 pounds. At current market rates, I could sell them for just over $100. But that wasn't enough. Fixing the roof, buying daily necessities, and ensuring Yaya had enough nutrition. These were all gaping holes demanding money. 100 yuan wouldn't even fill the gaps. Straightening my sore back, I resolved to go another 10 meters. If I didn't find anything extraordinary there, I'd retreat. This wasn't during high tide. The water receded quickly but flooded back just as fast. Once the tide rolled in, even deities would become fertilizer here. I took just 2 steps forward when the radar interface erupted. At the 10-meter boundary, a blinding blue light exploded like a searchlight cutting through the dark. The glow was enormous, its hue so deep it was almost intoxicating. My breath caught in my throat. Blue light. Clenching the sandy shovel in my trembling hand, I slowly and cautiously crept closer. The luminescence was nestled beneath the main root of a mangrove tree. Beneath that root lay a naturally formed pool of inky mud water, littered with decaying leaves, and so murky it was impossible to gauge its depth. I stopped 2 meters away, holding my breath. Tiny bubbles emerged from the pool in subtle bursts. Without warning, a shift in the soft muck on my left sent ripples shooting out. Whoa! A streak of black and white shot out like a poison-tipped arrow, aiming straight for my calf under the faint moonlight. A banded sea crite. One bite from this thing, and, in a village like this, I might as well arrange for my own funeral. My hair stood on end as sheer muscle memory prompted me to bring the sharpened stick down in a fierce strike. Thwack! The sea crite twisted in midair, writhing as it landed in a nearby muddy trench, disappearing into the murky depths as it writhed away. Drenched in cold sweat, and with my heart racing, I focused back on the pool. The blue light hadn't fled but had shrunk back slightly, wedging itself amongst the thick, water barrel-sized roots of the mangrove. I frowned deeply. It was positioned awkwardly. The battered shovel wouldn't easily fit into the narrow space, and forcing it might damage the item inside. Seafood, especially of high quality, demanded both presentation and integrity. Break a claw, and its value would be halved. Setting the shovel aside, I rolled up my sleeves. There was no choice. I'd have to feel my way blindly. Fortune favors the brave. Who knew what else might be lurking in that cloudy water? But for the sake of my wife and child, I had no choice but to gamble. Kneeling deep into the sludge with both knees, I leaned my upper body toward the pool. My right hand cautiously traced along the rough-to-the-touch roots, inching carefully into the freezing, murky water. Caught it. A shell as hard as steel, textured with a grainy feel, and with an astonishingly exaggerated curve. Next, my fingers touched the serrated edge of a massive, razor-sharp object. Whatever was lurking underwater was enraged. The muddy water started boiling, and the enormous serrated claw moved with a whistling sound, aiming at my wrist. It came so fast, far beyond the speed or strength a mud crab should possess. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I jerked my hand back with force. But with the power of the water, it managed to latch onto my forearm. Rip! My sleeve was shredded. The sharp, serrated claw grazed my arm, leaving a long, bloody gash. Taking advantage of the shredded fabric, I narrowly freed my hand. I scrambled several meters back, panting heavily, but my eyes remained locked on the water's surface, burning with excitement. That explosive power, that massive size. Grabbing a broken sand spade, I held the handle with both hands and channeled all my strength, driving it fiercely into the gap between the roots. Crack! The spade hit something solid underwater. Blue light flickered erratically beneath the muddy water, and an incredible force broke through the spade's handle, numbing the base of my thumb. The surface of the water was forced open. A massive, terrifying crab claw, caked in black mud and unimaginably huge, emerged above the surface. I gritted my teeth, pressing down on the spade with all my strength. This thing under the water had monstrous power, vibrating the spade handle so violently that my hand stung. Realizing the tool wasn't cutting it, I threw it aside and plunged my hand directly into the muddy hole. This time, luck was on my side. I managed to grab onto the edges of the crab's shell. Summoning all my strength, I yanked it out of the mud with sheer brute force. A mud crab the size of a soup bowl landed on the muddy bank with a flip. Two gigantic claws snapped like hydraulic shears, clacking loudly, menacingly waving in the air. I didn't dare relax. I stepped on the crab's shell and scooped seawater to wash off the black mud. Under the moonlight, its shell, which should have been deep green, had a radiant golden hue. Even the joints on its legs were swollen, glistening with golden oil. It was bursting with richness. My heart skipped a beat. Holy crap, a butter crab. Butter crabs are a rare mutation caused when a mud crab is stimulated during molting, and the crab fat dissolves and spreads throughout its body. It's like winning the genetic lottery, 1 in 10,000. In later years, a top-tier butter crab could easily fetch thousands or even tens of thousands at high-end restaurants. Even in this millennium, they were a coveted specialty among seafood restaurants, with Hong Kong tycoons driving up the prices. Judging by its size, this one weighed at least 3.5 pounds. The undisputed king of crabs. I tore a strip of fabric, carefully tied up its massive claws, and secured it tightly like precious cargo before placing it gently into my bamboo basket. The tide had receded to its lowest point. I glanced at the system radar. A deeper part of the mangroves wasn't showing a single blue light, but multiple ones glowing faintly. Could it be that this patch of forest has been completely overtaken by butter crabs tonight? I licked my dry lips. Butter crabs are incredibly rare. Finding them in clusters defies logic. But the system isn't exactly logical. It thrives on breaking the rules. Grabbing my sand spade once more, I headed straight for the next blue dot. Over the next hour, I became an unstoppable machine harvesting the treasures of the sea. Splat! Mud churned violently. The second one went into the basket, weighing 1.5 pounds. The third followed, at just over a pound. Then came the fourth. None were as monstrous as the Crab King, but anything that shimmered golden was a walking cash printer. The tide started quietly rising, covering my ankles and climbing faster by the minute. Straightening my back, the heavily laden bamboo basket dug painfully into my shoulder. Inside were 16 butter crabs, neatly stacked like gold bricks. The blue lights on the radar had vanished, replaced by occasional flickers of green. But the tide waits for no one. Time to call it a night. I didn't hesitate, following the markers I had placed earlier to navigate my way back. It was getting late, but instead of heading home, I made my way into town. Bai village was more than 10 miles from town. On two legs, it took me over 2 hours before the outline of the town came into view. The village purchase station always lowballed prices. It'd be a waste to sell such top-tier goods to them. After searching for a while, I chose the most prestigious seafood restaurant in town, Hongyan Tower. 3 stories tall, a Western-style building, and impressive in its grandeur. I made my way to the back alley where the restaurant's purchasing staff were stationed. Around 5 a.m., a few fishmongers were heatedly haggling with the restaurant manager. The manager, surnamed Liu, was a middle-aged man with a shiny bald head. He was holding a small notepad and listening half-heartedly while leaning against a wooden crate. Manager Liu, these fish were caught in the middle of the night. 25 yuan per pound is the lowest I can go, a fishmonger said with a flattering grin, offering Liu a cigarette. Manager Liu waved the cigarette away with disdain. The sizes are inconsistent, and the scales are scratched. With quality like this, 22 max. Take it or leave it. The fishmonger gritted his teeth, clearly reluctant, but ultimately conceded. Fine, 22 it is. I stepped forward and set my bamboo basket on the ground. Glancing at the pile of fish, I found their quality lacking and unimpressive. I opened the basket, lit a cigarette, and handed it to Liu with a grin. Manager Liu, interested in some premium stuff. He gave me a once-over. My clothes were faded from too much washing, and my pant legs were caked in dried black mud, clearly showing I had just been out gathering seafood from the beach. But then his eyes fell on the contents of my basket. The next second, it was as though lightning had struck him. His eyes widened to the size of saucers, and the notebook in his hand dropped to the ground with a loud clap. At the very top of the basket lay several golden, glistening crabs, perfectly still. Their translucent shells looked ready to burst with vibrant crab fat. This is... His voice trembled as he shoved the fishmongers aside and scrambled toward the basket, his hands shaking as he gently lifted one. Oil dripping from the joints, shells glowing golden. These are pure wild butter crabs. The fishmongers craned their necks for a better look, drawing sharp breaths. Holy crap, they really are butter crabs. It's been years since I've seen one of these. Manager Lou raised his head to look at me, his eyes practically glowing with reverence. Brother, where did you find these primo-grade crabs? In the sea. My tone was nonchalant. So, are you buying or not? Otherwise, I'll take them next door. Buy? Of course I'm buying. He latched onto my arm like his life depended on it, as though afraid the deal might slip away. How many do you have in this basket? 16. I tipped the basket, letting the crabs tumble out. A mound of golden butter crabs spilled onto the ground, dazzling everyone. The largest crab, in particular, had an unmistakable majestic aura. Gasp! Manager Lou's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This big one. It has to be at least 2.5 pounds. Just about. Want to weigh it to be sure. He swallowed hard, nodding repeatedly. Hongyan Tower had been desperate for a standout premium item to attract wealthy patrons. This was practically a miracle delivered on a silver platter. The final weighing. The smaller crabs were just over a pound each, the largest tipping the scale at an impressive 2 pounds 6 ounces. Regular mud crabs go for 35 yuan per pound. Butter crabs. We sell them by the piece. 15 smaller ones, 900 yuan total. This big one, 2,000 yuan. Deal. It was the off-season for fishing, so premium seafood commanded higher prices. I wasn't entirely sure of the going rate, but a quick mental calculation told me this haul could bring in 16,900 yuan, a fortune that would be more than enough to renovate my house. Deal. Manager Lou was overjoyed and quickly instructed his workers to move the crabs inside and keep them alive. After all, the price difference between live and dead crabs was significant. After settling the payment, he couldn't stop urging me. If you get good products in the future, remember to find me. I'll guarantee you a high price. I replied with a smile and picked up my now empty bamboo basket, heading home. Over 10,000 yuan. I'd earned in one night what others might take 4 to 5 years to make. With such a hefty sum in my pocket, I walked along the dirt road, my steps light and carefree. In the year 2000, having 10,000 yuan didn't make one extraordinarily wealthy, but in our rural area, it was considered a decent fortune. I had no intention of flaunting all of it, though I understood the importance of keeping a low profile when it came to money. Right now, my top priority was to repair the stone house and buy some proper food for my wife and child. The grain and oil store had just opened. I handed over some cash and bought 20 pounds of rice, 20 pounds of fine white flour, and a 10-pound drum of soybean oil. Then, I turned around and picked up some milk and a few packs of calcium-enriched biscuits for my daughter, Yaya. She was too thin and needed the nutrition. Passing by the butcher shop, I called out, "Boss, 5 pounds of streaky pork, with a good balance of fat and lean meat, and 3 pounds of pork ribs. Chop them all up for me." Finally, I stopped at the hardware store to buy several rolls of tar paper and 2 boxes of nails to patch up the leaky, drafty roof of the stone house. With everything packed into 2 large fertilizer sacks, I tied them up with twine, slung them over my shoulder, and caught a ride back to the village. It was just past 7 in the morning, and the sun was already high. During the fishing ban, the men in the village had more idle time on their hands. At the dock, men were unloading cargo from an out-of-town trading ship, working shirtless under the hot sun. Among them was my older brother, Wu Gang. He hoisted a sack weighing over 100 pounds onto his shoulder, sweat pouring down his tanned back as he panted from the strain. Just as he threw the sack onto a cart and straightened up to wipe his sweat, he spotted me at the end of the dirt road. It was clear I was returning from the direction of town early in the morning, with 2 bulging sacks on my back, my steps swaying slightly as I walked. Wu Gang angrily flung the tattered towel in his hand to the ground. This scoundrel, staying out all night. He's probably been down at the underground gambling den in town again. Won a couple of bucks and then went and bought some random stuff to show off. The elderly Lou from the unloading crew leaned over, offering Wu Gang a cigarette. "Gongzi, isn't that your younger brother over there? Looks like he's struck gold, carrying back all that stuff." "Gold, my ass," Wu Gang snapped, refusing the cigarette and muttering curses through gritted teeth. "He's probably borrowed money from loan sharks again. Once he loses it all, he'll come home to steal from our parents' retirement savings once more." The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Turning his attention back to the cargo, he couldn't even be bothered to deal with his good-for-nothing brother. Deep inside, he was already bracing for the inevitable, knowing that when his little brother squandered everything again, He'd have to work extra hard to ensure Yaya didn't starve. Unaware of my older brother's glare from the dock, I was entirely focused on getting home to fix the roof. As I approached the gate of the stone house, the sound of angry yelling erupted from the courtyard. Chen Shui, how can you let him treat you and your daughter this way? My sister-in-law, Wang Feng, had a voice so loud it could shake the roof. In the middle of the night, and you can't even keep track of your own man? Don't you know what kind of person Wu Sui is by now? Where else could he be if not at the gambling den? Accompanying her scolding was the dull thud of something heavy hitting the ground. I'm leaving you this food, not because I pity you, but because I don't want to see Yaya starve to death. Inside, Chen Shui sat huddled against the wall with Yaya in her arms, tears streaming silently down her face. Hearing all of this just outside the door pricked me right in the heart. My sister-in-law may have a sharp tongue, but she has a soft heart. She could tear someone down with her words to the point they'd want to crawl into a hole, yet her actions often told a different story. With arable land scarce in our coastal village, most families relied on store-bought food. That half sack of grain she brought was definitely scraped together by sacrificing her own meals and pinching pennies. I pushed open the creaky, rickety wooden door and stepped over the threshold. Wang Feng was standing there with her hands on her hips, panting from her tirade. As soon as she turned and saw me, her expression darkened instantly. Well, if it isn't the big shot, young Master Wu. Finally decided to come home, huh? She rolled her eyes in exaggerated disdain. How was your luck last night? Win big at the tables? Why don't you just move in with the gambling den and be done with it? Saying all this, she turned to leave without sparing me another glance. I placed the sacks onto the battered wooden table with a heavy thump. Sister-in-law, don't go just yet, I said, stepping forward to block her way. What do you want? I have no money, and if it's a fight you want, bring it on. She took a wary step back, jabbing a finger in my face. Don't think winning a bit of money makes you some big shot. When you lose everything down to your underwear, just don't go crying at the old family house. I didn't get angry. Instead, I crouched down, untied the knot on one of the sacks, and pulled out a black plastic bag. Opening it, I revealed the contents: streaky pork, a few chopped up pork ribs, several pounds worth. Sister-in-law, we just divided the family property yesterday, and I didn't leave anything for the family. This meat and these ribs are for you to take back home. Cook something nice for Dad and Mom. Little Tiger needs good food to grow strong, too. I pushed the bag toward her. Wang Feng's eyes widened when she saw what was inside. 3 or 4 pounds of meat. At over 3 yuan a pound for pork these days, this bag alone must be worth more than 10 yuan. She lifted her head to glare at me, but there wasn't any joy in her eyes, only anger. Where'd you get the money to buy all this meat? You went gambling again, didn't you? Dogs can't change their habits. I didn't gamble. I earned it last night by catching crabs. I replied evenly, shoving the bag back into her hands. Yeah, tell it to someone who'd believe that. She shoved it away with a scoff, her voice rising sharply. Middle of the night. Where were you supposedly catching crabs, huh? In the mangroves? Even the poorest wretches in the village wouldn't step foot in that cursed forest. You expect me to believe you had the guts? That's right. I nodded, following her train of thought. I got lucky and caught a few big golden mud crabs, then walked to town overnight to sell them to the Hongyun restaurant. After selling them, I bought all this stuff in the morning. Wang Feng snorted audibly, her face full of disbelief. Yeah, right, she sneered. Wu Sui, if you're gonna lie, at least make it believable. Hongyun is the best restaurant in town, and you think they'd buy your piddly little catch? Overnight trip to town, my ass. You mean overnight at the gambling den, don't you? From the side, Chen Shui started to panic. She cautiously grabbed the corner of my shirt, her voice trembling. Sui, please stop gambling, okay? Yaya still needs medicine. We don't need meat. Why don't you return the money before it's too late? I'm scared. I patted her hand gently, lowering my voice to reassure her. I didn't gamble, I promise. I'll hand all the money over to you in a bit. Wang Feng, still watching the two of us, was fuming. Enough with this tragic act in front of me, she snapped, swatting the bag I offered onto the table. The bag fell with another heavy thud. I don't want your dirty meat. She glared at me through gritted teeth. Save your bloodstained money for yourself. Eat it all. Let it choke you to death. Without another word, she stormed out of the stone house, not once looking back. Watching her retreating figure, I could only shake my head with a wry smile. I turned my gaze back to Chen Shui, who was still huddled in the corner with Yaya. As soon as our eyes met, she instinctively clutched Yaya tighter. I sighed, not pressing her further. Trust, it's something that only comes with time. Time crawled by. I fished out a pack of white rabbit creamy candies from my bag, carefully unwrapping one. Walking over to Yaya, I crouched down and extended it to her. Yaya, look what Daddy brought you, I said softly. The little girl timidly raised her head, her wide eyes fixed on the plump, white candy in my hand. She gulped, but didn't dare reach out. I gently placed the candy into her tiny hand. Go ahead, eat it. It's sweet. Yaya glanced over at Chen Shui. Chen Shui bit her lip and gave her a small nod. Only then did Yaya slip the candy into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed out, and finally, a little life returned to her pale, delicate face. Xiaoxue, store away the rice and flour. Put the ribs onto stew. I'll go fix the roof. If it rains, we'll all end up drenched, I said. I turned around and took out the waterproof tar paper I'd bought, grabbing 2 leftover flat stones from yesterday's stove building project to help me climb up to the roof. Chen Shui stared at the pile of supplies on the table, her face pale. How much did all this cost? Her thoughts spiraled into chaos. There was no way she believed I'd earned it by fishing by the shore. I placed one of the stones down, pushed off with my hands, and swiftly vaulted up onto the roof edge. She stood below, craning her neck, her hands twisting anxiously together, terrified that I might fall. I took the roll of tar paper she handed up to me, unrolled it, and smoothed it down. With nails held between my teeth, I swung the battered hammer, each strike echoing, bam, bam, bam. With this layer of tar paper, the roof became resistant to both rain and wind. This rundown old shack was finally livable. I vaulted back down from the roof's edge, not stopping to rest. Grabbing the shovel, I cleared the weeds in the courtyard, gathering the stones into neat piles against the walls. The once abandoned stone house seemed to come alive under my touch, finally emanating a faint warmth that whispered of a life worth living. Dusting my hands, I moved toward the stove. Chen Shui hurried over. Let me cook. I gently pressed her back onto the low stool. You sit and rest with Yaya. Today I'll cook. She froze, stunned. After all these years of marriage, I hadn't so much as lifted a finger in the kitchen. I wouldn't even bother to pick up a toppled oil bottle. And now, what was going on with me today? Was I possessed? Ignoring her bewildered expression, I cleaned the pork belly, cutting it into mahjong tile-sized chunks. Heating oil in the wok, I tossed the pork into the pan. A sizzle erupted as the meat hit the hot oil, releasing its rich aroma. With a few swift turns of my spatula, I added soy sauce to give the meat its color. I realized I'd forgotten to buy sugar, so I rummaged around and found 2 white rabbit candies. Peeling them, I tossed them into the wok as a sweetener. As the candy melted, a luscious fragrance of meat mingled with sweetness wafted out into the yard through the cracks of the door. When the sauce had thickened, the braised pork gleamed with a glossy sheen, quivering slightly under the thick sauce. Next to it, a small clay pot of stewed ribs had simmered to the point where the meat nearly fell off the bone. I set the dishes on the table and served 3 bowls of white rice. Yaya cradled her chipped little bowl, her tiny nose twitching. She stared longingly at the glistening braised pork but didn't dare move her chopsticks. This poor kid, she had barely eaten meat a handful of times in her life. I picked out the softest piece, blew on it to cool it, and held it to her lips. Yaya, eat. Daddy made this for you. Cautiously, she took a small bite. The pork melted in her mouth, its juices bursting with flavor. Her eyes lit up instantly. The fear left her, and she clung to her bowl, gobbling down the food ravenously. Slow down, don't choke. There's more in the pot, I said, smiling as I patted her tiny back. Chen Shui quietly held her bowl, watching her daughter inhale the food, tears silently falling. Her chopsticks hesitated only over the rice and vegetables, not once reaching for the meat. Without saying a word, I picked up several pieces of fatty pork and placed them in her bowl. Eat. Don't just cry and let yourself go hungry. She sniffled, her voice trembling. I'll just eat the vegetables. The meat can be saved for Yaya tomorrow. Eat it, I said firmly, cutting off her protest. From now on, there'll be meat on the table every day. Not daring to argue further, she picked up a piece of pork and stuffed it into her mouth, swallowing it along with her tears. That meal, the fullest, most flavorful one she'd had since becoming a part of the Wu family, was an unforgettable moment for her. In the past, whenever there was some money in the household, I would always find a way to gamble it away, leaving her and Yaya humiliated at home. My sister-in-law's scolding wasn't wrong. Chen Shui was too soft, too scared to make a fuss. But now, perhaps this man truly had changed. After dinner, I got up to secure the door as tightly as possible and pulled the tattered fabric curtain so no sunlight could seep inside. All of a sudden, the room turned dim. Chen Shui, tidying up the dishes, froze at my strange behavior. Her heart skipped a beat, a wave of familiar dread washing over her. Instinctively, she shielded Yaya behind her, her face as pale as paper. Aceway, why are you locking the door? I didn't answer. Taking her hand, I led her to sit at the edge of the bed. She turned rigid with fear, barely daring to breathe. Reaching into my pocket, I pulled out a black plastic bag. I loosened its tightly knotted opening and tilted my wrist. Clatter. A pile of colorful currency bills spilled onto the worn wooden bed frame. Stacks of crisp 100 yuan notes lay there, mixed with smaller 50 yuan and 10 yuan bills, their colors almost blinding in the dusky room. Chen Shui stood frozen for a moment before springing up like a spring-loaded coil. She stumbled backward until her back hit the mud wall with a loud thud. Wu Sui, what have you done? Her voice trembled uncontrollably, breaking into sobs. Did you rob a bank? Or a casino? We can't keep this money. They'll catch you, and you'll. She choked on her words in panic, reaching forward to hurriedly sweep the money back into the bag. It was the year 2000. 10,000 yuan was a colossal sum for destitute families like ours. With me being a starving, good-for-nothing drifter, how else could I have gotten such an amount overnight? To her, there was no other explanation but theft or robbery. I caught her flailing hands and gently pressed them back onto the bed. Xiao Xue, calm down. Listen to me, I said in a steady voice. She furiously shook her head. I don't believe you. You vanished in the middle of the night and came back with this much cash. How can I believe you? I sighed and rolled up my sleeve. On my forearm was a long gash, bleeding from its edges. An injury from last night when the serrated claws of a yellow oil crab had cut through. Seeing the wound, she suddenly froze. Last night, I went to the mangroves at the west end of the village, I explained, gesturing to the wound. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Are you insane? Do you know how dangerous that place is? Wang Bold was killed there a few years ago. Did you forget? I'm not insane, I reassured her, pushing the money closer to her. The tide was low last night, and deep in the mangroves, I came across a nest of yellow oil crabs. Yellow oil crabs? She repeated, stunned. Growing up by the sea, she knew all too well the value of such premium seafood. Luck was on my side. I caught 16 of them and sold them to Fortune House Restaurant. Altogether, they paid me 16,900 yuan. I've already used some to buy rice, supplies, and fix up the house. The rest is all here, I explained patiently. To prove I was telling the truth, I reached into my pocket again for the receipt manager Lu had given me at the restaurant. Don't you think your family needs to bring in more income, too? I found a sandworm nest. I can make a few hundred yuan in a single night. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. I'm leaving right now, and there are plenty of people willing to come with me. I found a sandworm nest and asked Big Brother to help me dig it out. If he doesn't believe me, so be it. Wang Feng eyed me suspiciously, sizing me up and down. The few pounds of meat from earlier in the day were real, and my sudden diligence over the past couple of days was indeed unusual. She took 2 steps closer and stared me down. Wu Lauer, little tiger's school fees are due next month, and there's not a single penny lying around at home. Your big brother is breaking his back carrying heavy loads on the docks, earning blood and sweat money. If you're playing tricks on him, I won't forgive you. I smiled bitterly but didn't get angry. Sister-in-law, I'm not joking. Whether to go or not is up to you. I won't force it. Wang Feng bit her lip, turned around, and shouted at Wu Gang. Go get some buckets, and take 2 more while you're at it. She gave him a push. If we don't find anything, you're burying him in the mudflats today. Wu Gang scratched his head and went to grab the 2 largest buckets from the yard, slinging a shovel across his shoulder before following me. The 2 brothers, one in front and one behind, headed toward the beach under the cover of night. Wu Gang carried the shovel and rambled as he tagged along. Azhui, I've got to be at the docks by 6 in the morning. If you make me waste my time, I'm seriously going to go off on you. Without turning my head, I responded, once this is done, you can sleep in all day tomorrow. That meager money you make at the docks isn't worth it. He snorted coldly, making it clear he didn't believe a word I said. We arrived at the location. Wu Gang tossed the buckets onto the ground with a thud and scanned the area. The place was nothing special, a mess of sand and mud, seemingly barren apart from some faint breathing holes scattered around. This godforsaken spot doesn't even have a ghost haunting it, and you're telling me there are sandworms here. He looked impatient. Azhui, just look at this hard mud. How would sandworms even dig through this? Do you really take me for an idiot? Saying nothing, I picked up my sand trowel and headed over to the patch where the radar signals on the system showed the densest spots. One firm dig flipped over a lump of black, hardened mud. As the heavy dirt turned over, Wu Gang's shovel clattered loudly to the ground. His face screamed, what a waste of time. I told you, this dump couldn't possibly have. His words abruptly choked in his throat as his eyes widened to the size of saucers. Beneath the overturned mud, a dozen fat sandworms wriggled desperately, trying to burrow deeper. Each one was as thick as an adult's finger, with a mesh-like texture on their plump, glossy skin, all heaped together into a tangle. There was a loud clang as his shovel dropped and struck his foot, but he didn't even wince in pain. Instead, he dove straight into the mud, clawing ferociously with both hands, scooping the wriggling sandworms into his palms in one sweep. This many? His voice trembled as he stared at the mass of worms in his grasp, muddy water dripping from between his fingers. I flipped another spade of soil behind him. More black mud turned over, revealing another nest. Lauda, stop gawking. Grab a bucket, quick. Wu Gang was frantic, digging directly with his bare hands, terrified of letting a single worm escape. I sighed, slightly exasperated. Just a while ago, who was it again that scoffed at this wretched mudflat? Big brother, you collect, I'll keep digging. Move fast, the tide's rising soon. Wu Gang nodded like a bobblehead, snatching my trowel away. His earlier irritation had completely vanished into thin air. I'll dig, you're too slow at this. Speechless, I simply let him take over. This area was swarming with sandworms anyway, so all I had to do was occasionally guide him to the densest spots. Wu Gang transformed into a digging machine. Every scoop of his landed exactly on target. I trailed behind, reduced to nothing more than a soulless money-collecting automaton. Dear God, this isn't digging for sandworms. This is like picking free money off the ground, he muttered while digging. Then with a sudden shout, Lao air, over there. There's another one. Whoa, this one is seriously fat. Gotta weigh at least a pound. Usually, Wu Gang spent his days hauling 150-pound sacks at the docks, ending each shift with an aching back. Now, bent over and wading through the mud, he'd been digging for nearly an hour, but not even a single breath sounded labored. Good fortune fuels the spirit, after all. Who gets tired when they're literally scooping up cash? With the guidance from my system, I stopped him if he veered in the wrong direction, pointing him toward the densest radar spots. Nest after nest, the two large plastic buckets began filling visibly. Big brother, the buckets are nearly full. Wu Gang looked at the overflowing buckets and couldn't help murmuring. Lao air, what kind of crap luck did you stumble upon? Even the old fishermen in the village avoid these hard mudflats, yet you managed to find a sandworm nest. I casually fabricated an excuse, just wandering around and stumbled across it. There's no way I could have dug this all up alone. With your scrawny build? You wouldn't finish even if you dug till dawn. He grinned wide. The sea breeze picked up, and the sound of waves grew louder as seawater began creeping up the mudflats. The dry, hardened ground turned slippery and slushy. I glanced at the system screen. While there were still plenty of bright markers left, the tide was now rapidly closing in. Big brother, that's enough. The tide's rising, I said, putting my trowel away. Wu Gang, riding high on excitement, kept digging and protested. Just a bit longer. We haven't cleared out this nest yet. No way. The tide here rises fast. If we get swept under, it won't just be a joke. Without waiting, I grabbed him and hauled him up. He cast a reluctant look at the remaining mud, his face full of regret. Such a waste. Do you know how much more this haul could have sold for? What's more important, money or your life? We can always come back tomorrow. I nodded toward the two nearly bursting buckets. Following my gaze, his face lit up instantly. The buckets were stuffed to the brim, so full the lids couldn't even close. A rough estimate suggested they held over 100 pounds. Lao air, this must be at least 120 or 130 pounds, yeah? He rubbed his hands, his voice almost drifting. More or less. Let's get going. Each of us carried a bucket, trudging carefully through the muddy ground as we headed back. To Wu Gang, who was used to hauling heavy loads, 100 pounds wasn't much. But now, he valued the bucket's content as though it were a trove of gold. Lao air, what's the going rate for this stuff right now? Fresh, lively, and of good quality? At least 30 per pound to start. Wu Gang quickly did the math in his head. 120 pounds, 30 per pound. That was 3,600. It hit him so hard he sucked in a sharp breath, almost stumbling over. 3,600? At the docks, breaking his back all day barely earned him 10 or 20 yuan. And here they were, clawing in mud for 2 hours and making the equivalent of an entire year's wages. That's just the minimum. These ones are big. The price might go even higher, I added. Wu Gang took a deep breath and turned to look at me, astonished. Lao air, you're not messing with me. Have you really changed? That no-good Wu Sui is dead. All I want now is to give my wife and kids a better life. My voice softened as I answered. He gave my shoulder a firm pat, saying no more, but the look in his eyes said it all, pride and satisfaction. The two of us walked back in silence, quickening our steps, until the village entrance came into view. Big brother, we need seawater to keep the sandworms alive. They'll lose their value if they die. There's a big water tank in the yard. We can use that. All right. The old family home stood with its gates slightly ajar. Wu Gang pushed it open and strode inside, where the lights in the central hall were still on. Feng Wang sat by the octagonal wooden table, absent-mindedly holding an awl used for stitching shoe soles. Upon hearing movement, she immediately stood up and walked to the doorway. Seeing the two of us each carrying a large bucket, she sneered and crossed her arms over her chest. Well, the Lucky brothers are back. Spent 2 hours in the tidal flats inhaling sea breeze. Did you happen to dig up some gold ingots? Wu Gang placed the bucket in the middle of the yard, ignoring her, and turned toward the well to wash his hands. Seeing his silence, Feng Wang assumed they'd returned empty-handed and grew even more spirited. See, I told you. Wu Lauer can't utter a truthful word to save his life. Dragged you out in the middle of the night. How do you expect to go to the docks tomorrow? If Little Hu's tuition for next month doesn't get paid, we're going to have a problem. Her tirade didn't stop there. She shifted her sharp tongue toward me. And you, Wu Lauer, acting all high and mighty during the day, buying a few pounds of meat. I almost thought you'd reformed your ways. Turns out you just pocketed some dirty gambling winnings to come mess with us. Huh? If you're itching for some excitement, go blow the sea breeze yourself and stop dragging your big brother along. Unbothered, I pointed to the buckets on the ground. Sister-in-law, how about you take a look at what's inside before you scold us? She rolled her eyes, walking over with utter disdain, and peered into one of the buckets. The courtyard's dim light revealed little, but the wriggling, densely packed mass inside gave her quite a start. Snatching Wu Gang's headlamp, she shined a beam into the bucket. The sandworms, startled by the light, squirmed frantically, crowding over each other, their grid-like patterns gleaming with a watery sheen. My heavens! Feng Wang shrieked, stumbling backward and landing with a thud onto a bamboo chair. Her chest heaved as her mouth gaped like she was about to swallow an egg, trembling finger pointing at the bucket. Wu Gang rushed over to help her up. What's all the screaming for? It's the middle of the night. You'll wake the neighbors. She shoved him away and leaned toward the bucket again. This time, she didn't hesitate to reach her hand in and rake through its contents. Her fingers sank into the slippery, weighty texture of the wriggling mass. This is all sandworms. She stammered. Did you two rob the Dragon King's treasures? What nonsense. Wu Gang straightened his back, his voice rising in pride. Lauer took me to that hard mudflat on the west side of the village. Damn, one shovel in, and there'd be a whole nest of them. We couldn't even gather them all. Feng Wang swallowed hard, her mind spinning. She had lived by the sea for over 30 years and was no stranger to sandworms. Catching 3 to 5 during a typical day of tide picking was enough to improve her kids' meals. But this? 2 massive buckets, brimming with sandworms? How many pounds is this? Her voice trembled as she stared at me. Around 120 to 130 pounds, I replied, patting the side of a bucket. Big brother did a lot of the work, so this batch is for you two to take care of first. In her mind, Feng Wang hastily calculated. Sandworms were a delicacy and highly sought after. Restaurants in town paid over 20 yuan a pound for even the smaller ones. These big, plump ones were at least worth 30 or more per pound. Realizing the value, her knees nearly gave way, and she almost fell again. She pinched her thigh fiercely, trying to wake herself from what felt like a dream. It hurt. This was real. Lauer, these can really sell for that much? Her tone softened, entirely free of its previous hostility. Sister-in-law, tomorrow morning, I'll take Big Brother to town. I know the manager at Hanyun Restaurant. We'll sell them there directly. I laid it out. Big Brother doesn't need to go to the docks tomorrow. Earning a measly 10 yuan a day isn't worth the effort. This time, Feng Wang didn't argue and nodded so vigorously she looked like a pecking hen. All right, we'll listen to you. But I can't rest easy letting you go alone with so much money. If someone tries to. She stopped herself and spat 3 times to dispel the thought. Wu Gang grinned, happily carrying the bucket outside to fetch water. I looked at my sister-in-law and smiled. She wasn't as concerned about the money itself as she was that I might get robbed if I carried that much cash all at once. Sister-in-law, I'll head back now. Come fetch Big Brother at 6 tomorrow morning. All right, go rest up, she said, nodding repeatedly. For the first time, she even offered a parting word of care. As I walked out the courtyard gate, Feng Wang stared at the 2 buckets of sandworms, clasped her hands together, and looked up to the night sky in prayer. Mazu bless us. Lauer is finally doing something honest. I followed the dirt path back toward home. The night air carried a chill. After toiling half the night, my malnourished body was reaching its limit. My legs felt as heavy as lead. Returning to the stone house, I pushed open the loosely closed courtyard gate. A dim, warm light spilled out from inside. Entering the room, I saw Chen Shui sitting by the bed, sewing an old jacket. On the far side, Yaya was fast asleep. Hearing the door, Chen Shui immediately set aside her needlework and stood up. I'll sway your back. She hurried toward me, paused upon seeing my mud-streaked pants and dirt-speckled clothes, and looked me over anxiously. How'd you get so dirty? Did something happen? No, it's fine. I was digging for something in the mudflats. I removed my muddy, wet jacket and tossed it onto the rickety bench near the door. Chen Shui quickly went over to the stove. Water was still warm in the pot. She ladled some into a basin, added cooler water, and brought it to me with a towel. Wash up quickly, the water's still warm. I wiped my face and arms. Why aren't you asleep yet? Didn't I tell you to sleep with Yaya first? I couldn't sleep, she said quietly, keeping her head down. Ever since I brought home over 10,000 yuan that evening, her heart had been unsettled. Even though I thoroughly explained everything, she couldn't shake her worry. When I left again in the middle of the night, she was terrified, fearing I'd gone to the underground gambling den again to lose it all. With my hands dry, I pulled her to sit by the table. I just came back from Big Brother's place, I said quietly, worried I might wake Yaya. Chen Shui looked surprised. What for? Did sister-in-law say anything? She isn't a bad person, it's just that you used to. I know. I smiled and cut her off. I found a big patch of sandworm nests on the west side of the village. I couldn't handle it alone, so I called Big Brother to help. Sandworms. She was astonished. Those are hard to dig. The villagers always say getting even a few depends on luck. I got lucky. Managed to dig over 100 pounds. It's all at the old house now, being kept alive. Tomorrow morning, I'll take Big Brother to sell them in town. I poured myself a glass of water and downed it. After selling them, we'll get at least 3,000 yuan. I'm thinking of splitting half with Big Brother. Is that okay? Chen Shui gaped at me, her astonishment evident. 3,000 yuan? And you want to split half with your brother? She looked at me, her eyes filled with a mix of unfamiliarity and newfound reassurance. The Wu Sui of old wouldn't even dream of sharing a penny with anyone else. Every single penny at home, he would scrape together and squander it all. Giving to Big Brother is only right, she said softly. All these years, Big Brother and sister-in-law have helped us so much. If it weren't for them, Yaya and I would have starved to death long ago. I nodded and reached out to hold her hand. Her hands were rough, calloused all over, with several cracks from hard labor marking her fingers. She instinctively tried to pull back, but I held on tightly. Xiaoxua, I've been such a bastard in the past, making you suffer all these years. I looked into her eyes. But not anymore. After we've paid back what we owe Big Brother, I'll take you to town to buy new clothes and get some nutritious food to nurture you and Yaya back to health. Chen Shui's eyes reddened, her tears welling up. She quickly turned her head and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Buy what new clothes? It's enough that we have enough to eat. That 10,000 yuan we saved, I'm keeping it for Yaya's school fees. I didn't argue further. I understood that an entrenched frugality and vigilance cultivated over years wouldn't be easily let go. It would take time. All right, I'll listen to you. Get some rest. We have to wake up early tomorrow. I blew out the kerosene lamp and lay down the outer side of the bed, fully clothed. Chen Shui lay beside me, listening to my even breathing. For the first time in years, she felt that even this drafty, rundown stone house carried a hint of a home. At the crack of dawn, I got dressed and quietly slipped out of bed. Chen Shui still woke up, springing up instinctively to prepare breakfast for me. I whispered, "You and Yaya sleep a little longer. I'll head to the old house to find Big Brother." Pushing open the old courtyard gate, I saw my big brother, Wu Gang, shirtless, washing his face in the yard. His black Airba bicycle stood in the middle of the yard, with two large plastic buckets tied to the back seat with hemp rope. Sister-in-law Wang Feng came out of the kitchen carrying breakfast, uncharacteristically offering me a bowl too. "Hurry, have something warm to fill your stomach." I didn't stand on ceremony, accepting the bowl and wolfing it down in a few mouthfuls. Big Brother wiped his face, took a few bites of his meal, pushed the bike, and we set out. Afraid the load might tip over, neither of us dared to ride the bike. Walking, we pushed it all the way to the town. We happened to arrive just as Hanyun Tower, the biggest restaurant in town, was receiving a delivery. A few helpers in the back kitchen were unloading vegetables, while manager Lu stood on the steps, fuming as he anxiously barked into his phone. "I don't care what you do, but by noon when the city folks arrive, the big boss has specifically requested specialty seafood. And you're giving me farmed grouper? What is this nonsense?" The procurement guy on the other line sounded aggrieved. "Manager Lu, it's the fishing ban season. Good stuff's not so easy to come by. Enough excuses. If you can't deliver quality dishes, just don't bother coming back." Manager Lu furiously hung up. As he turned, his eyes landed on me and the bike. He froze for a moment, then immediately broke into a broad grin. "Ah, Brother Wu, you've finally come." He grabbed my hand and shook it vigorously. "I was just thinking about you last night. Tell me, did you bring those precious butter crabs again today?" I set the bike upright and tapped the two buckets strapped to the back seat. "No butter crabs this time, but I brought something else. Take a look and see if it meets your standards, Lu Ji." Manager Lu leaned in to peek, but the lids were tightly secured, so he couldn't see a thing. Beside me, Big Brother swallowed nervously, his hands rubbing anxiously against his pant legs. After all, this was the manager of the largest restaurant in town. He usually wouldn't even dare step into its courtyard. "What treasures do you have there, all mysterious and secretive?" Manager Lu teased. I reached out and removed a lid. Inside, the buckets were packed full of fat, plump sandworms, each one crawling and squirming with a healthy sheen coating their delicate outer layers. "This Lu manager gasped audibly, his eyes widening into perfect circles. Without hesitation, he grabbed a handful. The slippery, firm texture under his palms made his voice visibly rise with excitement. Wild sandworms. So many. And all alive. I dug them up from the mudflats just last night and kept them overnight in seawater. There's no sand left in their guts, I explained with a faint smile. Manager Lu slapped his thigh in delight, his face already flushed with glee. These are lifesavers. Brother, you're my walking symbol of wealth. Midday, entertaining VIPs, with dishes like blanched sandworms and sandworm bone soup. These were signature dishes of the highest caliber. Most importantly, these were rumored to enhance virility. When the food's linked to virility, whether it tastes good or not, it's bound to sell out. Lu Ji, do you want this batch or not? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Want? Of course I want them. Anyone who tries to snatch them from me will have a problem with me. Manager Lu waved vigorously, summoning a couple of helpers. Quick, weigh them up. Price is negotiable. Big Brother watched as the workers lifted the buckets onto the scale, his heartbeat like the frantic beating of a drum. Brother, this stuff is scarce on the market right now, I'll be honest. I really need it. Manager Lu rubbed his palms and made an offer. 31 per caddy. I'll take all of it. How about that? I shook my head without replying. He gritted his teeth. 32. That's the top price, brother. Have I ever treated you poorly? I nearly rolled my eyes. Poorly? We've only ever done business once. Bringing emotions into business only complicates things. Lu Ji, you can go ask around. For wild sandworms of this size, 35 wouldn't put you at a loss. Using them to entertain VIPs brings face value that's worth far more than just a few yuan. I stood my ground, unwavering. Manager Lu studied the fat, succulent sandworms twisting in the bucket, then glanced at me. With a deep, resolute breath, he nodded. All right, 35. Weights and calculations followed. 2 buckets, net total, 124 caddies. 124 caddies, at 35 per. That's a total of 4,340. Manager Lu punched the numbers into a calculator. The moment he said the amount, Big Brother's legs nearly gave out, needing to grab hold of the bike for support. Over 4,000. Manager Lu soon had the cashier hand over the money. Moments later, a thick stack of crisp 100 yuan bills was presented. Brother, count it. I counted it twice on the spot. All correct. Lu Ji, you're decisive. If you get your hands on more of this top-notch stuff, bring it to me first. I'll always offer a satisfying price. Manager Lu made his promise with a solid slap to his chest. Leaving Hongyun Tower, Big Brother pushed the now-empty bike, dazed and lightheaded as if walking on clouds. Lil bro, this was over 4,000, he stammered after a long pause. Yep, let's talk when we're home. On the way back, Big Brother pushed the bike as if speeding to escape some imaginary threat of robbery. Upon arriving back at the old house, Wang Feng was sitting in the yard scrubbing clothes, glancing out toward the gate now and then. Hearing the sound of the bike, she immediately stood up, wiping her hands nervously on her apron. How'd it go? She asked in a hushed tone. Big Brother stopped the bike, swallowed hard, and held up 4 fingers. 4? More than 4,000. Wang Feng's legs gave out, and she slumped onto the little stool with a thud. 4,000 yuan. For this family, that was an astronomical figure. I followed into the courtyard, absent-mindedly shutting the door behind me, pulling out a thick wad of cash from my pocket, and spreading it across the 8 immortals table. The bright red bills were so striking, they made everyone's eyes swim. Both father and mother drew in a sharp breath. I counted out 10 crisp 100 yuan notes and stuffed them directly into Big Brother's hands. Big Brother, this is your compensation for last night's hard work. Take it. It was as if he had been burned. He flinched back sharply. What are you doing? I can't take this. He waved his hands repeatedly, protesting. All I did was lend a little muscle. How could I possibly accept so much money? 1,000 yuan, it was just too much. Big Brother, brothers are like arms joining forces to hunt a tiger. Without you last night, I couldn't have hauled those 100+ pounds of sandworms back on my own. I stubbornly pressed the money into his hands. Wang Feng, standing to the side, stared at the 1,000 yuan with reddened eyes but had the propriety to hold her tongue. Second brother, this is too much. We don't feel right keeping it, she said earnestly. Sister-in-law, you have to take this money, I answered, my tone calm. Little Tiger is about to start primary school. Money is needed in so many places. Besides, when I go out to the sea in the future, I can't do without Big Brother's help. I looked straight at Big Brother and laid things bare. From now on, whenever I take you fishing, we split it this way. 80% for me, 20 for you. I'll handle the scouting and the sales. If you think that's too little, you're welcome to work on your own. Big Brother scratched his head anxiously. 20% is too much. I'm just providing labor. It's settled. I cut him off before he could argue more, turning to Wang Feng. Sister-in-law, you hold on to it for him. This time, Wang Feng didn't protest. She clenched the 1,000 yuan tightly, her eyes reddened with tears. Second brother, I've said some harsh things before. Don't hold it against me, she said, sniffling. We owe you for this. We're family. No need for formalities. I smiled, then counted out another 1,000 and handed it to father. Father, from now on, I will give 1,000 yuan every month for you and mother's living expenses. As soon as the words left my mouth, Wang Feng panicked and pushed the money back. No, take it back. She set her jaw firmly, scolding. It's tradition. The eldest son is supposed to support the parents in their old age. We're occupying the new house while you and your family live in that drafty stone shack. If you give this money, the whole village will talk behind mine and big brother's backs. Mother, Li Tsuehua, began wiping her tears too. Ah Sui, your sister-in-law is right. You just started earning money, and with Yaya still young, plus the house needing repairs, you should keep it for yourself. I hated these endless polite refusals. Standing abruptly, I forced the money into mother's pocket. Sister-in-law, I know how you've secretly been helping Qin Shui and Yaya. I see it all. I softened my tone. This money is just something I owe to father and mother. I'll be out and about every day. Keeping the household running will fall to you. Push this back again, and I'll stop taking big brother fishing altogether. That blunt remark made Wang Feng blush deeply. She glanced at her honest, quiet husband, then at the ribs and rice on the table. Tears dripped down her face. All right, I'll take it, she said, wiping her tears and breaking into a smile. Turning to Qin Shui, she grabbed her. Come on, little Shui. Let's go cook. Sister-in-law is going to show off her skills for you all tonight. Qin Shui nodded sharply, her eyes glistening, and followed her into the kitchen. Nighttime. The wooden door of the stone house thudded loudly under a barrage of knocks. Qin Shui jolted awake, shaking me. Ah Sui, get up. Big brother's calling for you out there. Half asleep, I groggily checked the clock, 11:10 p.m. Big brother was certainly impatient. The tide hadn't even receded yet, and he was already banging on the door. Dragging myself out of bed, resigned, I got dressed and went outside. Big brother was standing there, holding a shovel in one hand and a bucket, with a snakeskin bag stuffed inside it, in the other. His grin stretched ear to ear. Second brother, come on. I've got everything ready. Yawning, I waddled over to the water tank and splashed some cold water on my face. Big brother, you're way too enthusiastic, even when the tide hasn't gone out yet. He leaned in close, lowered his voice, and rubbed his hands together eagerly. The earlier we go, the better spot we can snag. If we're late, there'll be nothing but mud left. While everyone's still sleeping, we can dig up a lot. Qin Shui came out, draped in a coat, and handed me a water bottle. You two be careful. Don't go too deep into the water in the dark, safety first. Patting her hand, I reassured her, don't worry. Get back to sleep. In the morning, just count the money. The two of us followed the village path toward the sea. The midnight sea breeze was rather pleasant against our faces. Big brother strode ahead, walking briskly. His headlamp's beam wavered on the dirt road. Are we heading back to the far sandbank for sandworms tonight? I brought 2 big shovels. Let's aim for another 200 pounds. I shook my head. Not this time. Big brother stopped in his tracks, flustered. Why not? That place is practically a gold mine. 48 yuan per pound. Digging a little is easy money. I pointed toward the distant tidal flats. Take a look for yourself, big brother. Following my finger, he squinted at the beach, which was dotted with dozens of glowing lights. Among the cacophony of voices drifting over, Zhao Laoxi's swearing rang out faintly. You think the villagers didn't notice the sandworms we hauled back this morning? Zhao Laoxi and the rest probably scoped our spot out ages ago. By now, they must have ransacked the place 2 or 3 times over. Wouldn't be surprised if not even sandworm eggs are left. We go there, we'll get nothing but mud. Big brother slapped his thigh in frustration, stomping his foot. Those bastards. They move so fast, don't they sleep? All out there digging at this hour. He turned to me, full of disappointment. So where now? We can't return empty-handed, can we? Deliberating for a moment, I pointed in the opposite direction. To the seawall. Big brother froze, abruptly shaking his head. What's the point of going there? It's all rocks. Apart from a few old women prying oysters off, there's nothing good there. I chuckled. Let's go check it out anyway. Worst case. If there's nothing, we'll just knock a few oysters loose for a family meal. Big brother, we'll take it slow. Money isn't something you finish earning in one go. Still sulking slightly, big brother relented, thinking about the 4,400 yuan he'd received earlier. He followed me obediently. The seawall lay on the eastern side of the village, a long stretch of rocky barricade. The terrain was tricky, with slippery stones. Few ever ventured there. Tonight, with most people clamoring for sandworms, not a soul lingered here. Waves crashed against the boulders, their dull thuds filling the air. The tide hadn't fully receded yet, leaving the bottommost rocks submerged in water. Standing atop the seawall, I silently chanted in my mind, opening the system. The radar interface appeared. On the screen, beneath the seawall, a dense cluster of bright signals lit up like a constellation. Large green spots of light blanketed the surface below, a shade darker than a green crab. My heart skipped a beat. There was definitely treasure down here. Big brother, turn on your headlamp and follow me down. I began crawling down the slanted rock face. My brother clicked on his miner's lamp and carefully followed behind. As we slow down, the rocks are covered in moss. If you slip and fall, it's no joke. We climbed down to a flat reef about a meter above the ocean's surface. I grabbed the flashlight and aimed it toward the base of the rock wall that was being incessantly washed by seawater. The beam penetrated the dark crevice. My brother followed the light with his eyes, and his sharp intake of breath gave him away. He rubbed his eyes and suddenly snatched the flashlight from my hand to get a closer look. Dear heavens! His voice trembled, and his hand holding the flashlight was unsteady. The rock wall was completely covered with countless oval-shaped objects, their shells overgrown with seaweed and bordered with a row of tiny holes. I leaned forward to get a better look. Nine-eyed abalones. Wild nine-eyed abalones. These creatures required exceptionally strict environmental conditions. They only grew in places with rapid currents and rocky outcrops. Most of the time, they stayed hidden in deep waters, exposing themselves only briefly during a low tide. Each one was about the size of half my palm, layer upon layer, crowding every available inch of the rock wall. Ajui, are those abalones? My brother stuttered in excitement, nearly drooling. I threw a bucket onto the reef, grabbed a small shovel, and barked, "Stop standing around. Start prying. These things grip tightly. You won't get them off with bare hands. Use the shovel to scrape them loose." My brother glanced at his oversized iron spade and looked utterly regretful. If I had known we were going to be collecting abalones, I wouldn't have brought this damn thing. I eyed his spade and smirked. Big brother, just take the handle off the spade, problem solved. Hurry up, before someone else comes along. We won't be able to outcompete the local fisherwives. He glared at his spade, gritted his teeth, and then found a rock to smash off the handle. Without a word, he leaped into the waist-deep seawater. To pry abalones off quickly, you had to move fast and catch them off guard. Insert the tool deep beneath them, then flip them with force. Cold seawater seeped into my pant legs, but I didn't feel the chill. I raised the spade and pried it against an abalone on the rock wall. With a clack, a 3-ounce wild nine-eyed abalone fell into the water. Wu Gang quickly scooped it up. It was heavy in his hands, meaty and firm, the edges still contracting inward. We've struck gold. Real gold. His face was flushed with excitement. This thing sells for over 100 yuan per gene in town. Way more valuable than those ragworms. I ignored him, jumping into the water myself. Aiming at a crevice, I gave a strong twist with the small shovel, and 2 large, stuck-together abalones fell into our bucket. A system notification pinged in my mind. Unlocked new compendium entry, awarded 100 merit points. But right now, who had the energy to care about that? All I saw was money. We two brothers unleashed a wild frenzy beneath the seawall. Wild abalones stick incredibly fast. If you failed on the first pry, they clamped down harder, requiring mountains of effort to get them off. Neither of us acknowledged our arm fatigue. The beams of light from our lamps darting across the rock wall, the sound of metal striking stone echoing nonstop. The bucket visibly filled with abalones. After over an hour of relentless effort, neither of us had taken a break. Wu Gang was panting heavily. Propping the spade in the water, he shook out his sore arms. Ajui, this spot is about done for. My bucket's nearly full, must weigh 40 or 50 gene by now. I straightened my back, wiped the sweat off my brow, and glanced at my own bucket, now more than half full. Let's switch spots. Move eastward along the seawall. The water's deeper there. There must be more stuff. Wu Gang perked up, hoisting his bucket as he followed me. Let's go, let's go. We're not leaving tonight until this seawall is picked clean. The further east we went, the steeper the reef and the fiercer the waves. The green spots on my radar grew denser. In truth, coastal foraging was monotonous, just the endless repetition of one motion. One swing of a tool after another. We worked our way eastward, continuously striking the reef with our spades and shovels. There was just too much good stuff underwater. Wu Gang pried off another 3-ounce nine-eyed abalone and tossed it into the bucket. He straightened up to breathe heavily. Ajui, have we gathered over 100 gene by now? Wiping the salty seawater from his face, he trembled with exhilaration. If we take this haul to Hanyun restaurant, Manager Liu will go crazy with excitement. Planting my shovel in the crevice for support, I flexed my arms. Big brother, Hanyun restaurant can't handle this batch. Wu Gang froze and stared at me dumbly. I lowered my voice. These are wild nine-eyed abalones. The town's consumption level is what it is. Hangyun can sell maybe 10 a day at most. What's Manager Lu supposed to do with a few hundred gene? These things can't stay alive long. Once the water temperature changes and they die, the whole batch will rot. Wu Gang stomped anxiously. Then what do we do? Tomorrow, we head to town and check out the procurement station first. If that doesn't work, we rent a small truck and deliver these directly to the seafood wholesale market in the city. The big bosses in that scene will pay more. Hearing that the price could go higher, Wu Gang's spirits rebounded. He bent down and continued prying. As we chatted, a sudden flash on my mental radar caught my attention. A green glow 3 to 4 times bigger than the others appeared under a massive boulder to my left. My heart raced. Taking a deep breath, I plunged my head underwater. Beneath the dark waves, guided by my headlamp, my fingers found the crevice. The moment my hand touched it, I felt a hard, seaweed-covered, oval shell. This size, it's insane. I couldn't afford to take risks. If I couldn't pry it off in one move, I'd have to resort to cracking the stone. Carefully, I worked the tip of my shovel into the crevice. Gripping the handle with both hands, I braced my feet on the seafloor and pressed down hard. With a muffled crack, the abalone came loose. Gasping for air, I surfaced, something clutched in my hand. Wu Gang hurried over, shining his headlamp. When he saw the object, he let out a sharp gasp. Dear heavens, that's an abalone? It's as big as a turtle. In my hand was an enormous nine-eyed abalone, its thick shell encrusted with seaweed. The meat underneath was so plump it nearly spilled from the shell, glistening a luscious meaty yellow and still writhing slightly. I weighed it in my palm. At least half a gene, if not more. Big brother, have you ever heard the saying, a double-head abalone is worth its weight in gold? What does that mean? Wu Gang scratched his head. An abalone so large that it's only 2 per gene is called a double-head abalone. In the city, something like this would sell for at least a few $100 on its own. Taking the colossal specimen, I sealed it in a net pouch for safekeeping. Wu Gang's knees almost gave out, and he nearly fell backward into the water. Just one abalone like this was worth more than months of hauling sacks at the docks. God is my witness, we are emptying out this seawall tonight. Wu Gang won't leave until it's barren. He roared, completely losing his mind over the discovery. Raised half of an iron shovel, unleashing a frenzied assault against the rocky wall. We buried ourselves in hard labor, flipping over the reef stones at the base of the flood control levee until they were completely overturned. We toiled tirelessly until past 4 in the morning. The sea breeze was growing colder, and the tide was starting to rise. I pried at several empty crevices in a row. My back was on the verge of breaking. Most of the large abalones in this area were already harvested, leaving behind nothing but tiny baby abalones the size of fingernails. Big brother, that's enough. The ones left are too small. Let's leave them to grow for another day, I said, tossing down my sand shovel and shaking out my numb arms. I turned and glanced back, only to see Wu Gang ignoring me as he crouched with his back turned, desperately scraping at the shaded side of a reef. Big brother, what are you up to? Let's go. He didn't lift his head, his hands busy tossing something into a snakeskin bag with a rustling sound. I walked over and shone my headlamp. Countless bitter snails clung tightly to the rocky crevices, each the size of a thumb and with shells covered in sharp bumps. These creatures, formerly known as wart lychee snails, had a bit of bitterness in the meat near the tail, but the more you chewed, the more fragrant the flavor became. Villagers would collect them, stir-fry them with chili peppers, and serve them as the perfect accompaniment to alcohol. But they weren't worth much. Big brother, why are you gathering these worthless things? I asked disdainfully. The collection stations only pay a little over 1 yuan per pound. What's the point of the effort? Wu Gang's hands moved faster and faster as though afraid the snails might escape. A little over a yuan isn't money? Look at this, all over the reef. Take them all back, and we'd have at least over 100 pounds, which is more than 100 yuan. Do you know how many pounds of rice that can buy? I was speechless. After gathering nearly 300 pounds of wild abalone in one night, earning us several tens of thousands of yuan, this guy still cared about a measly 100 yuan worth of bitter snails. But watching his desperate determination, I understood too well. The fear of poverty makes it impossible not to pick up even the smallest coins you find on the ground. I sighed and squatted down to help collect the snails. Fine, let's do it together. Quickly, though. It's almost dawn, and the village aunties will be out here scavenging soon. The bitter snails around here were surprisingly large. Grabbing one handful at a time quickly filled our bags. As dawn began breaking on the horizon, and rooster crows echoed from the distant village, we had packed the bitter snails into 2 large sacks entirely. Big brother, we can't delay any longer, I said in a low voice, glancing around. Take the small path home and bring our wagon. We can't carry these 300 pounds of abalone back on our own. Wu Gang wiped the sweat off his face. Got it. You stay and keep watch. I'll head back right away. With that, He scrambled up the levee and disappeared into the early morning mist. I didn't dare slack off and continued collecting bitter snails. Gotta keep up appearances, just in case someone walked by. If asked, I'd merely say I was picking snails. They weren't valuable enough to attract envy. After waiting for about 20 minutes, the sound of wagon wheels rolling came from the levee. I poked my head up to see Wu Gang running back, drenched in sweat and pushing the wagon, with his wife, Wang Feng, trotting behind him clutching several snakeskin bags. The three of us hurriedly loaded 6 heavy bags of abalone onto the wagon. I deliberately spilled out half the contents of the 2 snail bags to scatter them over the abalone bags as camouflage. Standing atop the reef, Wang Feng's eyes lit up at the sight of the remaining snails. Dear heavens, look at all these bitter snails. And they're so big. She rolled up her sleeves and leapt into the water pit. Hey, little brother, at this size, they could sell for 2 yuan a pound. Why didn't you finish picking them up? I quickly tried to stop her. Sister-in-law, it's already daylight. If anyone notices the abalone in the cart, we'll be in trouble. Hurry, let's go. Wang Feng shoved me aside without hesitation. What are you afraid of? You two push the cart back, leave the snails to me. She moved her hands swiftly, collecting snails quicker than even Wu Gang had. Sister-in-law, there really isn't time. Just go back and don't worry about me, she snapped, not even looking up as she muttered curses under her breath. Over 100 yuan. Do you know how much meat that could buy? What a wasteful pair of dimwits. I knew arguing was futile. This sister-in-law had always been notoriously frugal, cherishing every penny more than her own kin. Wu Gang rubbed his hands together. Ajui, let her pick them. She's faster than I am. Let's hurry back and deal with the abalone. Leave them too long, and they'll start dying. With no other choice, I let her be. We hadn't even walked far before noise stirred on the levee. Zhao Laosi, an early riser heading to scavenge the shore, wobbled over carrying a tattered water bucket. He took one look at Wang Feng stubbornly bent over and frantically picking snails, with her bag half filled already, and shouted in surprise. Hey, Wu Gang's wife. When did all these snails suddenly show up? Zhao's beady eyes darted mischievously as he hollered loudly towards the levee. Wife, come quick. Tons of bitter snails down here. Wang Feng straightened indignantly and glared at him. Shouting like that. Are you mourning someone, or what? Unfazed, Zhao waded into the water and began raking snails into his bucket. Hey, Wu Gang's wife. This sea isn't your family's property. First come, first served. Before long, a few other village women, hearing the commotion, arrived at the scene, quickly turning the shore into a lively buzz of activity. Wang Feng watched helplessly as the snails she considered hers were being snatched up, her heart bleeding inside. If only those 2 good-for-nothing fools had called her earlier. How much more could they have earned? While she fretted, Zhao's wife sidled over sneakily, whispering in a nosy tone. Earlier, I saw Wu Gang and Ajui pushing a wagon back. The wheel ruts were so deep. What kind of treasure were they hauling, huh? Wang Feng's heart skipped a beat. Trouble. Amid her obsession with the snails, she had completely forgotten about the load of abalone the 2 had carted off. Heavy enough to leave deep grooves in the mud, the snails didn't weigh nearly as much. If the villagers found out the real contents, wild abalone, that would be enough to make their envy explode. The Wu family's doorstep wouldn't survive the day. Feigning calm, she shifted slightly to block view of her half-full snail bag. What else could it be? Bitter snails, of course, she declared loudly with a wave of her hand. Those 2 dummies spent all night picking up snails, got over 200 pounds. It's dead heavy, so they insisted on hauling it home. Just over a yuan a pound. Such hard, thankless work. Zhao's wife clicked her tongue, her hands never stopping. Over 200 pounds? That's still worth 2 to 300 yuan, she remarked with a hint of jealousy. 2 to 300 yuan wasn't nothing, but not quite enough to provoke door-banging envy among the villagers. Seeing that the shore was still abundant with snails, Zhao's wife focused on her task instead of probing further. Wang Feng secretly exhaled in relief, her palms sweaty. The explanation finally passed muster. She quickened her pace, collecting the remaining large snails before hoisting the bag onto her shoulder and climbing the levee. She needed to hurriedly check if the abalone stash had been hidden well. The old wooden door creaked open as it was bumped forcefully. Wu Gang pushed the wagon straight into the yard, its wheels barely halting before I quickly latched the door from inside. What's going on? Li Tsuehua, startled, turned mid-step from feeding slop to the pigs. Wu Jiangwo emerged, draped in a jacket and puffing on his pipe, gazing at his 2 panting, sweat-soaked sons. Father, mother, give us a hand, quick. I whispered urgently, gesturing towards the sacks loaded on the wagon. The family frantically hustled the 6 hefty bags into the main room and sealed the doors and windows shut. Opening a bag, giving it a hard tug. Clatter, more than half a bag of 9-eyed abalone spilled onto the ground. The smallest was the size of a duck egg, the largest as big as half a palm. The room fell completely silent, not even the sound of breathing. Li Tsuehua dropped the slop bucket in her hands with a clang. Wu Jiangwo's tobacco pipe fell onto the table, making him retract his hand from the burn. Father, they're all wild caught, and there's a big one underneath, weighing half a caddy, Wu Gang said as he reached into the bag and pulled out the monstrous abalone. Holding it in both hands, its plump flesh still wriggling, and the shell covered in seaweed. Li Tsuehua's legs went weak, and she slumped onto the bench. Dear heavens, how much would this sell for? I didn't have time to contemplate and turned to leave. Big brother, go to the ice factory at the dock and get some ice, quickly. These things die easily out of water, especially in this heat. If they aren't fresh, they won't sell well. Father, mother, start sorting them out. I'll buy breakfast and go get Chen Shui to help. Without a word, Wu Gang grabbed some money and dashed out. Half an hour later, I returned with buns and fried dough sticks, pushing open the courtyard gate. Chen Shui followed with several clean plastic basins in her hands. The moment she stepped into the main room, she froze. The floor was covered with abalones. My parents were squatting on the ground, sorting them by size into the basins. My father, having been a fisherman his whole life, had sharp eyes. With just a quick glance and a flick of his fingers, he could grade them into 3 categories. I'll sway this. Chen Shui swallowed hard. Eat first, work after. I grabbed a bun and stuffed it into my mouth. But no one had the mind to eat. Taking a few careless bites, everyone rushed to the pile of abalones. Wild abalones are resilient, but even they can't survive too long out of water. I crouched by a basin, gripping a small sharp knife in my hand. While my mom turned to grab another basin, I flipped my wrist. The knife tip jabbed into a hefty abalone weighing about 3 taels, prying it open with force. Ouch! I exaggerated a yelp. The plump abalone meat popped out of its shell, fell to the ground, and got covered in dust. What are you doing? My mom hurriedly picked it up, heart aching, and washed it in the water basin. This is a big one. It could sell for a lot. The shell is broken, and the meat's exposed. How could the boss still want it? I scratched my head, feigning nonchalance. Slip my hand, that's all. Don't worry, the meat's no longer alive either. It's not worth selling anyway. Let's just cook it for lunch. Angry, my mom jabbed her finger into my forehead. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is how to eat. Swallowing hundreds of bucks a bite. You're not afraid of shaving years off your life, are you? I chuckled, not arguing back. Then I went in for another. Whoops, this shell's too brittle, broke again. One reverse slash. This one's suction is too tight, tore the meat apart. In just 10 minutes, I intentionally ruined 6 prime wild abalones, all weighing above 3 taels each. Chen Shui, standing nearby, caught on. She tugged my sleeve, suppressing her laughter. This time, even my mom saw through it. Trembling with rage, she grabbed the broom handle, ready to swing. You little rascal. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Your dad and I gnawed on bark and swallowed bitter greens all our lives. How are we fit to eat such precious things? You goddamn spendthrift. Get out of my sight and stop ruining my money. Dodging and weaving, I packed the 6 ruined abalones into a bowl and shoved it into Chen Shui's hands. Mom, money's earned to be spent. You and Dad have bad knees and backs, so what's wrong with eating something nice to replenish your health? These 6 are on me. Deduct it from my share, okay? My dad tapped his tobacco pipe and let out a sigh, though a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. All right. Second son's being filial, stop scolding. Hurry up and get to work. My mom shot me a glare, muttering spendthrift under her breath, but her hands moved more gently after that. By the time my elder brother Wu Gang returned, he was pedaling a 3-wheeled cart. The cart bed held 2 towering blocks of transparent ice, steaming cold mist into the air. I stepped forward to help unload. The ice factory owner wouldn't even lend out the cart. Had to give him 2 packs of Hongtishan cigarettes before he agreed, he said. My mom brought a hammer, smiling as she wiped sweat off my brother's forehead. The family gathered around the cart, hammering at the ice blocks. In the main room, several white foam boxes were already prepared. I spread a thick layer of crushed ice at the bottom of a box, while my dad carefully arranged the sorted abalones in neat layers. His movements were as tender as cradling a newborn. Dad, don't seal it completely. Leave some ventilation so they can breathe. These things are delicate. If one suffocates, it'll be a huge loss. We ended up filling 8 big foam boxes. I tied the boxes securely onto the tricycle with rope and turned to look at Chen Shui, who was washing her hands. Sister-in-law's probably still over at the flood embankment, picking whelks. By now, I bet her back's killing her. Go bring some empty bags and fetch her. Chen Shui wiped her hands dry on her apron. All right, I'm on it. I leaned in closer and lowered my voice. Keep an eye out for the neighborhood gossipers. If anyone asks where my brother and I went in the middle of the night, just stick to the story, picking whelks. Not a word more. Chen Shui nodded repeatedly, then pushed a wheelbarrow, and carried a few fertilizer sacks out the door. My mom, still uneasy, urged my dad to go along. She stayed home to watch the two little ones. The sun was fully up by now. My brother and I took turns pedaling the cart, heading straight for town. At Hanyun Tower, Manager Liu lifted a lid and glanced inside. Immediately, he waved his hands and smiled bitterly. "Brother, are you trying to kill me? That many wild nine-eyed abalones, every single one so plump. Even if people dine here every day, it'd take me a month to finish these." I handed him a cigarette. "Brother Liu, yours is the busiest business in town. If you can't handle it, I'll have to rent a cart and haul these to the wholesale market in the city." He tucked the cigarette behind his ear. "Going to the city is too troublesome. In this heat, if you lose a batch on the road, you'll have nowhere to cry about it." He pointed toward the dock. "There's a seafood purchasing station over there called Haishan. The boss, Lin Tao, is a reliable guy. Fair prices, never skimps on weights. Mention my name, and he'll give you an honest deal." I clapped my hands in gratitude and pedaled straight to the dock. Haishan Seafood was a two-story small building, the first floor for purchases and the second for living quarters. A shirtless, tan man was changing the water in a tank, while a ponytailed woman nearby jotted down notes. I parked the tricycle by the entrance. "Boss Lin." The man looked up and wiped his hands. "I'm Lin Tao. Brother, here to sell goods. Lou from Honyun Tower sent me. Got some premium stock, do you buy?" Lin Tao chuckled. "Sent by Brother Lou? What good stuff did you bring? Let me take a look." I untied the rope and lifted the lid of one box. Lin Tao leaned in, and the woman peeked over too. "Wild nine-eyed abalone? The meat's so thick it's about to burst out of the shell. Brother, did you just come back from the sea?" I shook my head and said I was just lucky to find it. "Boss Lin, make me an offer. It's a total of over 300 caddies, and I've already sorted them into large, medium, and small sizes." Lin Tao took a deep breath and became more enthusiastic. "Since Brother Lou introduced you, I won't play games with you." He grabbed a calculator and tapped away at it. "Given the current market, for the 6 to 8 head ones, I'll give you 40 each. For the 5 head ones, 55 each. For the 4 to 3 head ones, 90 each. And for the even larger ones that are rare in the market, I'll give 150 each. Does that work?" He pushed the calculator over to me. "Your abalone are fresh and lively, so I'll add another 10%. I did some quick mental calculations. I had originally thought that the abalone would be priced by weight, but apparently, it was based on size. All right, we roughly sorted them at home. Check them to see if it works for you. If not, we can sort them here on the spot." The young woman moved quickly, grabbing a few large plastic crates, and several of us started sorting. The 6-head abalone were the most numerous, making up roughly half. There were plenty of 5-head and 4-head ones, too. Finally, there were a few even larger, over 3-head ones. From a separate net bag, I pulled out the largest one. "Boss Lin, how would you price this one?" Lin Tao took the net bag and looked inside, his eyes nearly popping out of his sockets. The half-a-caddy giant double-head abalone lay quietly inside, its suction disc clinging to the net. "My goodness, I've been in this business for 10 years and have rarely seen one of these. Brother, your luck." He gave me a thumbs up. "This one will price separately, flat rate, 800 yuan. The young woman calculated quickly in her notebook. "The small ones come to 6,600, the medium-sized ones, 12,000, the large ones, 4,950, and along with this one, 800. A total of 27,150 yuan. My big brother, standing to the side, almost fainted at the number. His legs went soft, and he had to cling to the truck to avoid collapsing. 27,000. My goodness, since when has going to the sea yielded such profits?" Lin Tao opened a drawer, pulled out 3 stacks of 100 yuan bills, counted them, stuffed them into a plastic bag, and handed it to me. "Brother, if you ever get more of these high-quality goods, bring them straight to me. I'll ensure you're happy with the price." I took the money and stuffed it into the cloth bag hanging on my bike's handlebars. "All right, as long as your prices are fair, all the good stuff will go to you." My older brother's hands trembled like leaves, and he hung the cloth bag around his neck, covering it tightly with his jacket. As we left Haishan Seafood Market and passed by the town's mobile service shop, I squeezed the brakes. "Big brother, wait for me outside for a moment. What are you up to? It's already noon. Let's hurry home. Carrying so much money on us is making me nervous as hell." I ignored him and walked straight in, pointing at the Nokia display. "Boss, I'll take 2 3,310s and 2 phone cards." My big brother, uneasy, followed me inside. One look and he got a fright, grabbing my arm and lowering his voice to scold me. "Ajui, are you crazy? These metal gadgets cost over 1,000 apiece. Why are you buying stuff like this?" I patted his hand. "Big brother, from now on, we'll be dealing with buyers at the seafood market every day. How can we manage without a phone? Do you expect me to pedal my tricycle over a dozen miles every time just to ask for their offer?" The The shopkeeper swiftly brought out 2 packaged boxes. Altogether, 3,100. The cards are set up for you. My big brother nearly jumped out of his skin with anxiety. Just buy one. Why on earth are you getting 2? Do you have money to burn? I paid the money and packed up the phones. One's for Xiaoxue. She's home alone with the child. This way she can reach me easily if there's an emergency. Brother, do you want one too? He waved his hands wildly and stepped backward. We have a landline at home. I don't need it, too extravagant. I knew his temperament, that years of poverty had made him resistant to any extravagances. I didn't press him further. A Nokia from the year 2000 felt pretty solid in hand. I just wondered how effective it'd be at cracking walnuts. With the 2 phones and SIM cards set up, I swung back to Haishun and exchanged contacts with Lin Tao. Leaving the docks, I stopped by the farmer's market and picked up 2 caddies of pork belly and a chicken. I still remembered how Chen Shui said just yesterday, with that money, it'd be better to buy some chicken to nourish ourselves. At the Wu family courtyard, sister-in-law Wang Feng sat on a small stool, rubbing her lower back, though her face was glowing with cheer. Chen Shui carried a basin of water, washing towels. The yard gate opened. My older brother pedaled the tricycle inside, and I followed behind, carrying the pork belly and chicken. The moment Wang Feng saw the 2 of us, she raised her voice dramatically. You 2 finally decided to come back. Let me tell you, down by the flood control embankment, there are clusters of snails everywhere. Xiaoxue and I gathered over 200 caddies this morning. She stood up and patted her bulging pockets. Coins and small bills jingled loudly inside. Sold them for 320 yuan. The villagers down there were acting like rabid dogs, scrambling everywhere. If I hadn't been quick, we wouldn't even get a taste. She shot a critical glance at me. You 2 are really clueless with timing. If you'd called me earlier, we'd have easily made several hundred more. My brother parked the tricycle, smiling as he rushed forward to support her by the arm, even massaging her back. Though Wang Feng told him off in mock disdain, the smile on her face stretched from ear to ear. I carried the meat and chicken into the kitchen, then came back out and pulled a little paper box from my pocket, handing it to Chen Shui. What's this? She asked, drying her hands on her apron as she took the box. I began peeling off the packaging for her. Chen Shui was startled, recoiling slightly as though the box might burn her. She nearly dropped it. Inside was the phone she'd seen before in the town's shop window, the one with a price tag of over 1,000 yuan. Azhui, why on earth did you buy this? How much money did it cost? She exclaimed, clearly distressed. For convenience. From now on, when I go out to sea or head to town to sell goods, you can call me directly if you need anything. I pulled out an identical model from my pocket, waving it at her. I turned on her phone, saved my number into it, and taught her how to dial. Stand still for a second. I'll run outside so you can see how it works. I jogged out the courtyard gate, intentionally shutting it behind me. Chen Shui stood in the doorway, frozen, clutching the phone nervously. Seconds later, the phone buzzed to life, ringing brightly. Answer it. Press the green button. Wang Feng, suddenly re-energized despite her earlier backache, leaned in eagerly, her eyes shining. Chen Shui cautiously pressed the button and put the phone to her ear. Hello? Xiaoxue, can you hear me? My voice carried a slight electrical hum over the phone. Before she could respond, she heard me calling loudly from outside the yard. Can you hear me? Chen Shui couldn't help but burst into laughter. I can hear you just fine. Even without this gadget, I could hear you yelling from outside the gate. My mother emerged from the kitchen carrying a bowl of freshly washed vegetables. Seeing the young couple talking on the phone across the wall, she laughed so hard her shoulders shook. Head. All right, come on in. 2 grown adults still showing off like children. I pushed the door open and walked in, tucking my phone into my pocket. My mother glanced around, secured the courtyard gate, pulled me into the main room, and lowered her voice. Stop fooling around. Those boxes of goods this morning, have they been sold? How much? My father tapped the bowl of his tobacco pipe, strolling over with his hands behind his back. When my older brother heard this, his goofy grin disappeared, and his expression turned serious. He walked quickly to close all the windows, even pulling down the door curtain. Wang Feng, puzzled, blurted, shutting the windows in broad daylight. Gonna suffocate us. My older brother ignored her and took off his short-sleeved shirt. Hanging around his neck was a worn canvas bag pressed against his chest. He removed the bag, unzipped it, and dumped its contents directly onto the 8-sided table. Clatter. 2 stacks of neatly bound 100 yuan notes, secured with craft paper, along with a pile of loose cash, tumbled onto the tabletop. The room fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. My mother's legs gave out, and she collapsed onto the bench, her lips trembling. The tobacco pipe in my father's hand dropped to the floor with a clang and rolled to the table's base. Wang Feng's jaw dropped, her eyes fixed on the pile of red bills. She pointed and stammered for a while. All this money is from selling the goods? My older brother swallowed hard, his voice unsteady. Yeah, in total, it's 27,150. 27,000. Wang Feng shrieked, immediately covering her mouth, afraid her voice might carry out into the courtyard. I pulled a chair over, sat down, and gathered the money on the table in front of me. I counted out 5 stacks of cash, then added 400 yuan bills and 150 yuan note, pushing the total over to my older brother. Elder brother, here's your share, 5,430 yuan. Count it. My brother waved his hands repeatedly, backing away like the money was scalding hot. Asway, I can't take this. You're the one who found the goods, paved the connections. I just sweated a bit. How can I take so much? Sister-in-law Wang Feng grew anxious, rushing over to push the money back to me. Second brother, your elder brother is right. We can't take this money. You helping your elder brother make a living is already a huge favor. A token 100 or so is plenty. I straightened my face, forcefully stuffing the money into my brother's hands. Elder brother, sister-in-law, clear accounts keep relations clean among family. We said an 80-20 split, and that's how it will be. If you don't take it, I'll go to the sea myself next time. I won't call on my brother anymore. My brother's face flushed red, and he turned to look at my father. My father picked up his tobacco pipe, sighed, and said, "Take it. The second one has made something of himself. It's his goodwill. Work together as brothers from now on." Only then, with red eyes, did my brother clutch the money tightly. My sister-in-law's eyes reddened too. She was usually thrifty to the point of obsession, so scared of poverty that every penny seemed to be split in half before being spent. Now, seeing my gesture of goodwill, her emotions were complex. Suddenly, she slapped her thigh, took out the 320 yuan earned from selling clams that morning, counted out 160, and stuffed it into my wife Chen Shue's hand. Sister-in-law, you had a tough morning too. Let's split the clam money 50-50. Chen Shue quickly refused. Sister-in-law, this isn't right. You did most of the work. I was just helping out. Take it when I give it to you. My sister-in-law got impatient and shoved it into her pocket. What? You look down on me as your sister-in-law. In the past, I had a sharp tongue and said some harsh things. You don't take it to heart, all right? From now on, let's live well as one family. Chen Shue held the money, tears welling up in her eyes, and nodded firmly. Lunch was sumptuous. A big pot of stewed chicken and potatoes, a bowl of braised pork, and even a few abalones I intentionally nicked were sliced thin and stir-fried into a dish. The whole family gathered around the 8-sided table, eating to their heart's content. Little Yaya gnawed on a big chicken leg. Her small face was smudged like a kitten's. It was the most bountiful and satisfying meal the Wu family had eaten in years. After lunch, I cleaned up the dishes and returned to the stone house with Chen Shue and Yaya. Once inside, Chen Shue secured the courtyard gate and pulled me into the inner room. She placed the money on the table. Asway, where should we keep this money? I feel uneasy carrying it with me. I pointed at a broken brick opening under the bed. Put it there for now. Tomorrow, we'll head to the town and deposit it in a bank. She nodded, carefully wrapped the money in a plastic bag, stuffed it into the brick hole, and used some items to cover it up. After settling Yaya in her nap, I walked out to the courtyard to wash my face. Watching the radiant Chen Shue, I couldn't help but swallow hard. The stone house wasn't spacious to begin with. The windows were pitifully small, making the interior stuffy and hot. Chen Shue sat at the edge of the bed, fanning the napping Yaya with an old straw fan. She wore a short-sleeved floral shirt that had faded from washing, with a slightly open neckline revealing her pale neck. Sweat trickled down her cheek, giving her a touch of allure. My Adam's apple bobbed as I walked over, sat beside her, and casually wrapped my arm around her waist. "Yaya's asleep?" I asked in a low voice, leaning closer to her ear. Her body stiffened, a blush spreading across her face as she quickly pushed my hand away. "Stop it, the child's here." I looked at Yaya sprawled out on the bed, one leg draped over Chen Shue's, and sighed helplessly. This house is too small. The three of us squeezed onto one wooden bed. It's so cramped that even turning over risks falling off. Makes it hard to do anything. Chen Shue's face turned an even deeper shade of red. She smacked my arm with the fan. "Watch what you're saying, in broad daylight. This house is fine. You've fixed the roof so it doesn't leak anymore. Having shelter is good enough." I shook my head, sat upright, and held her hand that was gripping the fan. "No, that won't do. How can my wife and child live in a rundown stone house for their whole lives?" "Xiao Shue, I want to discuss something with you." "What is it?" "When we have a little more money, we'll talk to the village chief and request a bigger plot of land to build a 2-story red brick house. The courtyard will be spacious. I'll make a grape trellis for you and a swing for Yaya. Yaya will have her own room, and we'll have ours." Chen Shue froze. The fan halted midair. After a while, she snapped out of it, but her eyes didn't hold the excitement I had expected. "Asway, building a 2-story house costs a lot, doesn't it?" she asked, her voice trembling. I heard the village chief's two-story house cost tens of thousands. Even though we have some money now, we can't afford to splurge like that. I smiled. Don't worry about the money. Didn't we just make 27,000 in one trip? The sea here is our treasure trove. If I work harder, we'll save up for the house before long. Chen Shui didn't say a word, silently pulling her hand back and resuming fanning Yaya. The room fell quiet, with only the soft sound of the fan breaking the stillness. I sensed something was off, so I leaned closer to look at her. She lowered her head. Made my day? That's more like my brother. Trust me, tonight you'll strike it rich. Let me tell you, this boss isn't like the usual riffraff. He's big time, dude. We're talking hundreds of thousands in the pot. Easy. His words were as greasy as his smirk. Pulling out a pack of cheap cigarettes, he clumsily lit one, puffing smoke in an obnoxiously self-assured way. At that moment, his gaunt face seemed stretched like a fox ready to pounce on naive prey. All right, what time? I played along, still smiling but now with a sharpness to it. 7. I'll swing by to pick you up. He seemed too distracted, licking his lips while eyeing the small wooden table laden with dishes. Clearly, his intention went beyond just gambling. Now, since I've run into you during dinner. He leered, grabbing at the chopsticks and making for the red braised pork. Without hesitation, I slapped his hand down hard. The sharp sound echoed in the humble courtyard. His face darkened with embarrassment, but before he could retort, I said evenly, what's mine is mine. You'll get your share after tonight's luck. Right. His twitch of irritation smoothed out, though his pride visibly stung. Look at you, careful as ever. Sure, business first, he said, rubbing his hand with a forced chuckle. Behind me, Chen Shui let out a barely audible sigh of relief, holding Yaya tighter as if ensuring she tethered down every fragment of the little one's innocence. Despite the moment's tension, Yaya seemed completely unfazed, her world revolving only around the ants she'd been curiously following. The atmosphere crackled with unspoken words as sunset hues deepened over the little yard. For all intents and purposes, I appeared calm, amicably walking old friends into the snare. But inside, the storm brewed dangerously. Tonight, I would tear open this past demon without hesitation. If in this life I had the chance to rewrite tragic fates, then this man, this vulture, would be the first to learn what despair truly meant. That's right. I knew Brother Sway was straightforward. So, should we head out now? Wait a moment. I need to grab something from inside. I turned around and strode into the kitchen. Chen Shui panicked, tears welling up as she rushed to grab my arm. Sway, you promised me just now. I patted the back of her hand, giving her a reassuring look, signaling her to stand back. I walked out of the kitchen. There was no money in my hands, just a cleaver. Step by step, I approached Feng Shengli. What are you doing? His smile froze on his face. He stumbled backward with fear. I moved closer, towering over him. The back of the cleaver rhythmically tapped against my palm. Just now, you said you wanted to take me somewhere to make big money, right? Come on, say it louder. Let me hear. He stared at the gleaming blade, his Adam's apple moving as his legs began to quiver. Brother Sway, don't scare your brother like this, with a knife. He forced a dry laugh, retreating step by step. I did not respond, my steps unrelenting, cornering him until his back hit the mud wall behind him. He had nowhere to go. Where? Where's this place to make big money? I flipped the cleaver, pressing its back against his cheek. The new venue on East Street. His voice trembled, raising both hands in front of his chest, gesturing hesitantly. I twisted my wrist, letting the edge of the blade trace from his cheek down to his neck, stopping at the artery. East Street, that place? Where they consume you to the bones and spit nothing out. And you want me to go there? I had good intentions. Good intentions? Raising my hand, I brought the cleaver down. Thunk. The cleaver embedded itself into the mud wall behind him, inches from his ear. Feng Shengli let out a shriek, his legs giving out as he slumped to the ground against the wall, a spreading wet stain forming in his pants. I narrowed my eyes in disgust, crouching down to grab the collar of his floral-patterned shirt, hauling him up by pure force. Feng Shengli, listen up. I patted his pale face. That reckless Wu Sui of before. Dead. Gone. The me standing here now has a wife and a child. I only want to live quietly and peacefully. I pulled out the cleaver from the wall and waved it before his eyes. From now on, you and your good-for-nothing friends. If any of you dare so much as set foot in my courtyard again, I'll see you once, and I'll chop you once. Got it. He nodded furiously like a chicken pecking at grain, his face streaked with tears and mucus. Understood, Brother Sway. I'll never dare again. Get lost. I released him, and he scrambled out of the courtyard, stumbling and rolling as he fled, leaving even his shoes behind as he disappeared within seconds. The courtyard fell silent. I returned the cleaver to the kitchen, my gaze cold. This matter was far from over. Chen Shui stood there, still shielding our daughter Yaya, staring at me blankly. I walked over to wash my hands. It's over, I said. She could no longer hold back, throwing herself into my arms as she burst into tears. I thought you were going to go with them again. I patted her back, speaking gently. Never again. I'll never go again. If anyone dares to call me to gamble, I'll hack them up with a knife. Yaya hugged my leg. Daddy won't leave. Daddy beats up bad guys. I scooped her up and planted a kiss on her cheek. Daddy won't leave. Daddy will stay with Yaya. That meal was nerve-wracking, but Chen Shui seemed to feel reassured for the first time in a long while. She could sense it. I had changed. Not pretending, but a transformation that ran deep to my very core. That night, the three of us squeezed together on the small bed. She leaned into my arms on her own, and I wrapped her in my embrace naturally. No words were spoken, but our heartbeats were close, synchronizing in silence. The night was quiet. I was comfortably dreaming about conquering great heights when my phone violently buzzed against the pillow. Annoyed, I snatched it up. Hello? Second brother, get moving now. My elder brother Wu Gang's booming voice nearly made my eardrums ache. I glanced at the clock. It was just past midnight, an hour before the tide would go out. Big brother, the tide's not out yet. What's the rush? Rush? Are you kidding me? The village folks are about to trample the tidal flats flat. We're waiting for you at the village entrance. With that, he hung up. Chen Shui stirred awake, rubbing her eyes. Who was it? Big brother urging me to go catch seafood. Stay in bed with Yaya. Don't worry about me. She got up and filled a thermos with cold-boiled water for me. I picked up my bucket and sand shovel, heading out the door. The village road was pitch black, only the disordered sound of footsteps echoing faintly in the distance. When I reached the village entrance, two black silhouettes came into view. Not just my elder brother, but also his wife, Wang Feng. Wang Feng, her head wrapped in a floral kerchief, was kicking at stones impatiently. The moment she saw me approach, her mouth fired off like a machine gun. Good heavens, you've finally come out. Do you know what time it is? The Chen family has already left with 4 buckets, and even the one-legged guy from the east side of the village got out before us. By the time we get there, not even shrimp shells will be left. My elder brother dared not speak under her scolding, only rubbing his hands sheepishly. I raised the sand shovel. Sister-in-law, catching seafood depends on luck and sharp eyes. Early's not always as good as timely. Let's go. All the way there, Wang Feng didn't stop, ranting about how late we were. But when we finally reached the tidal flats where sandworm digging was best, I stopped in my tracks. We couldn't even step in. The tide had barely receded, and the entire stretch of flats was flashing with moving beams from flashlights. The noise of people shouting, shovels digging into mud, and scuffles for territory filled the air. Practically everyone in the village had turned out, even folks from the neighboring village, rushing in the dark to join the frenzy. Clearly, word about the fortune my brother and I had made had spread, and now everyone was red-eyed with greed. Move it. Don't step on my bucket. I've had my eye on this spot. Go somewhere else. The fights for ground rang out endlessly. We're done for. Absolutely done for. Wang Feng slapped her thigh and stomped her foot in frustration. Didn't I tell you we should have set out earlier? The mud's been turned over completely. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Suddenly, she turned and twisted Wu Gang's waist in a tight pinch. Ouch. Serves you right for dawdling, for sleeping in. Now we're left to starve. Wu Gang clutched his side, looking utterly wronged. There's too many people. Can we even dig anything? I scanned the surroundings. The area had been thoroughly ransacked. Even with skills, all that remained were scattered scraps not worth the effort. Let's head somewhere else, I said, resting the sand shovel on my shoulder. Where to? All the good spots are taken. Wang Feng snapped, her tone biting. After pondering, I replied, Big brother, should we try our luck at the mangroves? Before my words had fully landed, Wang Feng exploded. She threw down the bucket and stormed over, positioning herself in front of Wu Gang, jabbing her finger at my face. Second brother, have you lost your mind? The mangroves aren't a place humans can go to. Earning some money isn't worth risking your life. You're not allowed to go. Xiaoxue and Yaya are still counting on you. Sis-in-law, calm down. I'm just going to stick to the edges. Even the edges are off limits. She didn't budge an inch, her face taut with determination. You can't earn all the money in the world, but you only have one life. Today, if anyone dares to take a step towards the mangroves, don't blame me for turning against them. Wu Gang chimed in as well. Azhui, your sister-in-law's right. That place is eerie. If you really get stuck, no one will be able to save you. Seeing her so fiercely protective, I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. My sister-in-law might be greedy and sharp-tongued, but when it truly mattered, she genuinely had our backs. She was genuinely scared for our safety. All right, we won't go. I picked up the bucket and handed it to her. Then we'll go to the eastern reef zone. She eyed me suspiciously. That barren patch of rock. There's nothing there but some oysters. What are you going there for? Wu Gang also hesitated. The current's fast over there. Even the seaweed doesn't stick. Are you sure anything's there? Let's just take a look. It beats staying here competing for mud with hundreds of people. I turned around and started heading east. The two exchanged glances and reluctantly followed. After walking for about 20 minutes, the sound of voices gradually faded away. Up ahead, the terrain grew steeper with massive black and gray rocks scattered messily across the beach. Waves crashed against the stones with a muffled roar. This place was usually avoided by foragers. First, it was difficult to tread. The slippery moss could easily cause a fall, possibly breaking bones. Second, the terrain was complex. When the tide receded, all it left were stagnant pools. Big fish couldn't enter, and small fish and shrimps were near impossible to catch. In this pitch darkness, there's not even a decent spot to step on. Wang Feng grumbled as she cautiously followed. Take it slow and watch your footing, Wu Gang said, steadying her as they crossed a rocky crevice. Ignoring their complaints, I climbed onto a flat, massive rock. The tide had receded significantly, exposing the wet, glistening reef area. The strong scent of the sea filled the air. Closing my eyes, I muttered internally, "System, activate radar scan." In the next second, a familiar scanning interface appeared. Semi-transparent ripples emanated from me as their center, spreading outward and covering a 10-meter radius. I opened my eyes and froze completely. My breath stopped. My vision was filled with green light, packed densely, clusters upon clusters of green light. These green spots, representing high-value marine goods, practically filled every crevice of the reefs ahead. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 1,000, all blinking simultaneously. Was the system glitching? Or was this neglected patch of barren reef hiding an astonishing treasure trove of sea goods? Second brother, what are you standing there for? Wang Feng clambered onto the rock and gave me a shove. This lousy place doesn't even have a ghost around. What are we supposed to dig up? Swallowing hard, I turned to the two, my voice hoarse with excitement. Big brother, sister-in-law. Our buckets might not be enough. Wang Feng blinked in surprise, glancing at the seemingly barren reef area. She curled her lips in disbelief. Second brother, did you not wake up properly? What could possibly be here? Buckets not enough? What? You think this is the Dragon King's backyard? Without responding, I rolled up my pant legs, stepped onto the slippery moss, and jumped into the waist-deep seawater. The radar's green lights flickered wildly in front of me. The nearest glow was nestled beneath a reef crusted with oyster shells. Bending down, I submerged half my body into the water, reaching into the crevice with my hand. My fingers brushed against something soft and covered in fleshy spikes. Got something. Tightening my grip, I yanked it out. Under the faint moonlight, a thick, stubby, black object squirmed in my hand, startled, expelling white strands between my fingers. Disgusting didn't even begin to describe it. What the hell is that thing? So gross. Wang Feng instinctively took a step back. Wu Gang squinted closer, then gasped. Selenomo. It's a sea cucumber. A wild black sea cucumber. The volume of his voice shot up uncontrollably. This black sea cucumber, known scientifically as Holothria nobilis and locally as black spiny cucumber, was renowned for its supposed benefits in traditional remedies, specifically for energy and vitality. In short, anything associated with vitality never came cheap. Wang Feng immediately slapped her hand over Wu Gang's mouth, her eyes wide with alarm. Are you trying to summon the whole village here? She snatched the sea cucumber from me. The thing was massive, as thick as 3 fingers, and weighed at least a quarter pound. Good gracious, how much could this sell for? She was trembling with excitement. I casually rinsed off the mucus clinging to my hands. Sister-in-law, didn't you just say this barren reef had nothing? Can't blame me for being blind. Wang Feng had no time for embarrassment. She kicked off her shoes and jumped straight into the water. Don't just stand there. Get down here and start looking. This is all money. She tugged at Wu Gang's pants to hurry him up. Wu Gang didn't need convincing. He scrambled down into the water as well. And what followed could only be described as a miracle. With the radar still active, the green lights gleamed like stars in front of me. Whether it was the fierce waves or a rare tidal condition, this neglected reef zone had somehow turned into a natural breeding ground teeming with sea cucumbers. Big brother, under that triangular rock to your left, dig deeper. I directed while collecting. Wu Gang reached in and pulled out 2 large black sea cucumbers connected. You've got unbelievable eyes, Azui, he grinned ear to ear. Sister-in-law, behind your heel, that crevice, dig in. Wang Feng, half submerged, crouched low and clawed into the crevice with all her strength, pulling out another one. We've hit the jackpot. This is incredible. She moved so fast it was like she had an internal motor running. The 3 of us were like kids in a vegetable patch, picking without any technique. Bend, reach, pack. In less than 20 minutes, Our 3 buckets were filled to the brim. Each was packed with plump, wriggling wild black sea cucumbers. Oh no, oh no. Wang Feng slapped her thigh as she stared at the overflowing buckets. There's no more room, and there's still so much left in the water. Are we just going to let others have it? Wu Gang grinned, pulling out several neatly folded snakeskin bags from behind his waist. You sneaky rascal, had bags and didn't take them out earlier. Wang Feng snatched one and opened it up. Wu Gang scratched his head sheepishly. Just thought I'd bring some along in case they came in handy after last night's abalone haul. Smart thinking. I gave him a thumbs up. With extra bags, the 3 of us became even more relentless, continuing to harvest. This reef zone was only a few hundred meters from the western mudflat, where over 100 villagers were still clashing over finger-sized sandworms, while here, the 3 of us silently struck it rich. Move gently, don't make any noise, I whispered, lowering my voice. If they notice us over there, we can kiss these hundreds of pounds of sea cucumbers goodbye. Hearing this, Wang Feng immediately held her breath, scared, and swiftly shoved the sea cucumbers into the bag without even bothering to drain the water out first. You 2 brothers didn't have lunch, did you? She mocked while picking up more sea cucumbers, her tone full of disdain. At the rate you guys are dawdling, we won't finish even by daylight. Wu Gang was panting heavily, his arms too weak to lift up anymore. Wife, my back is about to break. How about 2 minutes of rest? Wang Feng slapped him hard on the back. Rest my foot. When the money's in our pockets, you can go lie in bed and rest all you want back home. Hurry up, there's still one in that rock crevice. Don't let it get away. Watching my sister-in-law's frantic state, I couldn't help but silently find it amusing. I wasn't in a rush. With my radar system on, I didn't even bother looking at the smaller glimmers of light, targeting only the brightest and largest dots. Each grab was a surefire hit. All were top-tier wild sea cucumbers weighing 3 or 4 taels or more. This grade of wild black sea cucumber was a hot commodity no matter the market, its price several times higher than the ordinary ones. Minutes ticked by, and the seawater grew increasingly cold. All 3 of us were soaked through, our clothes clinging tightly to our bodies. Yet none of us complained about being cold. We were instead burning with a feverish heat, that kind of excitement that only money could stir up. After 3 full hours, just as the tide was nearing its rise, we finally filled up 4 snakeskin bags, each bulging and plump. A rough estimate placed this haul at a hefty 200 pounds. All right, that's enough, I said, switching off the system and straightening my back, lightly punching my sore muscles. If we keep collecting, the 3 of us won't even be able to carry it all back. Besides, there weren't many signals left, and some were in places too deep. I didn't dare let my brother take the risk. Wang Feng stared at the heaping bags of loot on the ground, her eyes glimmering like a wolf spotting prey. Panting heavily, she slumped down on a rocky outcrop. Oh my God, I've never seen so many sea cucumbers in my life. Just how much can this fetch us? Wu Gang, utterly spent, collapsed next to her, too exhausted to even form words. Big brother, keep an eye on the goods. I'll go scout ahead. I hoisted one of the buckets filled with sea cucumbers and hid it behind a high rock outcrop. The area was secluded, true, but carrying something this massive back to the village would force us onto the main road. Running into villagers returning empty-handed from the mudflats could spell trouble. Following the rocky path, I made my way toward the shore. Soon after climbing up the sloped seawall, my footsteps froze. In the west, over by the mudflats, 2 beams of flashlight were swaying and heading in our direction. Faint voices, raspy like busted gongs, drifted through the sea breeze. Chenfugue, what kind of crappy path are you leading us on? East side's nothing but rocks. Where would any sea goods even be? You don't know squat. The mudflat over there's picked clean. That slick Wu Lauer wouldn't be combing the mudflats. I bet my bottom yuan he came over here instead. Let's go have a look. Tagging along with that guy, you're bound to snag some good stuff. The flashlights erratically swept over the rocky terrain. I wanted to retreat and warn my brother and sister-in-law to keep silent, but it was too late. The beam from the headlamp worn by the guy next to Chenfugue happened to shine right where I was standing. Hey, there's someone over there. Lier shouted, his voice tearing through the night. Chenfugue immediately turned his head, flashlight following suit, illuminating me. Who's sneaking around there? I didn't hide. Walking down the slope, I stopped at the bottom of the light's path and raised a hand to shield my eyes. Uncle Chun, what are you yelling about in the middle of the night? As he came closer and saw my face clearly, Chenfugue's expression grew colorful. Well, no wonder you weren't over at the mudflats. You ran here to strike it rich among the rocks instead, huh? He spoke while craning his neck, attempting to peek behind me. Lier was less subtle, shining his flashlight directly behind me toward the rocks. The beam swept past me and landed squarely on the flat rocky surface behind. Wu Gang was crouching, hurriedly stuffing the last few sea cucumbers into a bag. Suddenly overwhelmed by the flash in his eyes, he reflexively raised a hand to shield himself, exposing everything on the ground. 4 swollen snakeskin bags and 2 buckets. A fat black sea cucumber was sliding over the bucket rim, ultimately plopping onto the rock with a wet splat. Its shiny, jet-black body was glistening in the light. For 2 seconds, there was total silence. Chen Fuguei gasped sharply, his voice cracking. Holy crap! What is that? Laire's eyes widened to the size of bronze bells as he rushed over with his flashlight. Sea cucumbers. Wild black sea cucumbers. They're all freaking sea cucumbers. His shout was louder and more effective than the village loudspeaker. Villagers who hadn't found anything over on the west side and were preparing to head home all heard it. What? Sea cucumbers? Where? East side rocks. Let's go check it out. Chaotic footsteps and darting flashlight beams all began surging toward us. Wu Gang, frozen in fright, hastily began scooping the sea cucumbers back into the bucket, then stood there helplessly. Chen Fuguei's eyes were blazing red as he strode up the rocks in just a few quick steps, heading straight for the snakeskin bags. How many pounds is this? Lauer, did you guys rob the Dragon King's treasury? He reached out to grab the nearest bag. Slap. His hand hadn't even made contact when Wang Feng smacked it away with an iron palm. What the hell do you think you're doing? Get your filthy paw off of it. Clutching his reddened hand, Chen Fuguei looked humiliated. Wang Feng, what's with you hitting people? Can't I even look at it? By now, more than 10 villagers had crowded around. Seeing the black mass of sea cucumbers on the ground, every single pair of eyes gleamed greedily. Sea cucumbers. Normally, finding just 3 or 5 small ones during a low tide would make someone happy for days. Yet here, the Wu brothers had entire sacks of them. How much could this sell for? Thousands. Tens of thousands? Exactly, Gongzi's wife. We're all from the same village. Taking a look won't hurt, Laire taunted with a sarcastic tone. Stuff from the sea belongs to whoever finds it. It's not like the wuss own the ocean. There's so much here, no way you can carry it all back. Share it. You know, fair's fair. The crowd started egging each other on, inching closer step by step. Wang Feng's temper flared instantly. Standing akimbo, she spat toward Laire's feet. Fair your asterisk SS. What do you think this is, a free show at the theater? Fair. Why don't you offer half of your wife's kid when she gives birth? If you want to see something, go home and pull down your pants in front of the mirror. A thing like you. Thinking you deserve our sea cucumbers? Dream on. Laire's face turned all shades of red and white as he stammered, pointing. Why you shrew? Why are you so vile? Here's the translation in natural, American-style English. But deep down, she still wasn't buying it. So we grab a few extras. Why should they care? Beats pissing off the whole village, right? Think about it. Every night we come out here digging up sea cucumbers. Don't we always leave some behind for them? If we screw everybody over, you really think we'll have any peace after that? Wang Feng furrowed her brow, biting her lip, saying nothing. She was clearly still wrestling with it, but she knew I had a point. I struck while the iron was hot, coaxing her in a low voice. Come on, sis, the cart's almost here. We've got a ton of haul to load up. If we keep dragging this out, and somebody actually makes off with a few pounds, then all our work was for nothing, right? That did it. She finally let go of that frantic edge and kicked a chunk of gravel off to the side. Fine, I'll let him off this once. But if any of him tries to skim off my cut again, next time I'll claw their faces off for real. All around us, the water splashed in a chaotic rush. I glanced at the flashlight beams flickering across the surface and felt the corner of my mouth curl up. Figured my big brother should be showing up any minute. Sure enough, a few minutes later I heard rapid footsteps and the sound of wheels grinding across the ground up on the flood levee. I turned to look, and there was Wu Gang, shoving the cart along as he ran, huffing and puffing like crazy. Number 2. Sis. Load it up, quick. Half the lights in the village are already on. I'm guessing a bunch of people are about to head out. The villagers' guard shot up in an instant. A few of them shot glances back at us, but most kept their heads down, still fishing around in the water. Clearly, they all knew. If they really pushed me too far, our stuff wasn't something they could just grab. Wang Feng blew out a breath, crouched down, and heaved up a bag stuffed full of sea cucumbers. What are you standing around for? Load it up. Wu Gang and I jumped into action too. It took 2 full trips to get the several hundred pounds of haul onto the cart. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed the villagers around us were all busy with their own business. Nobody dared get too close. After we loaded the last bag, I patted the side of the cart. Let's move. Straight to town before daybreak, before anything else goes sideways. The second Wang Feng heard that, she shoved against the back of the cart. What are you waiting for? Move it. I rolled my shoulders and finally let out a long breath. The sea breeze carried that damp, briny tang, sweeping over us with a chill, but inside, I felt more grounded than ever. A little drama like this. Nothing to it. I clenched my fist, already scheming ahead. Another rewarding night in the books. If you speak, you'll surely hold a grudge in your heart. We still need to get along in the village, go to the shore every day, and we can't afford to make everyone an enemy. If we let them pick up the leftovers, then this matter will be over. After hearing this, Wang Feng was still upset, but she knew I was right. Huffing, she sat back down on a rock to guard the goods, grumbling under her breath. You're too generous. Those could all turn into cold, hard cash. I smiled but said nothing. When the scanner was on just now, it was clear to me that most of the high-value spots in this reef area had already been picked clean by us. The rest were either too small and worthless or hidden deep in the cracks between rocks, impossible to dig out. Letting these folks stay here wasting their time was just perfect. It kept them distracted so they wouldn't follow us back to the village looking to stir up trouble. After more than half an hour passed, the faint creak of wheels came from the direction of the flood control dike. Wu Gang was pushing a handcart, running over with sweat streaming down his face. Second brother, sister-in-law, I've brought the cart. He stopped the cart by the reef and looked at the water, which was now teeming with heads. Startled, he asked, wait, did everyone jump in? Ignore them. Load up the cart quickly. Wang Feng sprang up, commanding Wu Gang to start loading the bags. I stepped in to help. For bags full of sea cucumbers, along with 2 brimming buckets. Cover it up. Don't let anyone see, Wang Feng said, her keen eye catching anything that might cause a slip-up. She pulled out a worn snakeskin sack from under the cart and covered everything tightly. We're good to go, big brother. Let's move, I said, clapping the dirt off my hands. Wu Gang gripped the handlebars of the cart with both hands and gave it all he had to push forward, while Wang Feng and I helped from behind. The cart's wheels crunched over the gravel, creating quite a racket. The villagers in the water all turned their heads to look. Lier surfaced with 2 more pieces in hand, staring at our retreating group with obvious jealousy, but ultimately didn't dare come ashore to block us. We made it back to the old family house, where the lights in the courtyard were still on. My father, Wu Jiangwo, was sitting on a low stool with an old jacket over his shoulders, smoking a hand-rolled cigarette. Hearing the commotion, he quickly got up and opened the gate for us. Why are you back so late? What's on the cart? Why is it so heavy? He asked in a hushed voice, helping Wu Gang push the cart into the yard. Wang Feng was gasping from exhaustion, but her face was alight with excitement. Dad, lock the gate quick. We've practically cleaned out the Dragon King's treasure trove tonight. My mother, Li Tsuhua, and my wife, Chen Shui, hurried out from inside, pushing aside the curtain. Azhui, nothing bad happened, right? Chen Shui asked worriedly, seeing me soaked to the skin and my pants caked with mud. She rushed back inside to grab a dry towel, fussing over me and wiping my sweat with care. I'm fine, all good, I replied, taking the towel and giving myself a hasty wipe. Wu Gang pulled back the old sack and untied one of the bag's openings. Dad, Mom, take a look. My father leaned over for a glance, and his pipe nearly fell to the ground. Inside the bag was a dense mass of plump, wild black sea cucumbers, all wriggling vigorously. Are these all sea cucumbers? My mother covered her mouth, as if afraid her voice might spill out too loudly. 4 full bags and 2 buckets, all loaded to the brim, Wang Feng declared, collapsing onto a stool. She grabbed a tea canister and took a big gulp. This stuff's heavy as hell. Almost broke both mine and Gongzi's backs. My father took a sharp breath and quickly directed us to get to work. Don't just stand there. Go grab some big basins from the backyard. They won't die without water for a little while, but if they're crammed in too tight, they'll start rotting. Let's sort them by size quickly. The whole family sprang into action. Behind the semi-closed bedroom door, Yaya and Xiao, who lay sleeping soundly side by side, snoring softly, completely unaware of the adults outside fretting over what was practically a pile of gold. Seeing the 3 of us soaked to the bone, my mother's heart ached. Old man, you sort through them. Xiao Shui and I will go to the kitchen. Don't let them catch cold after soaking in seawater all night. Soon enough, white smoke curled out of the kitchen chimney. The big iron pot was boiling water, cooking a handful of noodles, and a smaller pot was frying 6 eggs, 2 for each person. Chen Shui brought out 3 large bowls. In each, she scooped a heaping tablespoon of snowy white lard, pouring in soy sauce and oyster sauce. The boiling noodles were served with broth, and as the lard melted, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Have some hot food first, then get back to work, she said. We were all starving, our stomachs practically stuck to our backs. Picking up the bowls, we immediately began wolfing down the food. Mom, you sure added a lot of lard. It's amazing, Wu Gang said, munching on his egg and giving her a thumbs up. Sweating profusely from the steamy noodles, Wang Feng kept eating and talking, recounting how she'd outwitted and outlasted Lier's gang back by the shore. Of course, her version filled with a few dramatic embellishments for effect. If it weren't for me holding the sand shovel, that jealous pack of vultures would have likely swallowed us whole. My father frowned as he listened, tapping his pipe against his palm. Ajui did the right thing. Around the village, we see each other every day. If we make enemies of everyone, how will we keep working the shore? Better to let them pick up scraps and move on. After finishing the hot noodles, the chill and fatigue melted away, and strength surged back into our bodies. The family gathered around the large basins, sorting the haul, the big ones in one pile, smaller ones in another, and those with damaged skin set aside for ourselves. By the time we were done, daylight had broken. Hundreds of pounds of sea cucumbers were finally sorted by size into baskets, covered with damp sacks to keep them fresh. I washed my face, changed into dry clothes, and joined Wu Gang in pushing the cart toward town. At the Haishan Aquatic Products purchase station, business was bustling. Several restaurant owners were choosing goods, their haggling voices audible even from a distance. Lin Tao was busy calculating prices with a calculator, while Lin Jing helped weigh and pack orders. When Lin Tao saw me pushing the cart over, his eyes lit up. Tossing the calculator onto the table, he came out to greet me with a cigarette in hand. "Brother, what goodies do you have for me today?" I tucked the cigarette behind my ear, patted the sack on the cart, and said, "Brother Lin, I've got quite a haul this time. Can you handle it?" "Are you kidding? As long as it's quality goods, I'll take however much you've got," he replied. He lifted the sack and untied the string of the top basket. When he saw what was inside, Lin Tao froze. Wild, jet black sea cucumbers, all plump and robust, with pronounced, fleshy spikes, wriggling with vitality. "Good heavens, did you raid a sea cucumber's nest?" he exclaimed, unable to contain himself. His shout drew the attention of all the other buyers in the shop. They abandoned their crabs and scuttled over to surround us. "Wow, wild black sea cucumbers? Look at the quality, absolute top grade." A pot-bellied boss with wide eyes picked up one to weigh it in his hand. "This has to be 4 ounces, at least. Old Lin, since when did your shop get access to something like this?" The fat boss turned to me, pulled out a bulging wallet, and leaned closer. "Young man, did you catch this haul yourself? I'll buy the entire cartload. Whatever old Lin's offering per pound, I'll give you 2 yuan more per pound." The others scrambled to interject. "Hey, Wong Fatty, where's your sense of propriety?" "Young man, I'll add 3 more yuan per gene. Split it with me." Wu Gang stood beside the car, his heart pounding wildly. He tugged at my sleeve, signaling me to agree quickly. "An extra 2 yuan per gene. If it's a few hundred gene, that's a few hundred yuan more." But I remained calm, took the sea cucumbers from the chubby boss's hands, and casually threw them back into the basket, covering it securely. "Boss, my apologies," I said with a polite smile, motioning toward Lin Tao. "I'm just a delivery runner, working for Boss Lin. If you want to buy this batch, you'll need to talk business with him." The chubby boss froze, his leather wallet suspended mid-air before he awkwardly withdrew it. Lin Tao stood nearby, observing my actions, and looked visibly pleased, his face practically beaming with satisfaction. Having been in the seafood business for years, his biggest concern was fishermen bypassing him to directly deal with buyers. Today, in front of so many people, I had upheld both his face and his authority. He patted my shoulder and laughed heartily. "Good lad, brother owes you one for this." Turning around, he addressed the group of buyers with a completely different demeanor. "Gentlemen, as you've heard, this is my merchandise. If you want to buy, we'll go by market price. This batch happens to be premium-grade black sea cucumbers. Under 100 grams, 65 yuan per gene. 100 to 150 grams, 80 yuan. Over 150 grams, 120 yuan. And there's no room for negotiation." 65? "Lin, you're highway robbing." The chubby boss gritted his teeth. "If you think it's pricey, don't buy it. The top restaurants in the city are fighting for it." Lin Tao turned to his sister. "Jingjing, fetch the basket and start weighing." Fearing others might snatch his share, the chubby boss hurriedly pulled out the cash. Fine, fine. Weigh me 30 gene of the 100 to 150 gram ones." The rest of the buyers weren't willing to lag behind, each scrambling to place their orders. While Lin Tao's younger sister managed the customers, he led Wu Gang and me to move the remaining basket into the inner house. After weighing everything, the total came to 265 gene. Lin Tao pulled out a calculator and punched in numbers furiously. "Little brother, I won't shortchange you. The quality here speaks for itself. How about I take a 5% cut?" Wu Gang, standing beside us, was so overwhelmed he could barely hold himself upright. Just among the largest sizes, over 150 grams, there were 60 or 70 gene. How much was this all going to fetch? After calculating, the final total was 22,580 yuan. Lin Tao rounded it up to 22,600 and stuffed the money into my hand. Another 20,000 plus in the bank. I figured it was about time to have a chat with the village head about the homestead. On the way back, at the township farmer's market, I bought 3 gene of pork belly and several gene of big bones for soup. Wu Gang pushed the empty cart, his steps light and jubilant, nearly floating. When we arrived at the old homestead, I closed the courtyard gate behind us, tossed the cloth bundle onto the 8 immortals table, and opened it. Inside were stacks of fresh 100 yuan bills. The air in the room went still. Wang Feng had forced herself to stay awake, waiting to see how much we'd made. Now, she was staring at the pile of money on the table, swallowing hard, disbelief written all over her face. Altogether, it sold for 22,600. I pulled out a chair and sat down. From the pile, I counted out 4 stacks and added a few loose bills to make 4,500 yuan, pushing it toward Wu Gang. Big brother, here's 4,500. Count it if you like. That missing 20 can go toward groceries. This time, Wu Gang didn't refuse. Grinning, he accepted the money and handed it to his wife. I nodded and then counted out another 4,500, handing it to Wang Feng. Sister-in-law, you were the quickest one at gathering sea cucumbers last night. Your efforts were worth 2 of us combined. This 4,500 is yours. Wang Feng's eyelid twitched. In the past, she would have grabbed the money without hesitation. But today, she slammed her hand down on the table instead. Wu Lauer, who do you think you're insulting? She put her hands on her hips and raised her voice. Didn't we agree your brother follows your lead and gets a 20% split? What's the meaning of handing money to me? I was taken aback, not expecting such a strong reaction from her. Sister-in-law, I didn't mean anything by it. You truly worked the hardest last night, and this is what you deserve, I explained sincerely. Deserve my ass, she shot back fiercely. What's effort worth on its own? If it weren't for you leading the way and finding that reef, I could scour the whole beach and not touch a single sea cucumber. You were the one who insisted on clear accounts between brothers, and if rules are rules, they can't be broken. We take exactly what's ours, not a penny more, not a penny less. The more she spoke, the more fired up she became, her eyes practically rolling to the heavens. Take the money back. Haven't made much yet, and you're already pretending to be some rich guy? Chen Shui, marrying you must have come at the cost of all her luck for the next 8 lifetimes. Looking at my sister-in-law, feisty yet principled, a peculiar feeling stirred within me. She was all sharp words, but deep down, her heart was crystal clear. Fine, your call. I'll take it back. Smiling, I retrieved the money and handed it over to Chen Shui. Wife, keep it safe. Chen Shui approached, staring at the remaining money on the table, her palms wet with sweat. Over the past few days, cash had been flowing into our home like a tide. 16,900 from the butter crabs, over 7,000 from the sandworms, over 20,000 from the abalone, and now, the sea cucumbers. We already had close to 50,000 in cash. Lunch was lavish: braised pork, chicken with mushrooms, and bone soup. Everyone ate till their mouths gleamed with oil. I placed a piece of meat into Yaya's bowl, set my chopsticks down, and turned to my father at the head of the table. Dad, I want to buy that plot of empty land on the east side of the village. He was gnawing on a bone and froze mid-motion. My mother's hand trembled, and a piece of meat dropped back into her bowl. Ajui, why do you want to buy land? She asked. To build a house, I answered calmly, as though it were nothing out of the ordinary. Once again, the table fell silent, except for little Tiger munching noisily on a bone. Wang Feng looked at me wide-eyed. Second brother, are you out of your mind? You've made money for only a few days, and now you want to build a house. The stone house we currently live in isn't cutting it, I replied, casting a glance at Chen Shui. It's drafty from all directions. The walls even leak dampness. Yaya's health is too delicate for that kind of moisture. Besides, now that we've got some money, we've got to invest in family assets. My father tapped the ashes out of his pipe against the table corner. Building a house is no small matter. Will your money be enough? Counting today's amount, it's almost 50,000, I estimated. Building a 2-story house will probably cost 60 to 70,000, and with interior work, it'll be over 100,000. Right now, I don't have enough, but we can start with securing the homestead and laying the foundation. I'll keep fishing as we go. 50,000. My father drew in a sharp breath. Quietly, this boy had saved up so much. Getting approval for the homestead shouldn't be an issue, he said after a moment's thought. The land in the eastern village is all saline alkaline ground where crops can't grow, not technically farmland. As long as you're a villager, all you need is to pay some fees to the commune. The village head signs off on it, and you file it in town. However, he trailed off, frowning. The village head is Chen Yuan. After last night, when his brother was humiliated at the beach, do you think he'll sign it easily? Wang Feng sneered. He wouldn't dare refuse. If he does, I'll camp outside his house and shout for 3 days straight, airing out the fact that his brother was leading everyone to steal sea cucumbers last night. Enough with the lousy ideas. My father shot her a glare. When, with just one glance, he turned to me and said, you don't need to worry about this. I'll stop by Chun Yuren's house this afternoon. We're all from the same village. He wouldn't really go so far as to stop us from building the house. Then I'll have to trouble you, Dad. I nodded. There wasn't much conflict with Chinfuguwe. He was just jealous, that's all. I believe the village chief wouldn't be so unreasonable either. After lunch, I didn't plan to nap. Leaving 50,000 in cash lying in that drafty stone house felt far from secure. Big brother, sister-in-law, are you going to town this afternoon? We can deposit the money in the bank and maybe browse a bit. Wang Feng shook her hand and yawned. Not going, not going. My back is sore. You two lovebirds go. While you're at it, buy Xiaoxue and Yaya some new clothes. Look at Yaya. Her clothes are so old they're almost white. She was obviously giving us some alone time as a couple. I didn't press further and headed back to the room to let Chen Shui change into a clean outfit. She clutched the old fabric bag stuffed with cash tightly against her chest, so nervous that she struggled to walk straight. I couldn't help but laugh. Relax. Nobody knows you've got tens of thousands stashed in there. I reached out and picked Yaya up. The three of us stood by the national road, waiting for the bus, and bumped our way to the town. Chen Shui's tense shoulders finally relaxed after handing the cash over the counter and converting it into a bank card. We deposited 50,000 and kept a little over 2,000 in cash for backup. Let's go shopping, I said, clenching the bank card. She hesitated. Ajui, don't spend recklessly. We should save this money for building the house. There's enough for the house. Holding her hand, I led the way to the shopping center. What's the point of building a big house if my wife and daughter are dressed in rags? Her face flushed red, and though she tried to pull her hand back, she didn't resist much and let me lead her. The town shopping center was essentially just a large supermarket. The first floor sold miscellaneous goods, and the second floor had clothes. I took the two of them straight to the second floor. In the children's clothing section, colorful outfits hung everywhere. Perched on my shoulder, Yaya's eyes sparkled with excitement. What's the point of making money? Looking at the light in my daughter's eyes, I finally had my answer. That entire afternoon, the mother and daughter were like models on a runway, trying outfit after outfit. No matter what I saw, I thought it looked great. With a wave of my hand, bought 7 or 8 new outfits for Yaya and 2 for Chen Shui as well. By the time we returned to the village, it was nearing dusk. As soon as we arrived at the stone house, little Tiger darted out and clung to my leg. Second uncle, my mom said to come over for dinner. I handed him some snacks for sharing and sent him back. When we arrived, Wang Feng had already brought the dishes to the table. A large pot of cabbage stew with meat, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and steamed sea cucumber. Seeing Chen Shui wearing her new clothes, she clicked her tongue. Wow, must have spent a fortune on your trip to town. Xiaoxue, that material looks so smooth. What doesn't? Embarrassed, Chen Shui tugged at her clothes. Sister-in-law, I brought one for you too. See if it fits. Wang Feng, keeping up her sharp tongue, said, why waste the money? I spend all my time in the kitchen, smoked up and all. Who's going to see me in fancy clothes? But despite her words, she couldn't hold back a smile and proceeded to try it on, comparing it against herself in various poses. I pushed 2 bottles of good wine and a couple of packs of cigarettes toward my dad. Here, Dad. These are for you. Cut back on the dry tobacco. That stuff's harsh on the throat. He picked up the cigarettes and frowned. Red Tower Mountain. Those aren't cheap. You're earning a bit and already throwing money around. He scolded me, but his hands moved quickly to stash them into the cabinet. We had a lively meal together. Wang Feng started to shoo us away. All right, belly's full. Time to head back to rest since we've got an early start for fishing tonight. With that, I brought my wife and daughter back to the stone house. Just past midnight, the phone under my pillow started buzzing. I'd already silenced the ringer and quickly reached to shut it off. I glanced at Chen Shui and Yaya, both sound asleep, before quietly getting out of bed and dressing. I feel like I haven't stopped moving these past few days anymore, and even a steel man like me would struggle. My mind was foggy, so I went to the yard, drew half a bucket of well water, and splashed it over my face. The cold chased away my sleepiness. Stepping out of the yard, I found Wu Gang already waiting. Man, I almost burst out laughing. He had a spade in one hand, a shovel in the other, 2 empty buckets balanced on his shoulders, and a pile of woven sacks stuffed inside. The most ridiculous thing was his face, smeared with soot. He looked like someone who had just crawled out of a coal mine. What's with all the gear? Starting a business? And that face, what's up with that? I asked. He dropped his voice and gave a conspiratorial grin. Second brother, it's called camouflage. I even greased the wheels of my handcart so there wouldn't be a squeak. Where are we headed tonight? Flood embankments or rocky shoals? I shook my head. Let's leave the village first, head to the tidal flats near the mangrove forest, and try our luck. The two of us walked along the dirt path as quietly as possible. As we reached the big banyan tree at the village entrance, I suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Wu Gang nearly bumped into me. I pointed toward a pile of straw at the roadside. In the darkness, a few red cigarette tips glowed faintly, flickering on and off. Then came the shuffle of footsteps. Who's there? Wu Gang gripped the shovel tightly and stepped forward. Relax, it's someone we know, I said, raising my voice. The area fell silent for a moment. Then a few beams of flashlight light shot out, shining straight into our faces and forcing us to squint. Lai Air emerged, smoking a cigarette, followed by 4 or 5 villagers. Chen Fugue sauntered around from behind the banyan tree, hands in his pockets. Well, Azhui Gongzi. Off to the sea at this hour, brothers? Chen Fugue grinned, his face folding into creases, yellow teeth in full view. Wu Gang bristled. Middle of the night, not sleeping. Why are you squatting at the village entrance? Practicing as temple guardians. Lai Air blew out a smoke ring and leisurely stretched his neck. The road doesn't belong to your family. Can't we take a stroll if we can't sleep? Oh yeah? With buckets and nets in tow. Wu Gang was fuming, chest heaving. I held him back by the shoulder. These guys were dead set on clinging onto us like leeches. The money I'd been raking in lately must have triggered all their jealousy. Uncle Chun, Lai Air, so you're planning to tag along, are you? My tone remained calm, as if I wasn't bothered. Chen Fugue coughed twice, waving his hand. Azhui, don't say that. The sea belongs to everyone. It's not called tagging along. We just happen to be heading in the same direction. Fine. I readily agreed. Big brother, let's head back to bed. Wu Gang froze. Wait, what? Not going anymore. Why should we? They're lying in wait, ready to snatch all the scraps we miss. Why waste our energy? Let's go home and sleep. I turned around and strode off. Behind me, Lai Air and his posse were left scratching their heads. Lai bro, is he really calling it quits? Should we still follow? Follow my ass. If he's not heading out to sea, we'll just be staring at nothing. Wind, huh? Go back to sleep. Keep watching tomorrow. I don't believe he won't start making money again. In the dead of night on the second day, just as the two of us stepped out, we ran into that group of people again at the village entrance. This time, it was even more exaggerated. There were over 10 people squatting there with their buckets. By the third day, they didn't even bother staying at the village entrance. Some of them wandered directly near my stone house, smoking and chatting casually. For 3 consecutive days, I decided to shut the door and not step out at all. Chen Shui, on the other hand, seemed quite happy. These days, I stayed home every day, keeping her company instead of taking any risks. I helped repair broken furniture and played around with little Yi. But Wu Gang couldn't take it anymore. On the third morning, just as I finished drinking a bowl of porridge, he barged into the courtyard with huge dark circles under his eyes. He was so anxious that he kept slapping his thighs, even developing blisters at the corners of his mouth from stress. Second brother, how can you still eat? That gang's taking shifts now. By day, a few old women sit at the village entrance sewing shawls and watching. By night, Lai Air and his crew squat at the road junction. They're going to wear us out to death at this rate. I put down the bowl, wiped the table, and said, let them. We're not in a hurry. A day or two. Fine. But over time, how will their families eat? That makes sense, but don't we need to make money too? He was so anxious that he stomped in circles. These past few days, we haven't done a thing. My heart feels empty and restless, and I can't even sleep properly. I was anxious too, but what good would that do? We couldn't exactly stop them from following. After thinking for a moment, I asked, Big brother, do we still have fishing rods at home? Let's go fishing. Fishing. Wu Gang's voice shot up several octaves, his head shaking repeatedly like a rattle. Second brother, are you running a fever? Those pathetic coastal puddles nearby. What valuable stuff can you fish from there? Apart from tiny little odd fish barely bigger than your palm, it's just worthless stone 9 fish. You could waste an entire day, and the buyers at the market still wouldn't want it. What a complete waste of time. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, even reaching out to touch my forehead. Big brother, do you have a better idea then? Strolling along the seaside every day with a swarm of people on your heels, doesn't that annoy you? Trust me, just take it as a leisure trip. Even if we can't sell what we catch, we can at least take it home to eat ourselves, can't we? Turning back, I went into the house to rummage around. When we were kids, we often went fishing by the seaside. Back then, food was scarce at home, and we relied on fish and shrimp to fill our bellies. Honestly, I was so sick of fish at the time that I felt like puking at the sight of one. But now, I sort of missed it. Wu Gang let out a long sigh, leaving the courtyard begrudgingly. Not long after, he came back with 2 fishing rods slung over his shoulder and a water bucket in his hand, his face looking utterly grim. Second brother, I'll tell you the truth. This is all just pointless torment. I didn't reply, taking the bucket from him. Tossing fishing lines and hooks into it, I sauntered off ahead with broad strides. Sure enough, just as we reached the village entrance, we ran into Lai Air and his group again. In broad daylight, 7 or 8 loafers were squatting under the banyan tree, smoking and playing cards. At the sight of our fishing gear, Lai Air slapped his cards to the ground, grinning ear to ear. Well now, isn't that the village's big boss, Ah Sui? He stood up, dusting off his pants before swaggering closer. What's this? Giving up on clamming and turning into a fisherman instead? Several others chimed in, fanning the flames. The man's done with big business and now wants to refine his character. Exactly. Oswei's living the good life now. Why would he keep scrambling around in the mud flats? Wu Gang's face turned red with fury, his neck swelling as he raised his sea rod to start cursing. I quickly grabbed his arm to stop him. What we're doing is none of your damn business. Did your family build the village roads? Blowing out a puff of smoke, Lier remained unbothered. Fine, I won't stop you. Boys, we won't be playing cards today. Let's follow Boss Oswei and see how he strikes it rich. With a wave of his hand, the group of 7 or 8 idle men chuckled and tagged along behind us, keeping a deliberate distance of about 10 meters at all times, openly mocking us. Wu Gang glanced back at them in anger as we walked. Second brother, with those sticky plasters following us, how the hell are we supposed to fish? Let them follow, I said without looking back, continuing down the dirt road westward. The farther we walked, the higher the terrain rose. A dozen minutes later, I stopped. There was no more road ahead. We had arrived at a cliff's edge, perched 3 or 4 meters above the sea. Below, the water swirled into a backflow bay. Seeing the location, Wu Gang immediately dropped the red bucket on the ground and lowered his voice. Second brother here? This is Dead-End Bay. The seabed's riddled with messy reefs, and the currents rush too strong. Even the experienced village fishermen call this place the snag graveyard. You can't cast a hook here at all. Once you drop the bait, the sinker gets wedged in the reef cracks, impossible to pull back out. You'll end up cutting the fishing line until you lose your mind. He scratched his head in agitation. Anyone in the village with even a shred of common sense wouldn't come to this place to fish. Behind us, Lier and his gang saw where I had stopped and froze for a moment, before bursting into raucous laughter that echoed like a thunderclap. Lier was laughing so hard, he couldn't stand up straight. Pointing at me, he said, Oswei, I thought you were off to strike gold, but it turns out you're here to donate hooks to the Dragon King? If anyone can catch fish in this snag graveyard, I'll write my name backward. One of his sidekicks chimed in. Brother Lai, this guy's probably so desperate from being tailed by us that he's trying anything in a panic. Hilarious. He doesn't even know how to pick a fishing spot, yet acts all high and mighty. Their mockery carried on the sea breeze, particularly piercing. Wu Gang was seething, but he couldn't refute them, because, honestly, Lier wasn't wrong. This spot really wasn't fit for fishing. I paid no attention, standing at the edge of the cliff and watching the churning waters below. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. What did they know? System, activate radar scan, I silently commanded. An invisible pulse spread across the sea with me at its center. A radar interface unfolded before my eyes. Countless glowing dots appeared on screen. Swarms of green lights darted around the reef gaps, flickering incessantly. But the best part? At the densest cluster of green lights, several dazzling blue lights were slowly moving. I had it all figured out. The complex terrain here, impossible for nets or hooks to navigate, had long deterred anyone from fishing in this area. Ironically, it had become a natural sanctuary teeming with sea life. Elder brother, hand me a rod. I took the old sea rod from Wu Gang. You didn't even buy bait. What are you going to use? He asked. Saying nothing, I walked over to a shady, damp reef nearby. Packed into the crevices were countless sea slaters. Using both hands, I began scooping, grabbing one fat critter after another with pinpoint accuracy. Within moments, I had a dozen plump ones wriggling in my grasp. The loafers watching from behind clicked their tongues in disdain. Am I seeing this right? Catching sea slaters for bait must be broke as hell. Buying a pack of Antarctic shrimp in the town would cost what, a few coins? And he's resorting to this disgusting stuff. Sea slaters have hard shells and no flesh. No proper seafood would eat that junk. Lier simply plopped himself onto a flat rock, crossed his legs, and said, All right, fellas, take a break. Let's see what kind of trash he manages to reel in. Their sneers fell on deaf ears as I deftly tied the fishing line, attached a heavy lead sinker, and picked the largest sea slater from my haul. Starting from its tail, I threaded the hook through, leaving the barb exposed. Walking over to the edge of the cliff, gazing at the brightest blue light on the radar, I gripped the rod with both hands, raised it high above my head, and twisted my waist with a burst of force. Whiz! The fishing line, carrying the bait and sinker, arched gracefully through the air and landed in the waters directly above that patch of blue light. The sinker, laden with the bait, rapidly sank. I immediately tightened the line, keeping it taut. This spot was called the snag graveyard. Underwater currents would push the fishing line against the rocks, causing it to get stuck the moment you loosened the line. But I had the system radar. I could see clearly where the fish were and where the reefs were. As long as I controlled the line properly, I could avoid getting snagged. My elder brother, Wu Gang, stood nearby, drumming his fingers nervously. Second brother, be careful when reeling it in. Don't let it get stuck. I stared at the water's surface, remaining utterly still. The group of onlookers led by Lier began to grow impatient. It's been 10 minutes, and not even a twitch on the float. Let's call it quits. What's the fun in watching a fool enjoy the sea breeze? Lier slapped the dust off his pants and made to leave. Just then, the tip of the rod dipped sharply, bending into a crescent shape. The reel let out a shrill, whirring sound as the line rapidly unraveled. I gripped the rod handle tightly with both hands. My foot slipped, one of them landing perilously close to the edge of the cliff. A tremendous force surged up from underwater. Wu Gang rushed toward me in alarm, throwing his arms around my waist. Holy crap, is it snagged on the bottom? Cut the line. Don't break the rod. It's not snagged. When it's snagged, the rod feels dead heavy. But this thing was thrashing desperately, darting toward the deep waters, pulling the rod taut until it creaked. Lier's group froze in their tracks, narrowing their 7 or 8 pairs of eyes on the cliff's edge. Li Gu, that doesn't look like it's snagged, does it? Of course not. If it were snagged, would the line be cutting through the sea like this? Lier spat out his cigarette and hurried to the cliff's edge, craning his neck to look down. On the water's surface, the taut fishing line sliced through the waves, leaving behind a shimmering white ripple. The force beneath the water was too overwhelming for me to reel in. I had no choice but to rely on the reel's drag to slowly wear the fish out. Big brother, get the landing net. Wu Gang finally snapped out of his daze. He fumbled to unfold the collapsible net, hurriedly saying, Second brother, take it easy. What the hell is this thing? It's got so much power. The patch of blue light on the radar flashed wildly, completely overshadowing the surrounding green lights. I gritted my teeth and reeled painstakingly, inch by inch. Reel half a turn, lose an entire turn. The tug-of-war lasted for more than 10 minutes. At last, the force from beneath the water began to weaken. Seizing the moment, I leaned back sharply and lifted the rod with all my might. A column of water burst forth. A massive, dark figure rolled out of the surface and into the air. It was a grouper. Its deep brown skin was covered in dark markings, and its fins flared outward as it fiercely thrashed at the water. Holy crap, Wu Gang was dumbstruck. Lier, in the middle of lighting another cigarette, let it drop to the ground as his jaw hung wide open. Net it, I bellowed. Wu Gang shoved the net into the water and scooped up the fish and the water in one motion, hauling it upward with incredible effort. You really landed it. Goodness, this one's over 3 kilos. He grinned from ear to ear, his face flushed with excitement as he dumped the massive grouper into the red bucket. The fish flailed madly at the bottom of the bucket. Lier's lackeys stammered. Tich, this is a big grouper, isn't it? Easily 70 or 80 yuan per kilo. Lier's face was ashen, his expression twisted with frustration. Just dumb luck, he muttered through clenched teeth. I sneered, removing the hook and baiting it again with a sea cockroach. Big brother, move the bucket closer to us. Otherwise, some green-eyed dogs might snap and make a grab for it, I said pointedly, deliberately raising my voice. Wu Gang caught on immediately, pulling the bucket closer to his feet and covering it with a burlap sack. Paying them no further heed, I focused on the blue light on the radar and prepared to cast again. The sinker, carrying the bait, landed directly over the blue patch of light. I played the line, letting the sea cockroach mimic live bait as it moved underwater. This time, it didn't even take 5 minutes before the rod tip dipped again. Another one. Wu Gang rubbed his hands together in excitement. I yanked hard on the rod. This time, the pull wasn't as strong, but the speed was incredible. The water broke, and a pitch-black fish emerged, slicing through the surface. A black mullet, over 2 kilos, and wild-caught at that. This one was worth even more than the grouper. The fish thrashed violently in the net, almost slipping free. Watch out for the dorsal fin. It's venomous, I cautioned. Old fisherman here, of course I know. Wu Gang quickly went back to work. Hurry up and keep fishing. One of Lier's lackeys swallowed audibly. Li Gu, this black mullet fetches over 100 yuan per kilo in town. Shut up. I'm not blind, Lier snapped. For the next 2 hours, the cliff bay turned into my stage for an unbroken streak of fishing triumphs. Every cast was a success. Crimson snappers, white pompano, black sea breams, high-value fish after high-value fish surfaced. Wu Gang was so busy he was sweating buckets, his arms worn out from casting the landing net. The bucket was nearing capacity, the fish packed so tightly together they could barely move. Second brother, are you the son of Mazu or something? You're pulling all this up even at the snag graveyard, he laughed heartily. Lier and his cohort, including Chun Fugue, looked on bitterly, their eyes practically bleeding green with jealousy. Li Gu, isn't this place supposed to be the snag graveyard? Snag my ass. You see their bucket. That thing's practically bursting at the seams. Liar barked back. Quick, go grab the rods. There's definitely a fish lair down there. They bolted toward the village at breakneck speed. Half an hour later, they came huffing and puffing back, armed with all sorts of fishing rods, shamelessly crowding in next to me. Ajui, scoot over. We're all from the same village. Let's strike it rich together. Liar set down a makeshift reel fashioned from a broken plastic bottle wrapped in nylon line. He baited it with a chunk of rotting squid and cast it into the sea. I shifted half a step to the side and casually reeled in my own line, stepping back. Sure, you guys fish. Without radar vision, dropping bait in the dark, current-laden snag graveyard was pure folly. Predictably, as soon as Liar's sinker hit bottom, hey, something's biting. He yanked hard. The rod bent to its limit, then locked solid. No amount of pulling made a difference. A big one. It must be a giant. A couple of bystanders rushed over to help. All right, 1, 2, 3, pull. Snap. The thick line snapped clean, sending the three of them tumbling onto their backs, arms and legs flailing. What's going on? Liar scrambled to his feet, staring at the frayed end of his line. Go. It seems like it really is snagged. Bullshit. The fish must have been too big and broke the line. Unconvinced, he attached another setup to his rod. Meanwhile, someone fishing by hand felt resistance from below and strained to pull it back. You sure you're up to this? If you're weak, don't bother joining in. Shove it. I've been catching fish straight out of the sea since before you stopped wearing diapers. Before he could finish, he slipped and fell flat on his back. The line sliced into his palm, drawing blood. In the end, he had to pull out his knife and cut the line in defeat. The cliff bay turned into a scene of calamity for Liar's gang. Either the line snapped or the rods broke. After nearly an hour of chaos, they hadn't even landed a strand of seaweed. Liar exhausted 3 rigs before. He stomped nervously, kicking his underling angrily. Can't you cast a rod properly, damn it? Why are you throwing everything into the cracks between the rocks? But brother Lai, the currents down there are pulling everywhere. The line gets snagged and stuck as soon as it goes down. The underling cried, his face full of grievance. Then why the hell isn't his line getting stuck? Liar pointed at me and started cursing up a storm. Wu Gang and I stood nearby watching the commotion, thoroughly entertained. Second brother, these guys are really hopeless. Trying to steal chickens and losing the rice instead, Wu Gang chuckled maliciously. I stared at the radar for a while. The really valuable fish were all hiding in deeply concealed spots, practically stuck to the cracks between underwater reefs. The terrain here was a nightmare. Even with visible fish, once they bit the hook, they'd dive straight into the reef cracks. The fishing line rubbing against the sharp reef edges would snap without a doubt. Forcing it wouldn't work. It would just waste time, effort, and fishing gear. Big brother, that's it. I'm done fishing for today. I decisively reeled in my line. Wu Gang, busy pulling up a fish, froze and looked surprised. You're wrapping up already? There are definitely still fish down there. They just went at your bait like crazy a moment ago. The currents changed. Too easy to lose the line. Best to call it quits while we're ahead. I deftly dismantled the sinker and hook. Not far away, Liar squatted on the ground, drenched in sweat, untangling a mess of fishing line. Hearing I was leaving, he straightened up immediately with a sneer. Oh, so you're running now? Weren't you full of skill just a moment ago? Wu Gang, fuming, didn't hold back his retort. Our bucket's too full to carry any more. If we don't leave now, what's the point of staying? Hey, Liar, got enough lines left to cut? Want us to lend you scissors so you can snip them at your leisure? Liar's face turned beet red in frustration, unable to muster a single comeback. With a heavy bucket in hand, we swaggered casually along the dirt path back toward the docks. It was the off-season due to the fishing ban, and the docks were eerily quiet. All the fishing boats were tied to iron stakes, swaying lightly with the waves. At the docks buying station, Brother Hai lounged on a rocking chair, fanning himself lazily. Spotting us hauling a loaded bucket, he immediately sat upright. Wu Gang, out fishing, huh? What did you catch today? He asked cheerily, passing us cigarettes as he leaned over to peek inside the bucket. Seeing its contents, his excitement soared. Whoa, a 3-pounder blue-spotted grouper. Blacktail, silver pomfret, and black sea bream too. All premium stuff. He quickly fetched a large scale and some plastic crates, sorting and weighing the fish with practiced efficiency. Blue-spotted grouper, 3 pounds, 2 ounces, 80 per pound. 2 blacktails, 4.5 pounds in total. These are rare. The restaurants are all fighting for them. 121 per pound. The random mix of black sea breams and sea bass, bundled together, 31 per pound. He slapped the calculator with a confident thud. Altogether, that's 2,140. Opening a drawer, he handed the cash to Wu Gang. Just a few hours of fishing in the morning, and we'd made more than 2,000. Wu Gang was beyond thrilled. As we exited the station, he tried stuffing the money into my hands. Second brother, take it. I didn't do much today, no need to split it. I counted 400 out and handed it back to him. pocketing the rest. But my face showed no satisfaction. Wu Gang noticed something was off. What's wrong? Earning over 2,000 still isn't making you happy. I lit a cigarette, handed him one, and took a deep drag. Big brother, do you really think 2,000 is a lot? He snorted. What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've gotten spoiled by money. I shook my head. There was definitely a sense of imbalance. Just a few days ago, catching yellow oil crabs in the mangroves earned me 16,000 overnight. A haul of 9-eyed abalone raked in 27,000. Not to mention 20 grand from gathering wild sea cucumbers. Earnings in the tens of thousands had become a norm, so earning only 2,000 today felt like peanuts in comparison. The issue wasn't just the money, it was how slow fishing was. Even with a radar pinpointing the fish, I still had to pull them up one by one. Plus, I had to contend with tricky terrain and unpredictable currents. This pace was far too slow to fulfill my dreams of building a 2-story villa and giving my wife and kids the good life. Second brother, you need to learn to be content, Wu Gang said, patting me on the shoulder. Lately, everyone in the village has their eyes on us. Wherever we go, someone follows. Being able to quietly fish a few and make money like this is already pretty good. I squinted, my gaze sharpening. Those opportunistic followers were exactly why I felt so stifled. Couldn't go to the mangroves. Couldn't head to the eastern rocky shores. It was the worst. My eyes drifted past Wu Gang to the sheltered bay not far away. In the quiet harbor, dozens of fishing boats lay idle. Wooden dinghies about 7 to 8 meters long, and even some iron-hulled vessels over 10 meters long. Big brother, I said suddenly. What if we don't do this near the village anymore? What are you suggesting? I pointed to the idle boats in the harbor. Let's rent a boat and head to sea. The hand holding Wu Gang's cigarette trembled slightly. Are you out of your mind? It's the fishing ban season. Fisheries officials are patrolling like hawks. If they catch you, it's not just a fine. You'll be detained. The ban's on nets, not rods. I replied calmly. The policy is crystal clear. Drag nets and gill nets are prohibited, but fishing with rods is allowed. Still, renting a boat is so expensive. A trip out to sea, and just for fuel, you're looking at hundreds. What if we don't find a fish school? We could lose everything right down to our underwear. I smirked. No fish. With the radar, the sea was like an open wallet to me. We won't just fish, I murmured, leaning closer. Remember the deserted islands southeast? Wu Gang froze. You mean? Snake Island and Turtleback Reef. Exactly. My eyes glinted with excitement. Those deserted islands were only about a dozen nautical miles from the dock. Villagers considered it too costly to go there, but I didn't mind. Worst case, the boat rental and fuel would only set us back a couple hundred. Not a big deal. The best part? No one could follow us there. After over a month of the fishing ban, with most local boats stuck in harbor, those deserted spots had been untouched. Surely, the haul would far surpass what we could get along the village shores. If Lai Air and his kind loved shadowing us so much, let's see if they dared follow us to open waters. Brother, go ask around whose boat is for rent. Let's head out tomorrow. Having witnessed our recent streak of insanely profitable hauls, Wu Gang's trust in my judgment was absolute. All right, you head home first. I think the boat owned by Chung Kai-Shien might be available. I'll go check now. Wu Gang jogged off toward the old homes. When he returned, I was sitting in the courtyard sipping water. Second brother, it's all set, he said between heavy breaths, collapsing onto a stool and grabbing my water jar for a big gulp. Chung Kai-Shwan's 12-meter wood iron composite boat is $50 per day. We can rent it for 3 days. Fuel costs are ours to handle. Fair deal, don't you think? I nodded, doing the math. 50 a day, so 3 days would be 150, and fuel costs would top out around 300 or 400. As long as we brought back even a modest haul from those deserted islands, we'd easily break even. All right, it's a plan. Let's turn in early tonight and set off before dawn. Just then, the curtains separating the main house rustled as my mom, Li Tsuhua, stepped out carrying a winnowing basket. Eavesdropping as always, she'd clearly heard our entire conversation. Heading out to sea, she set the basket down on the stone mill's surface, frowning so deeply her brow formed creases like the Chinese character Qian. Azhui, how long's it been since you've been on a boat? And it's still ban season. The waves out there. Big one, why are you joining in the fun? Mom, we're just visiting a few nearby deserted islands, fishing a little, not going deep into the sea. I quickly explained. My dad, Wu Jiangwo, came out as well, puffing on his dry tobacco pipe with his hands behind his back. All right, the village has been noisy these days, but if they aren't heading out to sea, what else would they do? Growing up by the sea, are they really afraid of the water? My mom was a bit sulky, but despite her distress, what the old man said wasn't wrong. We live by the sea and depend on it. Without education or skills, what else could her son do if not head out to the sea? Fine, fine. Now hurry up and go to town to buy some incense sticks and yellow paper. Tomorrow morning, You and your brother must first pay respects to Mazu. Otherwise, don't even think about stepping foot on that boat. The reverence the older generation of fishermen had for Mazu was ingrained deep in their bones. I said nothing, obediently went to the town, and bought everything my mom mentioned. The next day, before the sun rose, the entire fisher village was shrouded in a layer of gray mist. My brother and I didn't even eat breakfast. We first hurried to the Mazu temple by the sea. The temple was bustling with incense offerings. My brother, Wu Gang, dragged me along, and we knelt down properly, knocking our heads to the ground 3 times before inserting the incense sticks into the burner. Mazu, please bless the two of us with a safe journey and a good haul. My brother clasped his hands together, whispering his prayer. I followed suit, bowing solemnly. Seeking fortune comes after securing safety. Out at sea, one cannot afford to be careless. After the offerings to Mazu were done, we grabbed our buckets, nets, fishing rods, and a plastic canister of diesel, then made our way straight toward the pier. Chen Kaixian was already waiting on board. The boat was a 12-meter-long wooden vessel. Its hull was clad in a layer of iron plating for protection against hidden reefs. Seeing us approach, Chen Kaixian handed the iron hand crank over to my brother. Brother Gang, I drained the fuel during the off-season. You'll have to refill it yourself. The boat's old, but the engine is still reliable. Just remember, stay in shallow waters. Don't venture too far out. If the weather changes, head back immediately. Don't get greedy. Taking the hand crank, my brother skillfully hopped aboard. Don't worry, Kaixian, I know what I'm doing. Having worked alongside fishing boats for years, my brother was no stranger to these old diesel engines. He began by checking the water tank, then adjusted the tension on the belt, and finally poured the diesel into the tank. Hey, second brother, unfasten the mooring rope. I loosened the thick rope tied to the iron pylon and tossed it back onto the deck. Inserting the hand crank, my brother bent over and with all his strength, twisted it several times. Chug, chug, chug. The old diesel engine belched out a cloud of black smoke and started shaking vigorously with a deafening roar. The boat's prow sliced through the seawater, slowly exiting the harbor. The morning sea breeze carried a salty tang, smacking straight into my face. Standing at the bow, I watched as the pier receded farther and farther away. Finally, the jealous eyes from those villagers back there wouldn't be able to follow us here. After about an hour of sailing, a dark silhouette of an island emerged on the horizon. This was Snake Island. The island had no fresh water, just barren rocks and a chaotic pebble beach. Villagers wouldn't usually give it a single glance, let alone waste fuel money to come out here. Second brother, that's Snake Island ahead. Where should we drop anchor? My brother shouted at the top of his lungs. He had no choice but to yell. The engine's noise was enough to make anyone's head throb. This was precisely why people from the coast had such loud voices when speaking. Go around to the sheltered southern shore. My brother turned the wheel, guiding us past the rocky outcrop. He stopped about 10 meters away from the sandy shore. Drop the anchor. Lugging a heavy iron anchor weighing dozens of kilograms, I heaved it into the water. The hefty chains clattered noisily as they unspooled. The water wasn't very deep, just about thigh-high. We stripped off our clothes, wearing only our shorts, grabbed our tools, and waded ashore. No one was around anyway. Wet clothing would only make it more uncomfortable. As soon as I set foot on the beach and was about to activate my system radar for a scan, my brother suddenly froze. Grabbing my arm, he raised his hand to point at something in midair ahead. Second brother, look over there. I followed the direction of his finger and stared. About a few hundred meters away, in the air above the sandy shore, a massive flock of seabirds was circling. Their white wings fluttered chaotically, and their shrill cries grew louder and sharper by the second. Now and then, some of the birds dove down, plucking something off the beach before jerking their necks to swallow it whole. A flock of birds means there's definitely something down below. My brother smacked his thigh excitedly. Hurry up and check it out. If we're late, these feathered fiends will gobble it all up. Carrying our buckets, we dashed madly across the sand, each step sinking and slipping slightly. As we got closer, the startled birds took flight in a collective flurry, rising into the sky with flapping wings. Lowering my head to look, I froze in place. All over the retreating tide's beach were shallow puddles of water. Each little water pit was teeming with tiny octopuses, barely the size of a pinky finger. These little creatures were slowly wriggling their way across the sand. Some, sensing movement around them, burrowed straight into the sand, leaving only their round, bulbous heads exposed. Instinctively, I activated my system's radar. The interface lit up with dozens, no, hundreds, of small white dots representing those octopuses. Every single one of them glowed white. Not even a single trace of green light. I pouted in disappointment. So much effort to head out to sea in hopes of finding something valuable, only to end up here, spending our fuel money for what? A pile of useless junk? Big bro, these things are so tiny, They're not even enough to satisfy a single bite, let alone worth anything. Let's not waste time here. How about we check the reefs over there for abalone or sea cucumbers? Just as I turned to leave, my brother grabbed me by the arm, his eyes wide with urgency. You don't know squat. This is a treasure trove. Placing the bucket firmly on the ground, my brother crouched and began grabbing handfuls of the tiny creatures, tossing them straight into the bucket. This is called small 8, or sometimes Wong Chow. It only grows to this size. It's not like those big octopuses that weigh several kilograms. While furiously collecting them, my brother started explaining. You might think these look worthless, but their meat is exceptionally tender. The fancy restaurants in town love buying these up. A quick blanch in hot water, pop one into your mouth, and it's sweet, crispy, fresh. It's perfect for big spenders looking for something to pair with their booze. I blinked. This tiny thing can fetch a good price. Of course, my brother wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued. Big octopuses are everywhere in the market, selling for a few bucks a pound at best. But these little treasures? They're hard to come by. The kind of delicacy you rarely stumble upon. As long as they're alive, they'll go for at least 30 bucks a pound. 30 bucks a pound? My eyes lit up. Looking at the beach packed densely with those creatures, there had to be at least a few hundred pounds here, right? Even if they're all white on the radar, you can't argue with the sheer volume of them. If we sweep them all into our bucket, this would add up to a fortune. The system radar's white glow only meant low value individually. It never said that going for quantity wouldn't work. Then let's. What are you waiting for? My attitude changed immediately. Grabbing the bucket, I dove straight onto the beach. These little octopuses, their scientific name is Octopus ocellatus, belong to the octopus family. Calling them tide watchers doesn't mean they literally understand tides, but rather their activity rhythm syncs with tidal cycles. After catching a few, I remembered I'd eaten them before. These things have a crisp and tender texture, full of umami flavor. Blanching them is delicious enough. Normally, when catching them, you either wait for the tide to go out and search the holes using a barbed iron hook or use traps during high tide to lure and catch them. Seeing them scattered all over the sand like this was the first time even my brother had encountered such a sight. We bent over, launching a carpet-style sweep over the beach. A hand plunged down, scooping up both sand and fish, giving them a quick rinse in seawater, and then tossing them directly into the bucket. Grab gently, don't crush their heads. If they die, they're worthless, my older brother yelled out to remind me. Got it. My hands worked swiftly, sifting through the sand. The thrill was even better than picking up money. In less than half an hour, the 3 large buckets we brought were already half filled. The little octopuses were huddled together in the bucket, their sticky tentacles tangled into a mass. I straightened up, stretching my sore back. At this pace, it wouldn't take more than an hour for us to clear out this entire stretch of beach. Just as I lowered my head, ready to keep collecting, something caught my eye on the radar interface. At the edge of the radar, near the direction of the rock piles by the island, a glow suddenly flickered. It wasn't the usual green light. It was a blindingly bright blue light. And it was moving. My heart skipped a beat, and I immediately forgot all about the octopuses on the beach. Brother, you keep collecting here. I'm going over to the rock pile for a bit. Go ahead, don't wander too far though. My brother didn't even look up, busy scooping a whole bunch of octopuses from a water hole. I quickened my pace toward the rock pile. The closer I got, the more blue lights appeared on the radar. It seemed like these creatures had sensed the commotion and were retreating toward deeper waters along the rock crevices. I tread lightly and hid behind a large boulder for cover before peeking into the water. Under the clear seawater, a few flat, dark shadows darted swiftly over the muddy seabed. Those are. I took in a sharp breath of air, my grip on the fishing net tightening instantly. Brother, forget the octopuses for now. Grab the nets and rush over here. I shouted at the top of my lungs. Caught off guard, my brother straightened up and looked at me. What is it? A poisonous snake. Snake your ass. It's turbot fish. All wild turbot fish. I pointed at the water, shouting like a maniac. This was wild turbot, straight from the year 2000. In this era, these things were rarer than the large grouper, completely unseen on the market, and their price would skyrocket. And judging by the radar, there were at least 7 or 8 of them in this small group. For a second, my brother froze. Then he dropped the bucket, grabbed the fishing net, and bolted toward me. Luckily, this was a rocky pool. The turbot fish must have been stranded here during low tide. I carefully climbed into the pit, the seawater cool against my legs, a refreshing feeling. I fixed my gaze on the moving spots of mud at the bottom. Turbot fish are masters of camouflage. Their flat bodies stick tightly to the seabed, and their skin colors blend seamlessly with the surrounding sand and mud. Without the radar's glowing signal, they'd be practically invisible to the naked eye. My brother, panting from running, arrived and stared at me standing in the water. Where are they? Where are the fish, bro? He waved the net around anxiously. Right under my feet, next to that rock on the left. I shouted, gesturing at the radar light. He looked down, and the previously still mud suddenly shifted. A shadow as large as a wash basin shot out, moving startlingly fast. Holy crap, it's huge. My brother yelled out in shock, stumbling into the pit without hesitation, clumsily swinging the net in an attempt to trap it. But he missed. The turbot fish was cunning, making a sharp turn along the seabed and swimming straight toward me. Bring it on. I was ready. Firmly gripping the smaller net, I tracked the blue light's movement and plunged the net down, cornering the big fish. A violent struggle erupted inside the net. Water splashed everywhere as a surge of force tried to yank the net out of my hand. Got it, I shouted, veins bulging as I pressed the edge of the net firmly down to keep it from flipping. Brother, give me a hand. This thing's crazy strong. Without hesitation, my brother splashed through the water toward me, wrapping the larger net around mine. Together, we heaved it upward. Swoosh. An enormous wild turbot fish broke through the water. It was a strange-looking fish with two eyes on the same side of its body. Its flat, wide shape was covered in rough, grainy skin that shimmered with a dark brown glow under the sunlight. Good heavens! My brother stared at the thrashing fish in the net, his voice trembling with excitement. This thing has to weigh 5 or 6 kilos. I've been fishing for years and never seen a wild turbot this big. The turbot thrashed violently in the net, flapping its large fins and drenching us with water. Don't just stand there. Get it stored in water before it dies. Dragging the net, my brother and I struggled back up the rocks. Just as we emptied the fish onto the rock surface, it gave a powerful leap, nearly slipping back into the sea. With quick reflexes, my brother dove on top of it, pinning it down. Grab an empty bucket and fill it with water. These things won't survive long out of water. I immediately ran back to grab a bucket, filling it halfway with seawater. We stuffed the turbot into the bucket. Though the bucket opening was large, the fish was so massive it had to curl slightly to fit. Brother, we've struck gold. This one fish alone is worth as much as that half bucket of octopuses we just gathered. My brother beamed, so wide his face could barely contain it. And this is just the beginning, I said, flicking seawater off my hands and pointing toward the water area from earlier. On the radar, the remaining glowing dots swirled in confusion at the bottom of the pool. The commotion from catching the previous fish had stirred up the mud, clouding the water, an accidental stroke of luck for us. In murky conditions, the turbots lost their sense of direction and spun aimlessly in place. More down there. My brother's eyes widened. At least 6 or 7 more, all big ones, I said with absolute confidence. My brother, now totally trusting me, seized the net and dove back in. I gripped my smaller net firmly, following the radar's guidance. Locking onto one glowing dot, I deliberately struck the rocks underwater with the handle. The dull thuds echoed through the water. Dropped the net. The turbot was startled, instantly changing direction and sticking close to the bottom as it fled toward my brother. Big brother, straight ahead, it's coming your way. Big brother's eyes widened, almost popping out of their sockets. While he couldn't see the bottom of the water clearly, he spotted a ripple spreading across the surface. Timing it just right, he pressed the large net down into the water, giving it a powerful tug back. Gotcha, he shouted excitedly. Another one. I've got another one. This one was slightly smaller than the previous fish, but still weighed 3 to 4 pounds. On the market, it was a rare and highly sought-after gem. For the next half hour, a frenzied hunt unfolded in the rocky pit. I focused on driving the fish outward, while Big Brother handled interception, the two of us working together seamlessly. These turbots, which usually stayed deeply hidden, had nowhere to escape with the radar's precision. One by one, they ended up in the bucket. It wasn't until the last blue dot on the radar disappeared that I finally crawled ashore, utterly exhausted. I plopped myself onto the sandy beach, gasping heavily for air. Big Brother was equally drained, lying flat on his back beside me with all 4 limbs sprawled out. He didn't even want to lift a single finger. I remained slumped on the sand, panting heavily. I shook my arms, which were sore to the point of nearly dislocating. Big Brother, Wu Gang, lay next to me face up, his limbs splayed out, chest heaving visibly with each breath. After resting for about 5 or 6 minutes, he suddenly sat up with a jolt. Little brother, these are wild turbot, you know that? These few alone would cause a mad scramble at the town's fancy restaurants. Manager Lou and the others would fight over them. He wiped the water off his face and looked at me. I did the math. These 8 fish must weigh 30 pounds at least. How much do you think they'll sell for? I grabbed a handful of wet sand and used it to rub off the slime from my hands. Wild turbot? You barely see those around. At the current market price, with this quality, it's at least $100 per pound. Hell, we've made back the fuel costs of this trip already. Big Brother rolled his eyes at me. Fuel costs? This is way more than that. More like 10 or 20 times as much. He turned and let his gaze wander past the rocky reefs to the retreating tide on the beach. Clusters of little octopuses were still crawling lazily, some burrowing into sandy pits, others spitting tiny bubbles in shallow water puddles. Little brother, have you had enough rest? Big brother jumped up and dusted off his pants. For what? That beach over there is practically covered in cash. He started stomping impatiently, pointing at the sandy shore. These octopuses are like walking bags of money. God's offered us a feast. Not picking them up is like asking for bad karma. I couldn't help but laugh at how money-hungry he looked. But he did have a point. This trip's costs were not trivial. Boat rental and fuel alone amounted to a few $100. Although octopuses weren't as valuable as turbot per pound, their sheer numbers made up for it. Stuffing them all into the bucket would be a decent haul. All right, let's keep at it. I pushed myself up with my hands on my knees. We stowed the fish and the little octopi in the ship's live water tank, grabbed empty buckets, and returned to the beach. By now, the sun had risen, and the sand was scorching. The octopuses were even more active than earlier, emerging from the sand to find cool, damp spots to hide. Big brother charged ahead, plunging his hands directly into the sand and scooping handfuls left and right. He didn't bother with finesse. Wherever there was movement, he'd scoop up the sand and the critter in one go, swish it crudely in a shallow puddle, and dump it into the bucket without a second thought. Hey, big brother, be gentle, I cautioned from behind. These things are delicate. Squeeze their heads too hard and they burst, and if they die, they'll stink. The buyer won't take them dead. I used his earlier scolding words against him verbatim. I know. Don't worry, I'm being careful, he answered, but his hands didn't slow down one bit. I bent down, hands sweeping across the sand skillfully, targeting the plump ones with robust tentacles. These little creatures were frustratingly slippery and sticky. Their suckers clung to my fingers, making each catch a slippery battle. The two of us worked in silence, heads down, the only sounds being the plopping of steps on the wet sand and the splashes of octopuses being tossed into buckets. After about half an hour, I straightened up and stretched my aching back, stealing a glance at the rocky pit nearby. A thought popped into my head. Big brother, I've got an idea. I approached him holding a half-full bucket. He stayed crouched, rummaging in a water puddle without lifting his head. What is it? Say it while you work. Don't waste any time. For our next trip out to sea, how about we buy a water pump from the town's farming supply shop? That finally got his attention. He stopped what he was doing, stood up, wiped his hands on his pant legs, and frowned. A water pump? Why the heck would we need one of those? They're big and heavy, not to mention they guzzle fuel. Those large pumps cost a good $400 or $500 at least, don't they? We're getting by with just a couple buckets and a shovel. Why waste money on something like that? I pointed to the rocky pit where we had been catching turbot earlier. Do the math. How long did we spend catching those turbots? An hour, right? He nodded. The water was too deep and murky. The turbots were hugging the bottom, and we couldn't see them clearly, so we were basically fumbling around blindly. What if there had been sea snakes or venomous stonefish down there? What would happen to our hands? I looked him straight in the eye. But if we had a water pump, we could just toss the hose into the pit and dry it out in half an hour. Once the water's gone, everything hiding down there, fish, shrimp, crabs, would be flopping in the mud. We could pick them up blindfolded. Pumping out the water takes half an hour. Picking the catch takes 10 minutes. Think of how much extra time we'd have to scavenge for more octopi on this beach. The extra octopi alone would pay for more buckets of fuel than I can count. Big brother's brain finally caught up. All right, fine. I was being short-sighted. You're right. The moment we sell this haul, we're going straight to buy a water pump. Having figured it all out, he worked even harder, as if he could already see a rocky pit filled with fish and crabs after being pumped dry. His hands nearly blurred with speed. In less than an hour, the buckets were full again. The two of us waded through the seawater, running back and forth to load the catch into the ship's live tanks several times, until our arms felt like limp noodles. The sun climbed higher, and the number of visible octopuses dwindled. Most had burrowed deep into the moist sand to escape the heat. After turning the beach completely upside down and failing to find another single creature, we finally stopped. Big brother tossed the last octopus into the bucket and slumped down onto the sand, too drained to even speak. By my estimate, the octopi weighed at least 250 to 260 pounds in total. Little brother, the tide's coming in soon. Should we head back now, or check out another island first? Big brother asked as he went to the water's edge to wash himself. I waded into the sea instead, rinsing off all the sand stuck to me. We had left the house at 7 in the morning, and now the sun was directly overhead. Our hunger was gnawing, stomachs empty to the point of touching our spines. Heading back now felt like a missed opportunity, but carrying such a haul any further and risking spoilage wasn't worth it. Big brother, let's return. We'll sell the haul first and think about what to do next. If it spoils, it'll lose all its value. Big brother, somewhat pained by the cost of renting the boat, but I didn't say much. Ever since the day we split up the family, it seemed like my brother had truly changed. He now approached things rationally and spoke with reason, no longer the stubborn rascal he once was. Without realizing it, he had started to trust my words. Sitting on the deck, my stomach growled loudly. Luckily, we had brought water bottles. Each of us chugged down more than half a bottle, putting something in our stomachs, and finally, we felt alive again. Big brother, how do you steer this boat? Teach me. I wiped my mouth and looked toward the controls. I had a guide system, and living off the sea was an unavoidable fate. Once I saved enough money, I would definitely get my own boat, so familiarizing myself with the basics early wouldn't hurt. My brother looked stunned for a moment, then patted the steering wheel. Sure thing, come over here. It's not that hard. Fishing boats these days didn't even have a halfway decent dashboard, let alone satellite navigation. Navigating at sea relied solely on memory of the routes, understanding water currents, and recognizing wind directions. He pointed at the sea in front of us and taught me where the reefs were, where the currents were strongest, and how to read the tides. I listened carefully, placing both hands on the wheel, feeling the resistance of the water. The wooden iron fishing boat cut through the waves with ease. After about half an hour of learning, I had a good grasp of steering the boat. The coastline grew clearer in the distance, and we were nearing the village dock. I pulled the throttle back, slowing the boat down. Big brother, let's not head to the village dock. Where, if not the village? He was busy arranging the ropes and asked without looking up. Let's go straight to the town dock, I said, steering the boat to adjust our course. With this much catch, if we return to the village dock, the whole village will hear about our haul from Snake Island in less than half an hour. His hands stilled. Those guys like Liar are still trying to find out where we fish, I continued. If we show our hand today, we'll have at least a dozen boats trailing us tomorrow. Forget fishing. There won't even be a spot to stand. My brother strongly agreed. He knew all too well the habits of those in the village, envying others' success but mocking their failures. All right, to the town dock it is. It's bigger there, and unloading will be easier. He came over to take the helm from me, pushing the throttle forward. The bow shifted direction toward the town dock a few nautical miles away. With the current fishing ban in effect, the large fishing boats were all docked for repairs, leaving the town dock nearly deserted. Without having to wait in line, my brother skillfully guided the boat to a mooring spot and secured it with ropes. I went to pay the docking fee, pulling my phone out of my pocket. My brother watched me holding the phone, grimacing slightly at the sight. That delicate little gadget, worth over 1,000, could easily end up in the water with all this wind and waves, and it would surely bring tears. Don't bring that thing out next time, he couldn't help but mutter. Keep it safe at home. It's for convenience, I said casually. Boss Lynn's acquisition station is still some distance away. With all this catch, how are we moving it ourselves? I'll call him to come pick it up. I pressed the dial, and after 2 rings, it was answered. Hello, Boss Lynn, it's Wu Sui. Hey, Brother Wu, what made you think of calling me? Did you get some good stuff again? Lin Tao's booming voice was so loud I had to hold the phone a little farther away. Just got back from a trip out to sea. Caught a few things. The boat's docked at the town pier. Can you send a vehicle to help with transport? Sure thing. I'll arrange it right now. Hang tight. Lin Tao ended the call briskly. We waited around on the boat for about 10 minutes. From the entrance of the dock came the distinct chug-chug-chug of an engine. A 3-wheeled vehicle pulled up, loaded with plastic crates, water buckets, and an oxygen machine. The vehicle came to a stop, and a person hopped out of the driver's seat. It was Lin Tao's sister, Lin Jing. Brother Wu, my brother went to the city to deliver goods, so I came to pick you up. She walked to the dockside and waved briskly, her voice bright and energetic. Lin Jing, thanks for coming all this way, I said as I jumped onto the dock. She peered into the boat's cabin. My brother told me you caught some good stuff. What treasures are we talking about that require a vehicle to transport? Just a bit of octopus and a few turbot, I said, pointing at the live water tank. Turbot fish? Wild ones. Lin Jing's eyes sparkled. Her family had been running an acquisition station for years, so she was naturally well aware of their value. At this moment, my brother emerged from the cabin, carrying a large net bag in his hands. Take a look at these, little sister. In the net bag squirmed several wild turbot, each as big as a wash basin. They flopped vigorously, sending water splashing everywhere. Oh my God, these are huge, Lin Jing exclaimed. She quickly gestured at me to unload the crates. Quick, 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 don't let the fish die. These are rare. Efficiently, she set up the oxygen machine, inserting the pipes into the crates filled with seawater. The 3 of us worked together to haul all the turbot onto the dock. 8 large fish filled 2 entire crates. Lin Jing crouched by the crates for a closer inspection. Their skin was flawless, their movements lively, with not a single sign of damage. These are absolutely stunning, she said, standing up and wiping water from her hands. If my brother sees this, he's going to lose his mind with excitement. Those high-end restaurants in the city are desperate for quality fish like these to show off. You'd better give us a good price then, I said with a smile. Don't worry, you won't be shortchanged, she assured me with a grin, then glanced at the other live water tanks. Aside from the turbot, what else do you have? Octopus, over 200 pounds worth, my brother replied, dragging over a bucket. Lin Jing's eyes widened. The bucket was packed with writhing, lively octopuses, all uniform in size and strong in movement, catching fresh from the sea. This much? She exclaimed, a bit shocked. Normally, fishermen only brought in a few dozen pounds of octopus at best. Over 200 pounds in one haul was exceptionally rare. Fish raised with high-tech methods are extremely rare, so the market demand exceeds supply, naturally driving up the price. This thing is so precious that we must ensure there's enough oxygen. Once again, we helped Lin Jing transfer the fish into the live water tank and place the basket of clams into the pool as well. Lin Jing handed me the money. Count it. I accepted the envelope and counted it right there. No problem, Sister Lin Jing. Thanks a lot. I put the money into my inner pocket. No need to be polite. We're helping each other after all, she said. Then she pulled out 2 watermelons and handed them to me. These are for you to enjoy. If you come across any good catches in the future, remember to visit me again. Truly worthy of being a businesswoman, young, yet already so seasoned in her dealings. I smiled and accepted the watermelons. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the staff at the trading post, I left. Instead of heading straight back to the dock, I turned and went into a nearby agricultural machinery store. I had been eyeing a water pump for quite some time, and with cash in hand today, I decided to buy it. The store owner was a skinny old man with reading glasses perched on his nose, engrossed in a newspaper. Do you have water pumps? Yes. What horsepower are you looking for? He put the newspaper aside. Something for a draining pit. The higher the horsepower, the better. Ideally, it should handle sand and mud too. The old man led me to the backyard and pointed at several machines on the ground. This one here, diesel-powered, 7 horsepower. It's fast and durable, though a bit heavy. I stepped forward to inspect it. The casing was made of cast iron, remarkably solid. How much? 550, and I'll throw in a 10-meter hose. I didn't waste time bargaining and handed over the money on the spot. I also spent a few dozen more to buy some shovels and large fishing nets. The old man helped load the pump onto a pushcart and accompanied us to the dock. On the way, my older brother Wu Gang remained silent. This was typical of him. He clammed up around strangers, never knowing what to say. Earlier, when I openly counted the money in front of Lin Jing, he was even more embarrassed than I was. I knew what my brother was thinking and let out a laugh. Brother, counting the money openly ensures there's no awkwardness later on. Everyone feels reassured that way. If there's a problem later, lingering doubts might poison the deal. How could we continue doing business after that? My brother looked half convinced, but since I had put it that way, he let it go. We untied the boat, started the engine, and headed toward the village dock. By the time we returned to the village, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The dock was still bustling with people. After securing the boat, we carried the empty buckets and nets toward home. Passing the village entrance, we saw Lai Air playing cards under the big banyan tree again. The moment he spotted us, he started with his sarcastic jabs. Hey there, Wu Second. Where'd you head off to make your fortune today? Coming back empty-handed, huh? My brother was about to snap back, but I grabbed his arm to stop him. Yesterday, you ruined several of our fishing lines, and now you're surprised I came back empty-handed? Nothing unusual about that. I replied offhandedly, pulling my brother away quickly. Lai Air shouted more mockery from behind, and those around him joined in laughter. All airs and no luck, huh? Bet you couldn't even catch a crab claw today. My brother gritted his teeth in anger. These bastards. If they knew we made over 20 grand today, they'd probably turn green with envy right here. Why bother with them? Let's mind our own business, I said, pretending to be indifferent. But in truth, I was fuming too. It just wasn't the right time now, but I'd make sure to settle things with Lai Air someday. When we reached the old family house, the mouth-watering aroma of stewed pork ribs greeted us. Our mother, Li Tsuehua, was in the kitchen cooking. Father, Wu Jiangwo, was in the courtyard chopping firewood. Chen Shui and my sister-in-law, Wang Feng, were sitting under the eaves mending fishing nets. Xiao Hu and Yaya were chasing each other around the yard, giggling nonstop. The moment they saw us return, everyone paused what they were doing. Ajui, how did it go today? Chen Shui came over, circling me and examining me closely. Didn't catch anything, huh? Sister-in-law glanced at our empty nets with concern. My brother couldn't hold it in anymore. He walked to the stone table, gulped down some cold-boiled water, and shouted, Ma, stop cooking. Tonight, we're going into town for a feast. The courtyard fell silent. Father set down his axe, frowning. Eating out? Do you think we're made of money? I smiled, walked over to Chen Shui, and handed her the pouch filled with money. Dear, today's haul brought in this much. Chen Shui opened the pouch, stared at the thick bundles of cash, and was too shocked to speak for a moment. This is how much? 20,000. My brother proudly raised 2 fingers. Half a day's work, 20 grand. The collective gasp in the courtyard could practically be heard echoing. Sister-in-law dropped the fishing net she was holding, and father nearly dropped the axe on his foot. 20,000. Did you two rob a bank? Mom rushed out from the kitchen, furiously wiping her hands on her apron. I took the pouch back, poured out the money, and divided it into separate piles. Mom, Dad, brother, this is the cash we made today from selling our catch. Altogether, 22,700. I pushed 4,500 yuan toward my brother. Brother, as per our agreement, you get 20%. The 40 yuan shortfall counts toward the pump we bought today. Don't argue. From now on, whenever we invest in tools, you'll contribute 20% too. My brother rubbed his hands together, pocketed the money, and nodded. Fair enough. That sounds right. From now on, whenever we buy anything, I'm in for 20%. Clear accounting is crucial, especially when working as a team for the long haul. I wanted to avoid any misunderstandings or grudges, so I made it a point to set things straight from the get-go. Sister-in-law seemed to approve, smiling as she urged us to freshen up first. After soaking in the seawater all afternoon, we reeked to high heaven. Even Yaya was holding her nose, standing far away. I chuckled, rustled my daughter's hair, gave Xiaohu a playful rub on the head, and headed inside to take a shower. In the end, we didn't head into town for dinner that night. It was too far, and we didn't have any means of transportation, so it would have wasted too much time. Although we'd already divided households, we were still eating together these days. To be honest, nothing much had changed, as if we hadn't split family finances at all. Just as dawn broke, my brother and I loaded the newly purchased water pump onto the boat. Chen Shui and sister-in-law came to the dock to see us off, making sure we had enough food and water for the day. The motor roared to life, the fishing boat cutting through the waves as we sailed straight for Snake Island. When we reached the location, I stood at the bow and activated my radar with a single thought. Within a 10-meter radius, all I saw were densely packed white flashes. Except for some worthless spicy snails and tiny crabs, there wasn't a single green glimmer in sight. Brother, don't rush. Circle the island once, I said, stopping him before he could anchor the boat. We circled the island slowly, but still came up empty. Brother, this island's a bust. Let's try somewhere else. My brother hesitated. We've come all this way. Might as well pick up a little something rather than leave empty-handed. Time is money. With our current equipment, picking up scraps for a few cents a pound won't even cover the fuel cost. I waved my hand and pointed southeast. Let's check out Turtle Shell Reef. We didn't make it there yesterday. Let's try our luck today. Big brother rubbed the back of his head, but didn't argue. I was the decision maker now, and what I said went. He restarted the boat and turned the bow toward our destination. Turtle Shell Reef was 4 or 5 nautical miles away from Snake Island, a barren and even smaller island. Its center rose high while the edges sloped down, resembling a giant sea turtle resting on the ocean. When our boat reached the shore, the two of us grabbed buckets and shovels and disembarked onto the island. The outer beach was narrow, and just a few steps beyond lay a rocky tidal flat littered with fragments of stone. I activated the radar once again. Suddenly, a dense patch of green light flickered a few meters ahead on the comm radar interface. Big brother, let's head farther in, I said, quickening my pace. The closer we got to the center of the island, the lower the terrain sank. A freshwater stream snaking down the island appeared before us, its waters merging with the seawater to form a muddy tidal flat. The flat was riddled with thumb-sized mud holes, so numerous they looked as if they'd been carved into the ground by the thousands. On the radar display, green lights blanketed this entire area. Big brother stared at the holes, hesitant. Aceway, these don't look like sandworm holes or blue crab burrows. What good stuff could be in them? I didn't know either, but I didn't bother saying much. Dropping to a crouch, I started digging with the shovel, one scoop after another. Before long, I struck water. Pausing to think, I decided to reach my hand into the hole. Not knowing what was inside made my heart race as I groped blindly. Thankfully, the hole wasn't deep. There was no chance it would be a snake. As my hand reached the bottom, I felt something slippery. The sensation startled me more than if I'd grabbed onto a pair of large pincers. Quickly, I pulled my hand back. Just as I was debating on whether to probe again, I noticed Big Brother digging into another hole. Before long, he pulled out a dark, striped fish from the burrow. The fish looked peculiar with its large head and small tail, its mouth stretching wide open in a fierce expression. Cowfish, Big Brother exclaimed. These things are sharp. They're almost impossible to catch normally. He reached into the same hole again, muttering. They're usually found in pairs. Sure enough, a moment later, he pulled out another one, slightly smaller than the first. I walked over and weighed them in my hand. Together, they seemed to be around half a pound. Coho fish, or Chinese sleeper fish, love to dwell in brackish tidal flats where freshwater mixed with seawater. Their flesh was high in protein, low in fat, and tender, with an exquisite taste. Seafood lovers adored them. Just as I tossed the fish into our bucket, a clear notification sound echoed in my mind. Ding! Encyclopedia unlocked. Gained 50 merit points. Congratulations. Accumulated merit points reached the requirement. Radar system upgraded. Current radar scan radius increased to 50 meters. My heart thumped wildly. The radar was upgraded. A 10-meter range was undeniably limiting in the vast ocean, but now it had expanded to 50 meters. I immediately reactivated the radar. The virtual map in my mind rapidly expanded outward. Every detail within 50 meters of the tidal flat came into view. Patches of green light dotted the area. Deeper in the mudflat, there were even a few dazzling blue points of light. This wasn't a mudflat. It was a treasure trove. Big brother, don't just stand there. Get to work. I grabbed the shovel and began frantically digging at the glowing points. Big brother was just as eager. He kicked off his shoes and stepped into the mud barefoot, reaching deep into the holes. The two of us worked like tireless excavators, shoveling out the mud and grabbing the fish hidden underneath. With every hole we opened and every sweep of our hands, we'd pull out a fat coho fish without fail. These fish, normally hiding deep in the burrows at the first sign of danger, had nowhere to run under the lock of my radar. "Aceway, this place is loaded," Big brother exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Covered in mud, he gripped two still wriggling fish in his hands. "Keep going. The tide's coming in fast." Wiping the mud off my face, I pointed at the distant shoreline. The seawater was visibly rising with every moment. Tides moved quickly on the island. Once they flowed into the freshwater stream, the holes would all be submerged, making it impossible to catch anything. We sped up our work, and soon, our bucket was almost full of fish. As the tide reached our ankles, my shovel hit something hard. Following the radar's blue light, I dived my hands into the muddy water and tugged forcefully. A massive coho fish, over 20 centimeters long and weighing more than a pound, was pulled out. The creature was incredibly strong, thrashing wildly in my grip and nearly escaping. Big brother leaned over to take a closer look. "Wow, I've never seen a coho fish this big." I placed the giant firmly into a separate net bag. By now, the seawater had risen to our calves. "No more digging, we're retreating," I commanded decisively. When it came to harvesting from the sea, greed could spell disaster. In the face of nature's power, human lives were fragile. Dragging our heavy buckets, the two of us stumbled back to a high reef on the island, collapsing on sun-scorched rocks and gasping for breath. "That was amazing," Big brother laughed heartily. "At least 50 pounds today, easily thousands of bucks in earnings." Sitting up, my stomach growled audibly. We'd rushed out early in the morning with only a bowl of porridge, and it had long since been digested. Hearing the noise, Big brother got up and scanned the surroundings. "Hungry, huh? Hold tight." He wandered to the shaded side of the reef, which had been constantly washed by seawater and was rife with oysters. Grabbing a flathead screwdriver, he pried open a palm-sized oyster, revealing the plump, milky white meat inside. Rinsing it in seawater, he handed it to me directly. "Here, fill your stomach. Wild ones taste way sweeter than farmed ones." I took it and swallowed it whole. The saltiness of the seawater mixed with the natural sweetness of the oyster, creating an explosion of flavor in my mouth. Pure bliss. We sat there, one prying and the other eating, finishing more than a dozen oysters between us. Satisfied, Big brother gazed at the distant fishing boats. Smacking his lips, he smiled. "Aceway, if we could find spots like this every day, do you think we could buy a house in town by year-end?" "A house in town?" I tossed an oyster shell into the sea. "That's nothing. Big brother, we've got plenty of time ahead of us. Building a villa, buying a big boat, it's only a matter of time." The seawater was rising rapidly, swallowing up the mudflat until it was entirely submerged. Standing on the high reef, Big brother looked at the churning sea below and slapped his thigh in regret. "What a pity. There's still a fortune underneath. If only the tide came 30 minutes later, we could have dug out at least another 10 pounds. I hefted the bucket packed with fish, estimating its weight. "All right, brother, don't be too greedy. This 50 or 60 kilograms of goods is already an unexpected windfall. Besides, this spot isn't going anywhere. We can always come back next time when the tide goes out again." The older brother smacked his lips together, a pang of heartache flashing across his face, but he understood the logic of my words. The two of us carried our haul back to the boat. It was still early. Heading back straight away felt like a missed opportunity. I thought about it for a moment and then rummaged through the cabin, pulling out 2 fishing rods. "Big brother, turn the boat around a bit and find a spot with deeper waters. Let's cast a few lines. Maybe we'll reel in something big." Hearing there was a chance to fish, my brother's spirits lifted. He swiftly started the boat and navigated to a calmer stretch of sea. We had just baited the hooks, preparing to cast. The previously bright sky suddenly turned dark. Looking up, I saw that the once clear heavens were now overshadowed by massive dark clouds rolling in from the north, transforming the surface of the sea into something ominous and foreboding. That's the summer coast for you. Weather changes here faster than flipping through the pages of a book. Large raindrops began pelting down, drumming harshly against the boat's planks. "This is bad. There's going to be a strong wind," shouted my brother, his voice straining against the cacophony of rain and roaring waves. He hurried to stow the fishing rods back into the cabin. Fishing was no longer a priority. "Big brother, head back to the harbor, quick. This boat, being mostly wood and just a little metal, can't take waves like this." Without saying a word, my brother slammed the throttle to the max. The diesel engine roared louder than ever, struggling against the growing waves as we aimed to race back to the town's dock. The rain intensified, reducing visibility to a blur. Thankfully, although the wind was getting worse, it hadn't reached a critical point, at least not one that threatened our lives. Standing at the bow of the boat, I wiped the rainwater from my face and kept my eyes locked on the turbulent sea ahead. Suddenly, about 200 meters to our left, I noticed something white bobbing up and down in the water. "Big brother, steer left. Something's happening over there," I shouted over the storm. Wu Gong, my older brother, turned the wheel and we cautiously guided the fishing boat toward the mysterious object. As we neared, we could finally see it clearly. It was a white luxury speedboat, violently rocking with the waves, clearly out of power. What was worse, a figure could be seen flailing desperately in the water beside the speedboat. "Someone's fallen in," Wu Gang exclaimed in shock. The person was choking and gasping, their movements growing weaker and weaker, clearly at the verge of sinking beneath the waves. I hesitated for a brief moment. In rain this heavy, once you're in the water, you'd be lucky to get back out alive. Wu Gang stopped the boat and shouted, "Little brother, you take the helm. I'll go in." I sighed, grabbed a rope, tied a solid knot around my waist, and handed the other end to him. "Big brother, hold this securely. I'm going in to get them. If I don't come back in 2 minutes, start pulling me in. I'll sway you." Wu Gang's face turned pale, his hands gripping the rope tightly. "Saving lives is urgent. Don't waste time." With a yell, I jumped into the sea. I wasn't some saint out to save everyone. But those who live by the sea know the rules. If someone's in distress, you lend a hand. Too many accidents happen every year out here. If nobody steps up, society's rules unravel. Besides, even if I hesitated, my older brother would have jumped in without a second thought. In our past lives, I owed him far too much. In this life, I planned on repaying every bit. What's more, I had my system radar to pinpoint the man's exact location. If my brother had jumped in, he would have been swimming blind, which would have been even more dangerous. Clenching my teeth, I swam desperately toward the struggling figure. Fortunately, the distance wasn't too great. After several vigorous strokes, I reached him. It was a young man, unconscious, his body beginning to sink below the surface. I grabbed hold of his collar and pushed his head back above the water. "Big brother, pull us in." Wu Gang gritted his teeth and pulled the rope with all his might. Working together, we finally managed to pull both the young man and myself back onto the boat. Collapsed on the deck, I gasped for air. Instinctively, I reached to check my pocket. Damn it. Pulling it out, I saw my newly bought phone dripping with water. Pressing the power button a few times, there was no reaction at all. Over 1,000 yuan, drowned just like that. My heart ached at the loss. "Osway, this kid looks like he's not going to make it. He's not breathing." Wu Gang knelt by the boy, panic written on his face. I leaned over for a closer look. The young man's face was pale, his stomach distended. Clearly, he had swallowed a significant amount of seawater. "We've got to perform CPR." Interlacing my fingers, I pressed down firmly on his chest a few times. After the compressions, it was time for mouth to mouth. Staring down at his bloodless face, I felt a wave of discomfort. If it were a girl, that'd be one thing, but a complete stranger, and a guy at that, it just didn't sit well with me. I turned to Wu Gang. "Big brother, your turn." "My turn for what?" Wu Gang looked utterly baffled. "Pinch his nose, seal his lips with yours, and blow air into his lungs." Wu Gang looked horrified. "Are you out of your damn mind? I haven't even kissed your sister-in-law more than a few times in my life, and now you're telling me to kiss some guy?" He stood up, glaring at me. "Well, what then? Let him die." Desperation seeped into my voice. "He won't die." Rolling up his sleeves, Wu Gang squatted in front of the young man, raised his calloused hand. Wham! The sound of his slap rang sharp and clear. The boy's face jerked to the side, a crimson handprint rapidly rising. Stunned, I watched as Wu Gang delivered 3 more slaps, alternating fists. "Come on, spit it out." Amazingly, the young man coughed, turning his head as seawater mixed with foam gushed from his mouth. He began coughing violently. Cough. Who? Whacked me? He stammered, blinking in confusion. Are ahead of us. My eyes had just glazed over earlier, but I didn't reach out my hand. I waved my hand with a smile. I can't take this money. People making a living by the sea naturally lend a hand when these situations come up. It's not only a rule, but also a way to do good deeds. We save people, not for money. The woman froze, glancing at my worn-out clothes, clearly surprised by my refusal. But, no buts, I interrupted her. Your brother just swallowed quite a bit of water. Take him to the hospital quickly. After saying this, I picked up the bucket full of butterfly fish and called out to Wu Gang. Let's go. Time to sell the catch. We walked away from the dock with long strides. Behind us, I could hear the young man mumbling, holding his sore face in grievance. Sis, my face hurts. Serves you right. Taking the speedboat out to play without permission? You're lucky you weren't drowned. Carrying the bucket, we made our way skillfully to the Haishun Seafood Depot. Lin Tao was sitting by a small tea table, brewing tea. Boss Lin, we've got a haul, I said as I plunked the bucket down. Lin Tao quickly gestured for us to sit and warm ourselves with some tea before walking over to check the bucket. Whoa, this many butterfly fish. Did you guys raid their nest? Squatting down, he rummaged through the bucket, increasingly amazed the more he looked. These are all so big. Where'd you catch them? Smiling, I responded. We just got lucky and stumbled across a good spot. So, Brother Tao, what's the rate for this batch? Clapping his hands together, Lin Tao said, Brothers, your timing couldn't be better today. I just got a call from a big shot who specifically requested some top-notch wild seafood to entertain distinguished guests. For those over half a caddy, how does 185 per caddy sound? And for those under half a caddy, I'll offer a flat rate of 90. Deal. Butterfly fish typically don't grow much larger than half a pound to 1 pound. Those over a pound are considered king among them and are exceedingly rare. A rate of 185 was already highly generous, and 90 for the smaller ones was fairly standard. However, since most of our catch was over half a caddy, I didn't haggle further. Rolling up his sleeves, Lin Tao personally joined in, bringing over 2 large baskets. He began sorting the fish, shaking his head in wonder as he worked. Wow, these sizes are rare on any given day. Once finished, he placed the basket onto the scale. For those above half a caddy, 41 caddies. Wu Gang quickly did the mental math. 41 caddies at 185 per caddy. My goodness, over 7,000 yuan. Lin Tao then weighed the smaller catch. For those below half a caddy, 22 caddies. As he turned to grab a calculator, I stooped down, reaching into the bottom of the bucket. There was still one left. The asterisk one, over a pound in weight, shaped like a small club, the giant king of butterfly fish. Grabbing it by its gills, I slipped it into the empty fishing net we brought along. Brother Tao, the rest is yours, but this one, I'm taking home. Lin Tao had just punched in a couple of numbers when my words made him leap out of his chair. Hold on, man. He lunged forward in 2 quick strides, pressing down on the net. What are you doing? Taking it home to make some soup, I replied, completely justified. You're making soup with this thing? His voice rose to an almost comical pitch. That's the king of fish. A wild butterfly fish over a pound. Ask anyone in town. Can you even spot one alive in 3 years? Doesn't matter if it's one every 3 years. My wife's been feeling weak lately. This will be perfect to help nourish her. I tugged the net firmly behind me. Chen Shui has been through so much with me over the years. Now that we've finally got something good, of course, I prioritize her first. Lin Tao clung tightly to the other end, veins bulging on the back of his hands. She can eat anything else to nourish herself. Why does it have to be this? I'll get you 2 pounds of the finest wild black sea cucumber. Had enough sea cucumber. Today it's this fish. I refused to yield. He was growing visibly desperate, wringing his hands in a flurry. Today's big shot client was a highly significant deal. Arranging the meal properly could open up vast new business opportunities for him. This kingfish was meant to be the crown jewel for the table. Listen to me, brother. He softened his tone to appeal on an emotional level. Sell me this fish. I'll pay 200, no, 300 per caddy. I shook my head. I'd never even tasted such a fine catch myself. Selling it meant not knowing when I'd ever see another like it again. Lin Tao full-on panicked, spreading his arms open wide like a mother hen guarding its chicks. Osway, I need this fish to save face in tonight's dinner. I'm begging you, man. Fine, 500 a caddy. If you don't sell, I swear I'll lie down right here at your feet, and unless you step over me, you're not leaving this place with that fish today. With that, he caught me off guard, snatching the kingfish out of the net and cradling it against his chest, as if afraid I'd wrestle it back. Seeing his almost comical protectiveness, I couldn't help but laugh. All right, you win. You're practically robbing me at this point. Only then did Lin Tao let out a long sigh of relief. He gently set the king fish into the tank, as if it were his own month-old baby. Come on, let's settle the bill. He was in high spirits as he returned to his calculator. Over half a caddy. 41 caddies, 7,585 yuan. Below half a caddy, 1,980 yuan. Add another 500 for the kingfish. That's a total of 10,065 yuan. He opened the drawer, pulled out a stack of 100 yuan bills, and topped it with another crisp 100, a rounding tradition between us brothers. Not one to refuse, I accepted the payment. As we prepared to leave, he grabbed a 3 to 4 gene sea bass from the tank and handed it to me. Take this, for your wife. Sea bass is delicate and tender, much better than the muddy taste of butterfly fish. I waited. It was substantial. Not one to refuse a good gesture. I nodded. All right, I'll take it. Thanks, Brother Tao. Take care, brothers. Bring me your best catches first next time. When we returned to the old family home, the scent of food wafted through the courtyard. Wang Feng, my sister-in-law, wearing an apron, was at the sink washing vegetables. Seeing us come through the door, she wiped her hands quickly and walked over. You're back? How was the haul today? Didn't run into strong winds, did you? Wu Gang handed her the sea bass. The winds were pretty strong, but we got lucky and caught a nest of butterfly fish, sold them for a great price. This fish here is a gift from Boss Lin. Add it to tonight's menu. Saying little, I walked into the main room, pulling out the thick stack of bills. Sister-in-law, net profits after covering costs, 10,000 flat. Wang Feng looked at the thick wad of red notes on the table, her eyes wide and unmoving. Over the past days, dividing earnings had become routine, but every time she saw so much in cash, her heart would still skip a beat. I counted out 2,000 and slid it over to Wu Gang. Wu Gang rubbed his calloused hands, laughing as he took the money, then immediately handed it to his wife, Wang Feng. She accepted it, her eyes suddenly reddening, her voice cracking with emotion. Second brother, for so long, I really got you wrong. I always thought you wouldn't amount to much in this lifetime. But now, seeing you lead your elder brother home daily with earnings like this, I really don't know what more to say. I poured myself a cup of water as I sat down. Sister-in-law, the fault was mine before, leaving you to worry and suffer. But now that the whole family is pulling together, better days are just ahead of us. Keep it, I said calmly, pushing the stack of cash back toward her. Saving a life isn't something that comes with a price tag, especially not here along the coast. The fierce expression on the face of my sister-in-law, Wang Feng, relaxed a little, though she still muttered under her breath about people not understanding respect. Su Ruoshua hesitated for a moment, her previously confident demeanor faltering. Her younger brother, Su Yu, standing timidly behind her, seemed particularly embarrassed by the whole ordeal. Wu sir, she began, her tone filled with gratitude. We really just wanted to express how thankful we are. If it wasn't for you, I don't know what might have happened to Xiao Yu. Her voice trembled slightly, and her pristine image suddenly seemed far more human. I waved a hand. That's enough. Life along the coast is unpredictable, and people help each other out when they can. It's only natural. Seeing that I really wasn't going to accept the money, Su Ruoshua finally gave up and slid it back into her bag. However, her gratitude didn't diminish. All right, but please, Wu sir, if there's ever anything you need, don't hesitate to let me know, she said sincerely. Su Yu, still hiding behind her, nodded vigorously in agreement. By this point, the situation had more or less settled. The awkward tension in the courtyard slowly eased, though Su Ruoshua seemed reluctant to leave just yet. Wang Feng, still standing with her arms crossed, let out a small humph, but didn't press any further. Well, since you're already here, I said, gesturing towards the door, why not stay for some tea? It's still raining, and the weather's no good for traveling anyway. Su Ruoshua blinked in surprise, as though she hadn't expected the invitation. After a moment, she smiled softly. That would be lovely. Thank you. Seeing them step inside, Wang Feng seemed about ready to say something snarky, but restrained herself when she noticed my expression. Instead, she turned and muttered something to herself before moving toward the kitchen to fetch the tea. As the rain continued its steady chorus against the roof and windows, I couldn't help but wonder about this brother and sister. There was more to them than what had unfolded so far, though what exactly, I couldn't yet say. No matter. For now, a warm cup of tea would do. Forget it then. I really feel bad about this. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my water-damaged and now useless Nokia phone, tossing it onto the table. My phone got ruined yesterday when I jumped in to save him. Since you're being generous, just replace my phone, and we'll call it even. Su Ruoshua froze in place. 10,000 yuan rejected. Only asking for a phone worth a couple hundred? She examined my expression and realized I wasn't just being polite. Truthfully, I didn't care about the 10,000 at all. Su Yu leaned in, inspecting the brick-like Nokia. Brother Wu, leave it to me. Tomorrow, I'll get you the latest Motorola model. Haha, no need for the latest. As long as I can make calls, it's fine, I said with a laugh, pulling out a chair and inviting them to sit. It's almost noon. Stay for a simple meal before leaving. Su Rawashua hesitated, prepared to decline, but her younger brother's stomach growled loudly, as if on cue. The poor kid had almost drowned yesterday, stayed up all night in the hospital, and barely managed some kanji in the morning. He was starving, his chest practically pressed against his back. Well, sorry for imposing, then, Su Rawashua said awkwardly. Wang Feng, observing this, wiped her hands on her apron. You're already here. It's improper to let you leave on an empty stomach. Chief, why don't you head to the dock to see if Brother Hai has any good seafood left, and pick some fresh greens from the field on your way back. Wu Gang gave a quick nod, grabbed his straw hat, and headed out. Get something decent. Don't be stingy. I know, Wu Gang said, waving a dismissive hand as he hurried off. I had to hand it to this sister-in-law of mine. What a whirlwind of vigor. Just earlier, she was annoyed with everyone, but now she was treating our guests like dear family. Chen Shui was summoned to help in the kitchen. Around an hour later, the food was ready and laid on the table. As we sat down, Su Yu's eyes practically sparkled at the sight of the spread of seafood before him. Brother Wu, these shrimp are even fresher than the ones in those upscale restaurants in Shanghai. Straight from the sea. How could they not be fresh? As we ate and chatted, I finally pieced together the sibling story. Su Rawashua's family ran a sizable import-export business back in Shanghai. This trip was to assess opportunities to establish a large seafood processing factory in Xiamen and explore the local seafood markets. Su Yu had just turned 18 and finished the college entrance exams. Pampered since childhood, he had a rebellious streak. Tagging along with his sister, he found business meetings boring and secretly rented a yacht for a joyride. Halfway through his excursion, the engine broke down. When he went onto the deck to check the problem, a wave hit, and overboard he went. If Wu Gang and I hadn't been heading back at just the right time, the kid might have become fish food. Brother Wu, Su Yu said energetically between bites of crab. You were so badass yesterday when you jumped in to save me. The waves were massive, but you dove in like a sea dragon. Fearless. I picked up a piece of fish and placed it into Yaya's bowl. Don't go courting trouble again. The sea isn't your neighborhood pool. No matter how good your swimming is, one rogue wave, and you're done for. Su Yu, though chastised, just laughed sheepishly. For someone like him, surrounded by either praise or stern lectures like his sisters, he seemed to find my blunt honesty oddly refreshing. When the meal was nearly done, Su Yu put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. Brother Wu, were you out fishing yesterday? No, it's the fishing ban season. We were out tide pooling. Hearing that, Su Yu's eyes lit up. When are you going tide pooling again? Can I join? Su Rawashua's face darkened. Su Yu, mind your manners. Ah, come on, sis. I'm fine now. You're stuck in meetings all day, and I'm bored out of my mind. I just want to tag along with Brother Wu for some fun. No way. You're headed back to Shanghai tomorrow. Su Rawashua's tone brooked no argument. I'm not going back. If I do, I'll just be locked up at home again. Su Yu countered urgently, turning to me for help. Brother Wu, say something please. I promise I won't wander off. I'll just carry pails, all right. Seeing the kid's pleading face, I couldn't help but be amused. Wasn't I like this once, too? Climbing up mountains to raid bird nests, plunging into the ocean to catch fish? A bit of youthful restlessness wasn't the end of the world. Miss Su, I said, addressing Su Rawashua. She softened her firm demeanor a little. Mr. Wu, you can just call me Rawashua. All right, Rawashua, I replied without pretense. The kid had a scare yesterday. Sending him straight back might leave some lingering trauma. Around here, we believe in facing where you've stumbled. We're not going out to sea for now, just tide pooling along the shore. It's shallow water, right at the edge. If you trust me, let him tag along for a couple of days. It'll do him some good. Su Rawashua glanced at her stubborn brother, then at me, and sighed. That would be a great help. No trouble at all. Having an extra hand is just a plus. He'll make a fine laborer, I said with a laugh, patting Su Yu on the shoulder. Su Yu practically leaped out of his seat with joy. Don't worry, Brother Wu. I'm super strong. Digging in the sand, hauling buckets. I've got it all covered. After lunch, Su Rawashua gave him a few more reminders before leaving in her car. Finally untethered, Su Yu abandoned any semblance of his city kid airs and squatted in the courtyard with Yaya and Xiaohu, playing with mud. Growing up in a big city, he was worldly and glib, quickly charming the two children. Before long, they were completely enthralled by his tall tales. Let me tell you, Su Yu exclaimed. The Oriental Pearl Tower in Shanghai is so tall, it could poke a hole in the sky. Right at the top, there's this big round ball. Inside, the floors are all glass. You look down, and the cars below look as tiny as ants. Yaya's eyes widened, the clump of mud in her hands forgotten. Is it taller than our village Mazu temple? Xiaohu sniffled, skepticism written all over his face. That's nonsense. No building can be that tall. It'd get blown over by the wind. Why would I lie? Mark my words. When you're a bit older, I'll take you to Shanghai and show you myself. Suyu declared with a thump to his chest. I watched from under the eaves, smoking, shaking my head at his outlandish stories. By around 3 in the afternoon, Su Ruashiwe's driver returned with Suyu's belongings, including a neatly packaged gift box. The driver handed it over politely. Mr. Wu, this is the phone from Miss Su. It's her way of repaying you. Her number's already saved inside. Opening the box, I found a brand new Motorola V8088 flip phone inside. In the early 2000s, this was a luxury gadget, dual screens, flip design, easily going for 7,000 to 8,000 on the market. I didn't refuse, taking it out and powering it on. Please thank Miss Su for me, I said. Just then, Wang Feng emerged with a basin full of freshly laundered clothes. She glimpsed the gleaming silver device in my hand and came over, curious. What's that fancy thing, second brother? Looks so high-tech. A phone, I replied, testing its weight. It had a good hand feel. When it turned on, the iconic "Hello, Moto" greeted me. Wow, Wang Feng exclaimed. Wang Feng let out a startled cry, almost dropping the basin. How much does this cost? It looks way better than your old brick phone. Suyu interjected, sister-in-law, this phone just came out, probably over 10,000 yuan. But my sister's stingy. She didn't even splurge for the 20,000 yuan pure gold edition. Wang Feng gasped audibly, her gaze towards me changing instantly. Saving someone's life and getting a phone worth over 10,000 yuan just like that. This second brother of hers must have insane luck. At 10 p.m., I glanced at the clock on the wall and signaled everyone to get ready to head out. Sister-in-law, let's make it like a family outing today. Everyone's coming, I said while checking the flashlight's batteries. Normally, Wang Feng would complain about the kids being a hassle and refuse to bring them. But today, surprisingly, she agreed. Fine, it just rained earlier. Those nosy villagers in the neighborhood probably won't bother to step out. Let's just stroll down to the seaside. Wang Feng grabbed 2 small buckets, handing them to Yaya and Xiaohu. You two stay close and don't wander off. Chen Shui pulled little rain boots onto Yaya as the whole family, along with Suyu in tow, set out toward the shore in a spirited group. Sure enough, we didn't run into Lai Air's gang along the way. When we arrived at the beach, the tide had yet to recede. The salty and brackish scent of the ocean hung heavy in the air, and the tidal flats were scattered with pools of water. Sister-in-law, you and Chen Shui stay along this shallow beach with the kids and look for clams, I said while pointing to a nearby patch of smooth sandy mud. Wu Gang, Suyu, and I will head into the deeper areas to dig for blue crabs. Got it. Be careful, and don't go too far. Wang Feng rolled up her pant legs and began digging into the sandy mud with a small iron rake. Chen Shui held Yaya's hand, shining a flashlight to search alongside the puddles. With Wu Gang and Suyu following behind, I shuffled my way deeper into the wet tidal flats. It had rained recently, making the seawater murky and impossible to see what lay beneath the mud pools with the naked eye. I felt a spark of an idea, perfect timing to test the radar function of my system. In the past, I relied on spotting glimmers reflected off water surfaces and the mud to gauge marine life. But when it came to buying a boat and heading out to the open seas for fishing, relying on surface reflections wasn't going to cut it. Focusing my thoughts, I activated the system in my mind. A soft blue interface unfolded, and the radar screen came to life. I extended my awareness toward the underground and beneath the water. In the next second, the radar image in my mind transformed. Rather than a flat, two-dimensional scan, it turned into a three-dimensional sphere with a 50-meter radius centered on me. Half a meter below the mud layer, and at the murky seabed below, the small, glowing blips representing aquatic treasures became distinctly visible. I now had clarity. With this three-dimensional detection, pinpointing fish depths, even far offshore, would no longer be an issue. Brother Wu, how do we even look for anything here? It's all just mud. Suyu complained, holding a red bucket, his expensive branded sneakers now caked in mud. Wu Gang chuckled. Young master, going clam digging isn't like strolling through a shopping mall. You have to lower your head and look for holes. Holes? What holes? Suyu looked puzzled. Wu Gang jabbed his shovel at a tiny finger-sized hole in the mud nearby. See this? That's a crab hole. But it's too small, probably just has a sand crab inside. Undeterred, Suyu grabbed a spade excitedly and stabbed it into the mud. With a twist and lift, a clump of muddy earth was overturned, and a little fiddler crab, about the size of a coin, scuttled out sideways while brandishing its claw. Got it, got it! Suyu exclaimed, reaching out to grab it. Don't grab it barehanded. Wu Gang barely managed to warn. Ah! Suyu screamed as the crab pinched his finger. Despite its size, the crab's pinch was no joke, leaving a fiery sting. Suyu frantically shook his hand, flinging the crab back into the muddy pool and clutching his hand in pain. Wu Gang doubled over laughing, unable to straighten up. You, with your soft, pampered hands, can't even handle a little crab. And you want to catch something bigger? Suyu retorted indignantly. That was a mistake. A fluke, that's all. Big brother, show me how to find the larger ones. Deactivating my radar for now, I happened to spot a glowing patch 2 meters ahead beneath a slope of mud. All right, watch closely, I said, walking over and using my foot to clear away the top layer of slimy mud. A flattened, oval-shaped hole was revealed, surrounded by a ring of freshly pushed sandy sediment. Pay attention. I pointed at the hole. Oval-shaped holes, with rings of fresh sandy debris pushed out like worm casts, and messy footprints around them, most likely blue crabs inside. The deeper and wider the hole gets further down, the bigger the catch. Suyu leaned in close, straining his eyes to peer inside, but only saw darkness. How do you get it out? Reach in by hand. You want to lose your fingers? I replied, picking up a long-handled spade. A blue crab's claw can snap bones. Instead of digging directly at the hole, I moved about a foot behind it. Eyeing the radar's glowing spot, I gripped the spade with both hands and drove it forcefully into the ground. The spade blocked off the crab's escape route. I pressed down on the spade with my foot and used a short-handled scoop in my other hand to dig quickly from the direction of the hole. In just a few scoops, the layer of mud was peeled away. At the bottom of the newly uncovered murky pit lay an enormous blue crab. Sensing danger, it raised its massive claws high, snapping at the air menacingly, its green shell shimmering faintly. The crab's carapace was broad, and its claws were thicker than a grown man's thumb. Holy crap, it's huge! Suyu exclaimed, leaping back in alarm, his eyes bulging like saucers. Wu Gang came over and clicked his tongue in admiration. What a beast! This one's probably over a pound in weight. Your keen eyes, second brother, never miss. Not wasting time, I pressed the mini spade against the crab's back, pinning it into the mud. With my thumb and forefinger pinching the sides of its carapace from behind, I lifted it out gently. Flailing wildly in midair, the crab's claws snapped fiercely but never got close to my fingers. Get the bucket. Suyu rushed forward with the container, and I tossed the crab in. A loud thud echoed as it landed. Wuji, you're incredible. Suyu, his earlier grumpiness from being pinched entirely forgotten, now glowed with excitement as he stared at the giant clawed creature scrambling in the bucket. This is nothing, I said, wiping the mud off my palms. Just wait till later tonight. I'll really show you something. I decided there wasn't any need to tie the lone blue crab up. It could wait until later when we'd cook a pot of porridge back home with it. The radar in my mind stayed active. Not even 20 steps further, an even larger green glow appeared up ahead in front of us. I came to a stop and used my spade to trace a circle in the mud. Something big's under here. Suyu came running over, armed with the little shovel, his sleeves already rolled past his elbows. His shoes, once pristine and branded, were now unrecognizable. Wuji, let me try this time. Wu Gang lit a cigarette, giving him a heads up. Remember, young master, these blue crab claws pack a punch. They might just break your fingers if you're not careful. Suyu straightened his neck defiantly. What's there to be scared of? Just. If it comes to that, we'll just go to the hospital and get it fixed. I stepped back, making room for him. All right, step back a foot along this circle, block the escape route first, then start digging down from the front. Suyu gripped the shovel with both hands and forced it into the mud. The mud beneath the tidal flats was firm. Typically, he'd never dirty his hands with hard labor, but now he was using all his strength. His face turned beet red as he managed to push the shovel all the way down. Then, crouching down, he imitated my movement of digging up the mud. Mud and water splattered all over him, leaving his fair skin covered in dark specks of mud, his hair plastered to his forehead. Wu Gang chuckled at the sight. If your sister sees you like this, she'll be absolutely heartbroken. So you didn't raise his head. Tossing the shovel aside, he plunged his hands directly into the mud. Suddenly, the muddy water churned violently. A palm-sized green crab leapt out, claws wide open, lunging straight for his fingers. Whoa, damn it. Suyu fell backward into the muck, scrambling and rolling away in a panic. Quickly reacting, I stomped on the green crab's back, pinning it down into the mud. Quick, grab a bucket and get it in there. Clambering out of the mud, Suyu picked up the bucket and nudged the crab inside. I caught one. Woo bro, I caught one, he exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. He eagerly held the bucket up to Wu Gang's face. Look, big bro, isn't this one just as big as those you caught? Wu Gang flicked ash off his cigarette, smirking. Not bad. Looks like luck's on your side. For the next half hour or so, I led the way while Suyu dug. As soon as I stopped and drew a circle, he would rush over and dig with enthusiasm. The boy didn't mind getting covered in mud. The more he dug, the more he got into it, transitioning from clumsy movements to finding his rhythm. As the tide receded, an even larger portion of the tidal flats was exposed. Suyu's bucket now held 5 or 6 plump green crabs. All crowded together, they clicked and bubbled away. "Woo bro, you take a break. I can search on my own," he said, overconfident, swaying a flashlight as he ventured ahead. I welcomed the rare moment of leisure. Pulling out a cigarette, I handed one to Wu Gang and lit my own. Before long, Suyu's excited shout rang out. I found a hole. A flat, round hole. Without waiting for my confirmation, he plunged his shovel in, digging and scooping away. Sure enough, he unearthed a crab, though it was only about 3 or 4 tails. "Look, Wu bro, I found this one by myself." Exhaling a smoke ring, I nodded. "All right, looks like you're getting the hang of it." A few minutes later, he dug out another crab, this one close to half a gene. Encouraged by back-to-back successes, Suyu lost it entirely, his flashlight beam sweeping frantically over the mudflats. Wu Gang watched his figure, his brows knitting together. "Second bro," he called out, pointing toward the flats. "Something doesn't feel right." Truthfully, I'd already noticed. On my radar, the glimmers representing seafood were densely packed. Abnormally so. Normally, green crabs were sparsely distributed across these flats. But now, bright green light dots appeared in dense clusters. This wasn't natural at all. While I was still pondering, Wang Feng's booming voice came from ahead. "Second bro, big bro, come here quick." Exchanging glances with Wu Gang, I rushed over. Wang Feng stood by a shallow water puddle, holding up a flashlight. Beside her were 2 large red buckets. Chen Shui stood on higher ground with 2 children in tow. "Big sis, what's the matter?" Wang Feng pointed her flashlight toward the mudflats. In its dim beam, the mud surface was dotted with mounds, some already burst open. One by one, green crabs emerged from holes, scuttling sideways across the muck. Some were enormous, their carapaces as large as soup bowls, their claws gleaming with a dark greenish-black hue. The ground was teeming with green crabs, so densely packed it made one's skin crawl. What's going on?" Suyu ran over, his mouth wide open in shock. Without hesitation, Wang Feng handed the flashlight to Chen Shui and rolled up her sleeves, charging straight in. "Who cares what it is? This is all money. Hurry and grab him." Given free riches, Wang Feng moved faster than anybody, scooping up crabs by the handful and tossing them into buckets. Coming to my senses, I realized, with all these crabs crawling out on their own, it was like a fortune delivering itself to us. "Chen Shui, stay with the kids and don't let them come down. It's full of crabs down there," I instructed before jumping in to help. 4 of us went into an all-out frenzy on the mudflats. No need to search for holes or dig. Just lowering your hands was enough to grab a crab. "This money's too easy to make. It's like picking up bills," Suyu exclaimed, tossing a crab into the bucket with one hand while grabbing another with the other. Wang Feng was the fastest, filling up most of both buckets in no time. There were so many crabs that they started climbing out of full buckets. Wu Gang stopped catching them all together and instead pulled out a thick bundle of plastic rope from his waist, using it exclusively for tying up crabs. With one hand pressing down on their backs and the other swiftly binding their claws and legs, he tied tight knots and tossed them onto dry ground. Even with his fast pace, he couldn't keep up with the number we were catching. The pile of crabs on the ground grew bigger and bigger. Chen Shui started helping, while the 2 kids dug shallow pits nearby with branches. "Big bro, hurry up. The buckets are already overflowing," Wang Feng urged. Wu Gang didn't respond. He simply worked faster. After tying up hundreds of crabs, his fingers began to cramp from fatigue. Stopping to shake out his wrists, he stood up. But instead of looking at the crabs piling up on the ground, his gaze turned toward the dark sea. The wind had grown stronger, laced with a heavy, fishy dampness. A dark, starless sky loomed overhead. The sound of waves crashing against the reefs had grown oppressively deep. Wu Gang took a long, deep breath, his expression turning serious. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and tie them up," Wang Feng complained, walking over. Turning to look at me and Suyu still feverishly collecting crabs, Wu Gang's voice came out low and tinged with alarm. "Second bro, stop grabbing them." Straightening up, I held 2 thrashing blue crabs in my hands. "What's wrong, big bro?" Wu Gang pointed first to the crabs inexplicably swarming out of their holes, then to the black, ominous sky. "Things in the ocean are sharper than humans. If they're rushing out in droves, they're running for their lives." Wang Feng froze in place, forgetting to drop the crab in her hand. "Pack it up. We're going home," Wu Gang said, looking to me with an uncharacteristically grave tone. "A typhoon's coming." I flung the massive crab into the bucket, grabbed the handle, and held on to Chen Shui's hand. "Listen to big bro, something's off with this weather. We're leaving now." Wang Feng glanced at the crabs littering the ground, clutching her thighs like she was in mourning for her lost fortune. "Oh my goodness, so much money. Just a little effort would mean so much cash. But she understood priorities. No amount of money was worth risking her life for. Good heavens above, forget it. Shwe, hold on to Yaya tight. Don't let her slip. Suyu was still squatting in the mud pit, holding up. Crab was really restless, its face full of reluctance. Brother Wu, are you seriously just leaving all those crabs scattered on the shore? It's like free money lying around. I walked over to him, grabbed him by the collar, and yanked him up forcefully. Do you want to save your life or the crabs? Move. A group of us, holding buckets and flashlights, stumbled and wobbled our way through the muddy flats in a frenzied dash toward the shore. Before we reached the village entrance, the wind suddenly picked up. The salty sea breeze was so fierce it made it hard to stand straight. Branches of the trees along the road swayed wildly. Then, out of nowhere, raindrops the size of beans started pelting down, stinging our faces sharply. At first, the rain was scattered, but by the time we dashed into the old courtyard and stepped through the door, it was as if the heavens had burst wide open. The torrential rain poured down in sheets as the howling wind carried the raindrops onto the rooftop, making a loud, crackling sound. Wu Jiangwo and Li Tsuehua were sitting in the main room. Seeing us return, they both sighed in relief. Li Tsuehua quickly handed us towels. This weather is a punishment from above. The rain just came out of nowhere. And look at you all, covered in mud. Good heavens, did you catch that many crabs? Wang Feng, catching her breath while drying her hair, replied, Ma, the mudflats were crawling with mud crabs last night, everywhere you looked. It's a pity we couldn't collect them all. We missed out on at least a few $100. Wu Jiangwo knocked the ash out of his pipe and walked to the doorway to peer at the sky. You call those escapees from the sea? The wind is all wrong. A typhoon is coming too fast. The old man turned back and looked at me. Second son, your house with that crumbling old roof won't survive this storm. Don't go back tonight. Just stay here and sleep. I nodded. In this weather, returning to the stone house was indeed risky. If the roof collapsed, we'd be in deep trouble. The family quickly arranged everything. Chen Shui took Yaya and slept with the eldest sister-in-law in the inner room, while the elderly couple took Xiaohu into their own room. Wu Gang, Su Yu, and I, the three grown men, had to squeeze onto the wooden bed in the east wing. Outside, the storm raged furiously. Wind seeped through the cracks in the windows, making them rattle loudly. No lights were on inside, leaving us in complete darkness. Suyu kept tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The excitement from tonight hadn't worn off yet. Brother Wu, big brother, is going out to sea always this thrilling? Wu Gang pulled the blanket tighter around him with a chuckle. Thrilling? Not at all. It's just the typhoon that made today a fluke, like a blind cat stumbling across a dead rat. On regular days, you could dig around all day and not even find 2 crabs. Suyu rested his head on his arm and started talking about his own life. Life's more fun out here. Over in the magic capital where I'm from, it's all construction and development everywhere. The air is full of dust. It'll drive you crazy. Let me tell you, in Pudong, the place changes by the day. It used to be all farmland, and now it's all construction sites. My dad just acquired a plot of land last month. He's planning to build a big shopping mall. Wu Gang was taken aback, baffled yet intrigued. Building a shopping mall sounds great. Wouldn't the rent alone bring in tens of thousands a year? Suyu grinned, a hint of smugness in his tone. Brother, you wouldn't be able to rent a toilet in the magic capital for tens of thousands. My dad says once the mall's up and running, yearly rent could start at a few million. Wu Gang drew in a sharp breath and was utterly at a loss for words again. Millions. That figure had already surpassed his frame of reference. I lay back with my hands behind my head, listening to the sound of the wind outside, and casually chimed in. Building a mall takes too long to recover costs. Now that the country's abolished housing welfare, the real estate market is the real trend. If your dad held on to that land and developed residential buildings instead, then waited 3 to 5 years before selling, he could probably triple or quadruple his profits. For a few seconds, Suyu was silent. By the flash of lightning outside the window, he turned his head to look at me. I knew what he was thinking. His dad had indeed mentioned it at the dinner table. The company's shareholders were divided, with some pushing for residential development for quick money while others wanted to build the mall for long-term rental income. Even he didn't have a clear stance on the matter. Yet here I was, a mere fisherman, laying it out so plainly. Brother Wu, you actually understand real estate? He asked tentatively. So what do you think is the most profitable investment now? I rolled onto my side to find a comfortable position. The internet. Suyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Brother Wu, you're talking nonsense this time. The Nasdaq internet stock bubble just burst this year. My sister's tech stocks are all underwater. Anyone who touches the internet now is doomed. I kept my tone indifferent. That's abroad. How many internet users does our country have right now? Sure, it looks like a bubble now, But if you weather the next 2 years, companies focusing on instant messaging and e-commerce will eventually grow into billion-dollar giants. So you stopped laughing. Though he wasn't much of a scholar and had mostly wasted his days as a wealthy son of privilege, he'd been immersed in the business world since childhood, making him highly sensitive to commercial terms. Blue ocean, instant messaging, e-commerce. He found it jarring to hear these terms coming from a fisherman smelling of salt and fish. What about the stock market? Is the domestic stock market worth getting into? He pressed, now sounding more like a student seeking advice. I yawned. The domestic stock market follows government policies. It might look sluggish now, but give it a few years, and once the equity split reform rolls out and full circulation is achieved, you could double your money with your eyes closed. But as of now, you'd be better off hoarding land. Build any housing on it, and you'll make money. The room fell into silence again, save for Wu Gang's even snores. He clearly hadn't understood a thing we were talking about, and had fallen asleep a while ago. Suddenly, Suyu sat up straight. Brother Wu, where did you graduate from? Was it Fudan or Tsinghua? I kept my eyes shut and murmured drowsily. County 3rd high school, finished high school, didn't make it to college. Yeah, right. His voice rose several notches. My sister's an Ivy League graduate, and even she doesn't have your insight and perspective. You're telling me you're just a high school graduate and a fisherman? Are you some secret rich magnate here for a taste of the simple life? I didn't bother responding and pretended to sleep. What kind of rich magnate would be insane enough to tirelessly toil hauling in seafood every day? I knew the truth. It wasn't that I didn't want to say more, but rather that the capital at hand was too little to execute any big moves. If I ever came into some real money down the line, who's to say I wouldn't seize the moment to strike first? The storm raged on, battering the old house's roof. The tiles rattled as if ready to fly off at any moment. The water in the courtyard had risen past our ankles and started seeping into the main house through the threshold gap. The typhoon showed no signs of letting up throughout the next day. Trapped indoors, the whole family couldn't even step out. Wang Feng sat on a small stool by the door, clutching a rag and occasionally plugging up leaks in the doorway. Her brow was knit tightly, and her mouth hadn't stopped moving for a second. Such terrible luck, with such strong winds. All those crabs on the mudflats must have been swept away by now. Last night, they were everywhere. Every bend of the back was money. If we'd stayed just another half hour, we could have collected at least one more sack. Wu Gang squatted in the corner, holding an unlit cigarette between his fingers, sighing as he stared out the window. Enough, quit complaining already. Last night that. It must be the wind's doing. If we had left half an hour later, we might have ended up as fish food. No amount of money is worth risking our lives. Don't I know it hurts to spend money? Wang Feng glared at him. Do you think money falls from the sky? Suyu lay sprawled on a bamboo chair, lost in thought. Isn't that exactly what happened? Without this typhoon, where would all these crabs have come from? Yet, having never experienced a leaky roof during a torrential storm, he felt utterly drained. I wasn't in much of a rush myself. Sitting at the eight immortal table, I picked up several bamboo strips and began weaving grasshoppers for Yaya and Xiaohu. Second uncle, I want a big one, Xiaohu said, leaning on the edge of the table, his eyes shining with anticipation. Sure, I'll make you one with big, long legs, I replied. My fingers flew skillfully, and in no time, I handed over a lively grasshopper. Yaya, nestled in Chun Shue's arms, let out delighted giggles. Looking at my wife and kids, my heart felt at peace. With money in hand and no chance to head out to sea, I might as well take the opportunity to rest. By the morning of the third day, the rain still fell, but the winds had noticeably calmed. Branches no longer threatened to snap, and the roaring of the waves had muted considerably. Pacing back and forth inside the house, I felt restless. The system radar had just been upgraded to a 50-meter range, but had yet to get a chance to demonstrate its full potential. Precisely the result of being trapped indoors by this typhoon. When a typhoon passes, it turns the seabed upside down. The coastal areas at a time like this are practically treasure troves. I walked to the door, glanced up at the sky, and turned to Wu Gang. Big brother, the winds died down. Want to head to the beach and take a look? Wu Gang was startled, nearly dropping his cigarette. Before he could respond, Wang Feng erupted. Second brother, have you lost your mind? Her voice drowned out the sound of rain. Heading to the beach during a typhoon? Do you think you've got extra lives to spare? If you're that eager to die, remember that your wife and Yaya depend on you. The commotion startled Chen Shui, who quickly grabbed my sleeve and softly urged, Ah Sui, big sister-in-law is right. It's still too dangerous. Let's wait until the weather clears. Feeling slightly embarrassed, I rubbed the bridge of my nose. But I understood the conditions of the sea. The wind had died down. As long as I didn't go into the water, walking along the beach and checking the rocky areas was perfectly safe. Big sister-in-law, no need to worry, I explained patiently. I won't go into the water. I'll just take a look along the beach. During typhoons, The strong waves bring up all sorts of things from the seabed. The shore will undoubtedly be full of treasures. I'll stick to the shallows near the village entrance, and the moment I sense any danger, I'll turn and run. I won't go into the deeper waters. Wang Feng stood her ground, hands on her hips. That's nonsense. Do you think the ocean's just a wash basin? When the waves come up, you won't even have time to run. If anyone dares to step out of this courtyard today, I'll break their leg. Caught between us, Wu Gang scratched his head uneasily. Like me, he was tempted by the thought of ocean treasures, but wouldn't dare stand up to this tigress of a wife. Suddenly, Suyu shot out of his reclining chair. Sister-in-law, let Brother Wu take me for a look, he said enthusiastically, clearly going stir-crazy from being cooped up. I just want to see what it's like on the beaches after a typhoon. If I tag along, I promise I won't let Brother Wu get into the water. Wang Feng's tone softened a bit. It wasn't easy to push back against a wealthy young man from the city, especially one who had gifted me such an expensive phone. You kid, why are you stirring up trouble too? Those waves can be as tall as two-story buildings. Big sister-in-law, it'll truly be fine. I seized the chance to interject. Big brother will join too. With 3 grown men, we'll just stay high up and take a look. If there's nothing, we'll head right back. Wang Feng glared at us with rising frustration, her chest heaving before turning to look at Wu Gang. He wasn't doing a great job of hiding his eagerness either, which made her grit her teeth. Fine, go ahead. But if you get swept away by the waves, don't expect me to acknowledge you brothers ever again. She plopped back onto her stool in a huff, pointedly looking away. Seizing the opportunity, I gave Wu Gang a knowing look. Without wasting another second, we threw on raincoats, grabbed buckets and sand shovels, and dashed out. Suyu was so eager that he hadn't even fastened his raincoat properly and simply grabbed a plastic bucket before rushing after us. Braving the wind and rain, the 3 of us trudged toward the beach by the village entrance, fighting to stay on our feet with every step. The closer we got to the sea, the heavier the salty scent in the air became. Though the wind had lessened, the waves remained turbulent. Brownish seawater slammed against the rocks, sending up dramatic sprays of white foam. The moment we reached the edge of the sandy shore, Suyu let out a loud yelp. Holy crap, Brother Wu, look at that. Following the direction of his pointed finger, Wu Gang and I both sucked in a sharp breath. The previously neat and flat beach was now a chaotic mess. Seaweed, coral, broken branches, and all sorts of debris covered the shore. But that wasn't the extraordinary part. The extraordinary part was nestled among the seaweed and tidal pools, dense clusters of round, dark, plump objects scattered everywhere. Sea cucumbers. They're all sea cucumbers. Wu Gang's voice wavered with excitement as he abandoned his sand shovel and dove straight for them. Wild black-spined sea cucumbers, their bodies still twitching, lay sprawled across the sand. Some were entangled in seaweed. Each one was sizable, weighing at least 300 to 500 grams. We've struck gold. We've struck gold. Suyu hollered, tumbling forward onto the sand and haphazardly throwing sea cucumbers into his bucket. Watching the beach practically littered with treasures, I couldn't help but squint my eyes in delight. Just as I expected, the typhoon had truly stirred up the seabed deep down, bringing all the valuable goods from the depths onto the shore. Big brother, stay away from the water's edge. Just stick to collecting from the dry parts of the beach. I hollered at him before grabbing my own bucket to join in. Like mice diving into a granary, the 3 of us frantically collected as much as we could. There wasn't even a need to search carefully. Everywhere you looked, there was something to pick up. While gathering treasures, I silently activated the system radar. The 50-meter radius lit up with a dense array of green dots merging into a continuous pattern. But I wasn't particularly focused on those green lights. My attention was on searching for something even more valuable. As the radar scanned across a pile of seaweed-covered rocks up ahead, a bright blue beacon flashed across my vision, far brighter than any sea treasure I'd encountered before. Something good. Excitement surged within me as I briskly stepped toward the spot, bucket in hand. Peeling away the thick layer of seaweed revealed a half-meter-deep trench filled with water. Buried under the muddy sands at the bottom was a snail-like shell. I crouched and used both hands to carefully extract it. The shell was as large as a soup bowl, its exterior a rough, grayish-brown surface with ridges and bumps. It was astonishingly heavy, weighing at least 3 to 4 kilograms. Inside the shell, I could faintly glimpse thick, meaty flesh. Big brother, check this out. I raised the giant snail triumphantly. Wu Gang, who was hauling a half-filled bucket of sea cucumbers, came running over. The moment he caught a clear look at it, he gasped loudly, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Second brother, that's a giant conch. His hands trembled with excitement, his voice quaking as he spoke. A giant conch? Is it worth a lot? Suyu asked curiously as he approached. Worth a ton. Wu Gang swallowed hard. These creatures normally live buried in deep-sea sediment, dozens of meters underwater. Even fishing boats rarely managed to net one. And now, it's been brought to shore by the typhoon. He gestured animatedly for emphasis. A wild giant conch of this size, just 1 kilo, can go for over 100. So big, it's got to be worth 2 or 3,000 at least. Suyu was utterly dumbfounded. Just this stupid conch can sell for 2 or 3,000. This is basically free money. I hefted the whirled shell in my hand, feeling a rush of joy. Just as expected, the rougher the seas, the pricier the catch. Brother Chong didn't lie to me. All right, pack it up quickly and see if there's anything else out there. The three of us turned into relentless foraging machines. Sea cucumbers, whirled shells, I even picked up a few coconut snails. Their yellow outer shells had black speckled patterns, a size larger than the whirled shells, and easily weighed over 10 kilograms each. The meat on those things was tough and stringy. Honestly, not very edible. But there was always a chance they contained mellow pearls. Also known as dragon pearls, these special pearls sport flame-like streaks on their surface. For the coastal folk, they weren't just valuable, they were symbols of good luck. Lost in my cheerful daydream about finding a mellow pearl, I abruptly turned my head and shouted in sheer terror. Suyu, get your ass back here. I didn't even care about the coconut snail in my hands. I threw it straight onto the sand and bolted toward the shore. That idiot had completely gotten carried away, his eyes glued to 2 sea cucumbers in front of him, utterly oblivious to the water wall rising rapidly on the ocean's surface. Rogue waves during typhoons are the most lethal. The waters appeared calm, but beneath the surface, tremendous force was gathering. Big Brother Wu, look at these 2 big ones. Suyu just raised his head after hearing my shout. With a deafening crash, a wave over 2 meters high smashed into the shoreline, swallowing him whole in an instant. Suyu fell into the ocean water, struggling to get up, but unable to find his footing. Help! Gurgle gurgle. Fear overwhelmed him as he flailed in sheer panic. Wu Gang, who had been 10 meters away, noticed what had happened. His face turned pale as he dropped his bucket and sprinted toward us. But it was too far. In that critical moment, I reached the edge of the water, ignoring the stinging slap of the seawater against my face. I dove forward, putting half my body into the waves, and grabbed the back of Suyu's collar. The suction of the retreating wave was immense, pulling the sand and mud beneath my feet outward. I bit down hard, pushed against a half-buried rock with my legs, and planted myself firmly. Get up. The veins on my arms bulged as I yanked backward with all my strength. Suyu, as limp as a sack of potatoes, was dragged and yanked out of the water onto the shore. We tumbled into a heap on the sand. Cough, cough. Ugh. He lay there on the ground, pale as a ghost, trembling head to toe. Only then did Wu Gang arrive, panting heavily. He pulled both of us upright. I wiped the seawater off my face and pointed at Suyu's nose, unleashing a barrage of fury. Are you out of your goddamn mind? What did I just tell you? Stick to the dry sand. Why the hell were you going into the water? Suyu sprawled on the sand, the crashing waves now rolling a few dozen meters away, trembling like a leaf in the wind. He was so close. If I hadn't pulled him back, he would have already been dragged into the depths to feed the fish. Big Brother Wu, I messed up. I wasn't paying attention. His teeth were chattering so hard, he could barely get the words out. Second brother, as long as everyone's okay. You scared the hell out of me. Wu Gang clutched at his chest. I shot Suyu a glare. You stay here. Don't you dare move. Turning back, I headed for the coconut snail I'd tossed earlier. Yet, before I could take more than a couple of steps, a hoarse yell greeted me from atop a sandy dune. Hey Wu Gang, Wu Lauer, what the hell are you two doing? Have you lost your damn minds? I looked up to see old Zhang from the east end of the village. He was a skinny, old bachelor, dressed in a tattered raincoat and leaning on a long bamboo pole. He trudged down from the dune, his feet sinking into the sand with every step. Old Zhang usually guarded the village committee's office. Today, though, the typhoon probably blew his ducks away, so he'd come out looking for them. When he got closer, his gaze shifted past me, landing on the shoreline littered with dark, glistening sea cucumbers and Wu Gang's bucket full to the brim with spoils. His eyes bulged. The bamboo pole clattered to the ground. Sweet mother of mercy. That's a whole lot of sea cucumbers. Swallowing hard, he didn't even bother with small talk. Darting forward, he snatched up a couple of sea cucumbers and stuffed them into the pockets of his raincoat. Making a fortune, oh yes. A typhoon day, and we hit the jackpot. He mumbled, working even faster than Suyu. Wu Gang frowned, ready to go stop him, but I held him back by the arm. Ignore him. Let's hurry and collect more ourselves. If the others show up, we'll lose the chance to grab anything. Wu Gang was so anxious he stomped his feet, lowering his voice. Second brother, why stop me? Old Zhang's too quick. At this rate, he'll pocket all the sea cucumbers here in no time. I set my bucket down on the sand. Big brother, just look at this entire shoreline. It's packed, crawling with goods. Why on earth are you fighting him for a handful? Wu Gang blinked, then lifted his head to scan further. The tidal flats stretched far, a dense layer of dark shapes scattered across them. Sea cucumbers and shellfish, all washed ashore by the waves. There wasn't any chance just one person could clean it all up. Pulling out my new phone, I dialed home. The call barely rang once before Chun Shui hurriedly picked up, her voice trembling with worry. "Hey Sui, are you guys all right? The wind's this bad. Come back this instant." Shouting into the phone, I replied, "Wife, tell sister-in-law to grab every burlap sack we have in the house and head to the village's beach. Now." The voice on the other end instantly switched to Wang Feng's loud bellow. "Wu Lauer, you've lost your mind. The wind hasn't stopped, and you want us out on the beach? Are you trying to get us killed to keep you company?" "Sister-in-law, the entire beach is full of sea cucumbers. The typhoon pushed them all up here, and there's too much to even pick up. Stop arguing, and come bring bags to pick up money." Not waiting for her to scold me again, I hung up straight away. Shoving my phone back into my pocket, I grabbed my bucket and pressed onward. My mind's metaphorical radar was still scanning. Within a 50-meter radius, glowing signals flickered intensely. Following the brightest pockets, I moved with purpose. Between two rocks, a water pool shimmered faintly with a bluish glow. Reaching into the murky water, my hand scooped out a giant whorled shell, larger than my fist. Its shell was thick, and its meat was plump, easily 2 kilograms at least. Tossing it into the bucket, there was a muffled thud. Nearby, sifting through a pile of rotten seaweed, I uncovered another 2 coconut snails, yellow with black spots. Each of them weighed over 10 kilograms, hefty in my arms as I carried them. Not far away, old Zhang was crouched over, picking up sea cucumbers. His pockets overfilled, he simply shrugged off his raincoat and used it as a makeshift sack instead. When he glanced up and caught sight of me placing the 2 massive coconut snails into my bucket, his eyes glazed over with envy. He swallowed hard and jogged over to me. "Wow, Aceway, these shells are massive. You could sell them on the market for quite a lot, huh?" Despite his casual remarks, his hands were anything but casual. They immediately reached toward the water pool next to me. I stepped on a rock near the edge of the pool, sending a splash of muddy water onto his pants. Startled, old Zhang retracted his hand immediately. Looking down at him from my position, I gave a faint, knowing smile. "Uncle Zhang, you've picked plenty of sea cucumbers yourself, enough to fetch a tidy profit. Sometimes, you shouldn't get too greedy, wouldn't you agree?" Zhang, seeing my defiant and nonchalant demeanor, didn't dare reach out again. Although recently people said I'd turned over a new leaf, who could be sure it wasn't just a case of a glossy surface over dung? He gave a couple of dry chuckles, nodding repeatedly. Right. Osway, you take your pick. I'll head over there." Grabbing his raincoat, he slunk away hurriedly. Nearby, Suyu had also pulled himself together, apparently having learned his lesson. He avoided the water's edge at all costs, frantically rummaging through a heap of seaweed on the dry beach instead. "Brother Wu, I caught 2 big ones. Why the hell do these things squirt water? Disgusting." He held up 2 hefty black sea cucumbers, his face red with excitement. I had no mind to bother with him and resumed gathering sea goods. About 10 minutes later, 2 figures descended from the distant sand dunes. Leading the way was Wang Feng, clutching a bundle of woven sacks in one hand and running as she cursed. "Wu Lauer, you dare trick me? I'm going to peel your skin today." Behind her, Chun Shui jogged along, carrying a large water jug and struggling to catch her breath. As they emerged onto the path, Wang Feng's cursing abruptly stopped. Her mouth fell agape as she took in the sight of sea cucumbers crawling everywhere and the scattered large sea snails. She was completely stunned. Chun Shui, equally wide-eyed, covered her mouth in disbelief. Wu Gang approached, carrying a full bucket of sea cucumbers, grinning from ear to ear. "Wife, Lauer didn't lie to you. Hurry up, bring the sacks." Wang Feng snapped out of her daze and smacked her mouth as if reprimanding herself. Blame it on my unclear words when I hung up earlier. Who knows if that loud yell had already alerted everyone in the village. Now she truly regretted her loud mouth. If only she were as soft-spoken as Chun Shui, how much more could they have gathered? Move over, move over. Are you a klutz? Can't you see the bucket's full? Why didn't you transfer it into the sack?" She deftly unfolded a snakeskin sack, lifted the bucket, and poured the contents in, muttering as she worked. "Oh, sweet heavens, this is all money. The heavens have opened their eyes. Xiao Shui, don't just stand there, start collecting." Chun Shui hurriedly put down the water jug, grabbed a sack, and crouched down to gather the goods. With 4 adults plus Suyu, 5 of us formed a circle and frantically cleared the sea treasures strewn across the ground. After over half an hour, 5 large snakeskin sacks were filled to the brim. Sea cucumbers made up the bulk, followed by conchs and coconut snails, with a few substantial green crabs among them. The wind and waves had calmed down a bit, and the rain had stopped. There was no way we could haul all these goods at once, so we decided Chen Shui would stay behind to guard the haul while the rest of us kept foraging farther afield. It was at that moment that a commotion arose from the dunes. Hurry, hurry. I saw people by the tidal flats earlier. There must be a treasure trove. Hey, don't shove. Who in their right mind would head to the flats during a typhoon? The four of us paused our work and glanced up at the scene, frowning deeply. Old Zhang, alarmed by the situation and the snakeskin sack Wu Gang had given him, quickly raised his hands defensively. Not me. Really not me. I didn't tell anyone. I sighed, knowing it wasn't his doing. The truth was, too many people in the village kept an eye on me. Even though it was raining today, someone would have seen us leave the village. The fact that it had been so long since I last came out to harvest the sea made it all too easy for them to connect the dots. What a shame for all these riches on the shore. Leading the charge were Lai Er and Chun Fugawei, trailed by a crowd of 20 to 30 people, men and women alike, carrying all sorts of tools. The group stormed down the sand dunes and broke out into excited exclamations at the sight of the plentiful haul on the beach. Holy crap, we've hit the jackpot. I told you, follow Wu Lauer and you'll make money for sure. Lai Er practically tumbled onto the sand, sprawling over a pile of seaweed as he desperately scooped sea cucumbers into his arms. Chen Fugawei wasn't far behind, barreling ahead with a large bucket in tow. Out of my way, I saw these first. The shoreline devolved into chaos, with villagers shoving each other aside in a frenzy over even a single large sea cucumber. Anxious, Wang Feng turned to Wu Gang. Lauer, these vultures are stealing our money. What do we do? I remained calm, patting one of the packed sacks of goods. Big sis, we've already got the lion's share. Let the rest fight over the scraps. Tie up the sacks and get ready to retreat. Wu Gang and Suyu quickly got to work securing the sack openings. It was then that Lai Er, his half-full bucket in hand, wandered over, his greed clouding his judgment as he stumbled into the area we'd just cleared. Not much of value was left on the ground. His beady eyes darted around until they fixated on a water pit near Wang Feng's feet. A juvenile spiny lobster, freshly washed ashore by the waves, was trapped there, a solid 3 or 4 pounds, with 2 long antennae swaying above the water's surface. Damn, a lobster! Lai Er exclaimed, tossing his bucket aside and lunging at the pit. Wang Feng, being the closest, reacted quickly, stepping straight onto the pit's edge and blocking his hand. Lai Er, are you blind? This is under my feet. Infuriated, Lai Er glared at her viciously. Bullshit. Anything in the water pit belongs to whoever grabs it. Get out of my way. He reached out as if to shove her leg aside. Before he could touch her, I delivered a swift kick to his shoulder. With a muffled thud, Lai Er tumbled backward, rolling twice in the mud and sand before ending up with a mouth full of grit. Retracting my foot, I stared down at him coldly. Lai Er, you've got some guts, huh? Dare to mess with my big sis. Spitting out a mouthful of sand, Lai Er scrambled to his feet, pointing a furious finger at me. Wu Lauer, you're going too far. This beach belongs to the entire village. Why should all the best stuff go to your family? His shout was piercingly loud, causing the surrounding villagers, who were still scavenging, to stop their work and turn their attention our way. Chen Fugawei stepped forward, bucket in hand, his gaze shifting from the lobster in the pit to the 5 bulging snakeskin sacks behind me. Greed twisted his expression as he abandoned any pretense of caution. Planting his sand shovel into the ground, he sneered. Lauer, we're all from the same village. Your family already has 5 sacks full. Why not let Lai Er have the lobster? Hogging everything isn't right. The gathered crowd, emboldened by his lead, began jeering. Exactly, why should he get it all? We just got here, and they're already loaded up. That's not fair. The throng inched closer, their intentions growing increasingly hostile. Wang Feng unslung a broken-handled shovel from her back and held it across her chest, shouting, Bullshit. When I braved the typhoon to gather this, you cowards were all hiding under your blankets. Now that the weather's clearing, you crawl out to scavenge the spoils. Shameless. Wu Gang positioned himself protectively in front of Chen Shui and Su Yu, gripping his sand shovel tightly. Su Yu, completely out of his depth, swallowed nervously, whispering to me, Brother Wu, are they planning to rob us? Maybe we should let them take the lobster. I shot him a glare to shut him up. Backing down now would only ruin our standing in the village for good. Lai Er continued his tirade, but I'd run out of patience. Marching over to the pit, I raised my sand shovel and brought it down with a decisive thud, slicing the lobster cleanly in 2. The surrounding crowd gasped in unison, stunned into silence. They looked between the severed lobster and me, their bewilderment growing thicker. I, filled with anger. Who else wants to snatch lobsters? Come on, let me see if your bones are tougher or if my sand shovel is harder. Lai Er sat in the muddy water, his face turning the color of liver, glancing hesitantly between the lobsters and the sand shovel in my hand. Swallowing his saliva, he dared not utter a word. I waved the sand shovel a few times and sneered coldly. The beach is full of good stuff, but you don't pick your own and instead set your eyes on my things. I pointed to the 5 snakeskin bags behind me. These bags were earned with the lives of my family. Anyone daring to covet them again, don't blame me if I pay your house a visit tonight. A few idle villagers who had been planning to stir up trouble shrunk their necks and turned to dig through the seaweed piles nearby. The principle of bullying the weak and fearing the strong applies everywhere. Seeing the crowd disperse, I turned to Wu Gang. Big brother, these bags are too heavy. We can't carry them. You're quick on your feet. Run back and bring the cart from home. Wu Gang glanced at the villagers eyeing us, still skeptical. If I leave, will you 3 really manage? What's there to worry about? Just go. Wang Feng snapped back to reality, slamming a broken-handled shovel on the ground. Who dares to come close? And I'll smash their skulls open. I waved my hand dismissively. Big brother, go. I'll keep watch right here. Wu Gang nodded, dropped the bucket, and sprinted toward the village. I turned to the still-dazed Suyu. Stay here with your sister-in-law and Xiao Shui. Don't go anywhere. Guard these 5 bags with your life. Looking at me, Suyu stammered, Wu bro, you were so fierce just now. I ignored him and, carrying the bucket, headed toward another patch of mudflats. Right now, the villagers were busy snatching conspicuous sea cucumbers, but the real treasures were hidden away. In my mind, my radar screen was turned on, green and blue lights intertwining within a 50-meter range. Avoiding the crowd, I aimed for the brightest blue spots. I reached the back of a half-height reef. The radar indicated a highly luminous blue cluster below it. Crouching down, I dug my hands into the muddy sand and clawed with force. With a splash, I dug out a coconut shell snail even bigger than the previous one. With its yellow base and black spots, it weighed no less than 15 kilograms, hefty in my arms. Grinning, I tossed it directly into the bucket. Following the radar's guidance, I unearthed a few more large conches weighing 2 to 3 kilograms each. Those villagers were so focused on fighting over an ordinary sea cucumber that they overlooked my effortless harvesting. 20 minutes later, the distant sound of rattling wheels echoed in the air. My big brother Wu Gang dashed over with the cart. Second brother, the cart's here. Dragging a half-full bucket of premium seafood, I approached him. Hurry up, load it on. The winds are picking up. Let's get out of here. The 5 bursting snakeskin bags, plus the heavy bucket in my hand, were hoisted onto the cart with collective effort. Big brother, you and sister-in-law pull from the front, and Suyu and I will push from the back. Pushing the cart loaded with seafood, we took a small path back home. The cart left 2 deep ruts in the muddy path. Battling the wind and rain, we finally hauled the 5 large bags of seafood into our old courtyard. Big brother locked the courtyard gate behind us and, exhausted, slumped against the door, panting heavily. We finally made it back. Those envious bastards nearly scared the life out of me earlier. Sister-in-law Wang Feng wiped the rain from her face and hurried to the cart, untying one of the bags. With a clatter, half a bag of sea cucumbers, mixed with sand and mud, poured onto the stone slab, forming a dark heap. Oh my heavens, these aren't just sea cucumbers, they're pure money. Sister-in-law's eyes sparkled with excitement. I emptied the bucket, dumping out the coconut shell snails and conches onto the stone slab. Thuds echoed across the courtyard. Suyu crouched beside the massive 15-kilogram snail, poking its shell. Wu bro, how much can this thing sell for? I've never seen one this big, even in the seafood restaurants in the big city. I clapped the dust off my hands. A wild coconut shell snail like this? At least several hundred, maybe over 1,000 if you find the right buyer. Hearing the commotion, my parents came out wrapped in their clothes, staring at the courtyard piled with seafood, speechless. Second son, this? Did you all pick these up? My dad's voice quivered. Dad, the typhoon swept the sea bottom clean, and the beach was packed with treasures. If it weren't for Lier and his gang trying to steal, we could have packed even more, I said while beckoning everyone to sort the haul. Ignoring their wet clothes, the family gathered in the courtyard to get to work. The sea cucumbers were placed in basins with seawater to keep them fresh. The conches and coconut shell snails were sorted into separate baskets. Crabs and fish were also categorized neatly. Chen Shui muttered quietly to my sister-in-law as she picked through the catch. Sister-in-law, when Azhui chopped that lobster in half with one swing of the shovel earlier, my heart almost jumped out of my chest. I was so scared they'd charge at us. Sister-in-law snorted coldly. What's there to be afraid of? In situations like that, you've got to be tougher than them. If you show any weakness, they'll walk all over you. Second brother did great today, giving those bastards a taste of what's what. As she spoke, the sound of knocking suddenly came from the courtyard gate. Knock, knock, knock. Everyone in the yard paused, exchanging glances. Big brother grabbed the iron shovel and cautiously approached the gate. Who's there? The gang, It's me, old Zhang. Big brother looked back at me. Only after I nodded did he go to open the gate. Old Zhang, wearing a tattered straw hat, slipped inside, holding 2 bottles of homemade white wine with a fawning smile on his face. Ajui de gang busy are we? His eyes darted toward the seafood in the courtyard. A flicker of envy flashed through his gaze, but he quickly concealed it. I walked to the water tank to wash my hands. Uncle Zhang, in this wind, what brings you here? He extended the wine bottles toward me. Uncle specially came to thank you all. If not for you leading the way and de gang lending me a bag, how could I have collected that half bag of sea cucumbers? My wife told me to bring these 2 bottles of wine to warm you up a bit. I accepted the wine. Seeing me take it, old Zhang visibly relaxed. Out of all the villagers today, he had collected the most after us. If I held a grudge against him, his days wouldn't go smoothly. By accepting his offering, it signaled bygones were bygones. Ajui, you left early, so you don't know what happened on the beach afterward. Upon hearing the mention of gossip, sister-in-law's ears perked up immediately. She tossed the sea cucumber into the basin. What now? What dumb tricks are those bastards up to again? Old Zhang slapped his thigh dramatically as he recounted. Right after you all left, Lai Er and Chen Fuguwei got into it over a 2-kilogram sea cucumber. Chen Fuguwei punched Lai Er in the nose, covering his face in blood. Then Lai Er turned around and bit his ear. Later, the villagers joined in the scramble too. A few old ladies were so desperate over the conch shells that their hair was yanked out. Their clothes were torn, they were covered in mud, and even their shoes were nowhere to be found. Chen Shui clutched her chest, her face pale. Oh my, was anyone injured? Old Zhang waved his hand, his face crinkled with laughter. Just a few cuts and scrapes. But Lai Er and Chen Fuguwei surely became enemies this time. Even when they were pulled apart, they were spitting at each other. My father let out a sigh. It's all from poverty. For a bit of seafood, they've thrown away all dignity. Old Zhang tactfully took his leave. You all take care, I'll be heading back first. Save some wine for me to drink later. As soon as he left, the courtyard sprung into action again. After a whole morning of working, everyone's stomachs were grumbling with hunger. My mother stood up. We'll handle the rest. Xiaoxua, you and your sister-in-law go cook something warm for everyone to eat. The kitchen was soon filled with delicious aromas. The lobster I had split into 2 wasn't worth much on the market, but it was perfect for a family meal. My sister-in-law cut it in half and steamed it with garlic. A few blue crabs were steamed as well. When lunch was ready, the sea cucumbers were nearly sorted too. The whole family sat around the 8-sided table, eating until sweat dripped from their foreheads. Little Tiger and Yaya each grabbed half a lobster tail, their mouths greasy as they gnawed away. Yaya mumbled between bites. Daddy, this big shrimp is even tastier than meat. I picked a piece of crab meat and placed it in her bowl. If you like it, eat more. From now on, Daddy will catch big prawns for you every day. That meal brought joy to the entire family. With such a good harvest, even my normally frugal sister-in-law seemed generous today. After they were full, my eldest brother let out a loud burp and started cleaning up the tableware. I didn't join in. Instead, I pulled up a small stool and sat by the water tank, my eyes fixed on the basket of over 10 conch shells, especially the massive 15-pound one, its shell shimmering temptingly under the water's reflection. Big brother, sister-in-law, dad, mom, I suddenly spoke. What? My brother stopped in his tracks. I'm not planning to sell these conch shells. At my words, the courtyard fell silent. The dishcloth in my sister-in-law's hand fell onto the table with a plop. In 2 quick strides, she was right in front of me, her voice rising by 8 octaves. Second brother, have you lost your mind? These 10 or so shells could sell for at least 2 to 3,000 yuan. You're not selling them? Are you going to keep them as decorations for New Year's? My father furrowed his brow and tapped his pipe against the table. Aceway, we're a fishing family. When you get good stuff, you sell it right away. What's the point of holding on to it? My mother didn't say anything, but her face clearly showed her disapproval. In the entire family, only Chen Shui walked over and gently tugged at my sleeve. Aceway, are you planning something else with these shells? I patted her hand to reassure her, then turned to my sister-in-law, who was nearly beside herself with agitation. Sister-in-law, if we sell these shells directly, we might make 1 or 2,000 at most. But do you know? There's a chance these shells contain mellow pearls. Mellow pearls. My sister-in-law blinked, then rolled her eyes dramatically. I thought you were talking about something serious. Those so-called pearls. The village elders have said it too. Take tens of thousands of shells to get even one. Do you really think you're the Dragon King's son, opening them up as you please? My brother tried to reason with me as well. Second brother, that stuff's so rare. We're just not that lucky. Better to sell them and just count on what's real. I didn't argue immediately. Instead, I turned to Su Yu, who was picking at his teeth. Su Yu, have you heard of mellow pearls? Su Yu immediately perked up, tossing aside his toothpick and clearing his throat. Of course I have. Wu Jiyi's right. Mellow pearls are treasures. Last year, at an auction in Shanghai, a fiery red mellow pearl was sold. Do you know for how much? My sister-in-law pouted and tentatively guessed a figure. 10,000. Suyu waggled 2 fingers. 20,000. My brother gasped. Over 2 million. Suyu enunciated each word clearly. Clang. My father's pipe fell straight to the stone ground. My sister-in-law stumbled back in shock, nearly tumbling into the sea cucumber basin. How much? Over 2 million? For just one of those silly pearls. Sister-in-law, it's not just some silly pearl. It's a high-end gem that wealthy people fight over. These pearls can't be cultivated. They're entirely wild, which makes them incredibly expensive. The courtyard fell into a deathly silence. After a long while, my sister-in-law swallowed and fixed her gaze on the basket of shells, her breathing heavy. But being a pragmatic woman, she quickly regained her composure. Second brother, even the young master here said you'd need incredible luck. What if we open them and there's nothing inside? And if the shell meat gets ruined, it won't sell well either. Isn't that a waste of everything? I stood up, pointing to the black sea cucumbers piled high in the basin. Sister-in-law, just the sea cucumbers we've harvested today will fetch us tens of thousands. Are we really worried about a few thousand? She followed my gaze, and the sight of the densely packed sea cucumbers seemed to bolster her confidence. But a few thousand yuan was still money, and she felt the pain of potentially losing it. Think of it as buying a lottery ticket. I pressed on. If we really get a mellow pearl, we'll have the money to buy a boat. And if we don't, we can just cook the shell meat ourselves. We won't lose either way. My father picked up his pipe, took a couple of puffs, and made the final decision. All right, since today's big haul is thanks to second brother, let him give it a try. Reluctantly, my sister-in-law stormed off into the kitchen, deciding to avoid seeing the waste firsthand. To her, thousands of yuan tossed to the wind was too much to bear. I smiled and sent Chen Shui after her to help console her. With the decision made to open the shells, a new question arose. How to extract the meat without damaging anything inside? Should we smash them with a hammer? What if there really was a pearl inside and one blow cracks it, turning millions into junk? Using a knife to cut it out? That could also scratch the pearl. My brother, experienced in these matters, waved his hand. Everyone, stop messing around. Leave this to me. He went to the storage room and fetched some iron wire, bending it into a hook. He carefully inserted it into the shell's opening, hooking the sturdy part of the meat inside. Then he hung the shell upside down from a drying line. All 10 or so conch shells were strung up in a row, swaying slightly in midair. Big brother, will this really work? So you scratched his head. Trust me, my brother assured, dusting off his hands. Out of water, the shell meat will start to dehydrate and shrink within a few hours. Once it loses strength, the entire chunk of meat will fall out on its own. After securing the shells, I took out my phone and dialed Lin Tao's number. The moment he picked up, his voice came through loud and clear. Hey Sui, calling me during a typhoon. What's the matter? Need something for the family? Tao brother, the winds died down now. I took a walk along the beach and picked up a few things, quite a haul. Are you free to come by this afternoon? Lin Tao chuckled. In this god-awful weather, what could you possibly pick up? Some broken crabs or dead fish? Just take it to town and sell it directly. I've got my hands full at the Shogojan. All the shops are closed today. Wild sea cucumbers, I drawled lazily, uttering for leisurely words. The other end of the phone immediately fell silent. After a full 5 seconds, Lin Tao's voice rose in pitch. What? Wild sea cucumbers? How many? I glanced at the basin. Probably a few 100 pounds, and there are some large conchs and green crabs too. A few 100 pounds. Lin Tao's voice broke as he stuttered. A Sui, don't sell them to anyone else. I'll be there right away. The call abruptly ended with a click. I put away my phone and smiled at my family. All right, no need to head to town. Boss Lin is coming to collect them personally. While the family was busy sorting the sea cucumbers and conchs, I took advantage of the distraction and secretly stashed a few of the larger ones. But with the yard being so small, my furtive movements couldn't possibly escape notice. Suyu caught sight of my sneaky actions and couldn't help but roll his eyes dramatically. As the afternoon wore on, the family eagerly awaited Lin Tao's arrival to finalize the sale. Suyu, along with the 2 kids, busied themselves, marveling as they carefully extracted conch meat from the shells bit by bit. I sat in the courtyard, nodding off like a chicken pecking at rice. Noticing my drowsiness, Chen Shui chuckled and urged me to go inside for some rest. But since I'd made arrangements with Lin Tao, there was no way I'd allow myself to really sleep. Instead, I lit another cigarette and stubbornly pushed through the fatigue. My elder sister-in-law, pacing back and forth at the doorway, grew impatient. She glared at my brother Wu Gang, who appeared unfazed, and let loose a string of exasperated complaints before eventually turning her attention to me. Second brother, Boss Lin hasn't been to our house before. Could he have trouble finding the place? Should we send your brother to the village entrance to guide him? Caught off guard, Wu Gang immediately shot up from his seat, nodding vigorously. Yes, yes, I'll go right now. I chuckled and pulled him back. No need. Boss Lin definitely knows someone in our village. All he has to do is ask, and he'll find the way. Wu Gang. Around 3 in the afternoon, a pickup truck with a cargo bed came to a stop in front of the old house. Lin Tao and his younger sister, Lin Jing, jumped out in haste. As soon as they entered the courtyard and saw the large basins filled with black, spiny sea cucumbers, Lin Tao was utterly stunned. Squatting down, he gingerly picked up a sea cucumber weighing over 3 ounces with trembling hands, flipping it over and over for inspection. Wild, absolutely top-notch. His excitement made his words come out uneven. Su Yu leaned over, wearing a confused expression. Don't all these things look the same? How can you tell they're wild? Lin Tao glanced at me briefly, and when he saw me nod, he smiled and explained. Look at the color. Wild ones are blackish-brown or dark gray with an even luster. Farmed ones are paler. Then, look at the spines. Wild ones have irregularly arranged spines, uneven in length and with thick bases. Farmed ones are uniformly arranged and longer. Su Yu picked one up to compare, and sure enough, it matched his description. His curiosity satisfied, he lost interest in the transaction and went off to play with Xiao Hu and Yiya. I shook my head with a smile and beckoned Lin Tao and his sister inside for tea. But Lin Tao, fixated on the goods, waved me off and instead asked my elder brother to help bring the scale out. With everyone pitching in, it took the family and the Lin siblings over an hour to finish weighing everything. The results: 480 pounds of wild black spiny sea cucumbers, 38 pounds of conchs, and a handful of green crabs and small fish. Lin Tao, calculator in hand, punched the keys swiftly. A sway, the quality of this batch is excellent. I'll give you the highest price, 46,800 yuan in total. He pulled out stacks of brand new 100 yuan notes from his bag, counted them thoroughly, and handed them over to me. My mother, Wang Feng, stared at the thick wad of bills, her breath nearly stopping. Earning over 40,000 in just one morning? That was an amount she would never have dreamed of. Second son, this is all ours. I smiled and tucked the money into Chen Shui's hands. Here you go, wife. Keep it safe. Chen Shui, overwhelmed and flustered, held the money like it was a burning hot potato. By this point, a crowd had quietly gathered outside the courtyard gates. The news of our family picking up a few hundred pounds of sea cucumbers from the beach in the morning had already spread throughout the village. With everyone idle during the fishing ban period, they relished any opportunity to gather and gossip. Seeing a car parked outside our house, next craned eagerly to catch a glimpse. When someone spotted the sea cucumbers being loaded onto the truck, they couldn't help but shout out, "Boss, how are you buying these sea cucumbers?" Lin Tao, wiping his hands, responded courteously, as good business always calls for politeness. Under 3 ounces, 65 yuan per pound. Over 3 ounces, 110 per pound. At these words, the crowd erupted. What? 110? Oh, my heavens. The village dock station only pays 90 for ones over 3 ounces. Those crooks, they're shorting us 20 yuan a pound. The villagers' faces reddened with agitation. That morning, plenty of people had gone to the beach to scavenge alongside us. Although we had hauled in the largest share, each family had managed to collect 2 to 3 pounds at least. Boss, we have 3 pounds at home. Let me bring them over for you. I've got 2 pounds. I'll go get them now. Boss, don't go yet. Wait for me. A cluster of people crowded toward the pickup truck, some even blocking its path entirely. Lin Tao raised his hands in an attempt to calm the crowd. Everyone, please, don't rush. Listen to me. I only purchase wholesale. For small quantities like the ones you have, I won't be able to buy them. The crowd wasn't happy with this response. Boss, the truck's cargo bed is already empty. You could just take them. It's no trouble, right? Exactly. Why would you refuse to make money? Lin Tao gave a wry smile, clearly caught in a difficult position. It wasn't that he didn't want to earn more, but this wasn't just about money. It was about maintaining business rules. If he bought up all the village's small batches today, it would disrupt the system. Village dock stations might retaliate by undercutting prices directly at the town pier, creating further chaos in the market. Worse, if word got out, other traders in the industry would curse him endlessly. Besides, I had already sold him such a large haul. He understood it was only fair to leave some opportunities for the dock station operators. Here's the deal. If you're willing to sell, bring your goods to the town dock station tomorrow. I'll buy them at the standard price there. But for today, I can't take any on hand. Please step aside. The villagers would have none of it. Traveling to town amidst typhoon season, the roads were treacherous, not to mention the added cost of transportation. Boss, please, just help us out as a favor. If you don't take our sea cucumbers, don't think you're leaving today. A few rascal types went so far as to plop themselves directly in front of the truck. Lin Jing, sitting in the driver's seat, frantically honked the horn, while Lin Tao, perspiration trickling down his forehead, cast a desperate look in my direction. Furrowing my brows, I was just about to step forward, when suddenly, a figure burst forth like a whirlwind. "Get out of here, all of you!" My mother charged out with a giant broom in hand, her expression fierce and intimidating. "What's the big idea? Running up to the Wu family's doorstep to play the fool in broad daylight?" She wasn't kidding around. One sweep narrowly grazed someone's pant leg, sending them stumbling backward in alarm. "Big phone, don't be unreasonable. What does us selling sea cucumbers have to do with you?" Hands on her hips, my mother's booming voice made everyone's ears ring. "You talk about playing by rules, but you idiots turn around and start blocking cars? Acting like bandits or what? Get lost right now. If you keep blocking, I'll rip your mouths apart." She slammed the broomstick against the ground and pointed at the guys standing in front of the car. "Are you moving or not? If not, this broom doesn't have eyes, and I won't be held responsible if it sweeps across your faces." The local thugs shrank back at her fierce demeanor, clearly shaken, and stood up begrudgingly. The other villagers, embarrassed, mumbled their protests as they started dispersing. My mother turned her head and shouted at Lin Tao. "Boss Lin, go now? Let's see who dares to stop you today." Lin Tao, as if pardoned by heaven, clasped his fists together in gratitude towards us. "Azhui, sister-in-law, thank you so much today." With that, he scrambled into his car. The pickup truck roared to life and sped off out of the village. Once the car was out of sight, my mother slammed our courtyard gate shut with a bang and bolted it. She took a deep breath, the fiery energy from earlier dissipating, and her gaze landed once again on that stack of cash in Chen Shui's arms. In the courtyard, the entire family sat around the stone table. I took the money from Chen Shui's hands and divided it into two portions, pushing one pile toward my older brother. "Big brother, sister-in-law. Like we agreed, 20% of this haul goes to you, which is 9,360 yuan. I'm giving you 10,000 instead. Consider the extra as a little bonus for sister-in-law's effort." My mother rubbed her hands on her apron repeatedly, uncharacteristically hesitant. She knew full well that without me, they wouldn't have even come close to getting their hands on those sea cucumbers. Who dared to go fishing during a typhoon unless they had a death wish? But faced with such a substantial sum of money, her mind couldn't process it all at once. Ignoring any protests, I shoved the money into my brother's hands. Family or not, clear accounts make good harmony. We agreed on 20%, so that's what it is. In the future, there'll be plenty more opportunities to head out for big catches. If you keep refusing your share, don't think I'll ask you to join next time. My father tapped his old tobacco pipe on the table. "Eldest, your younger brother gave it to you. Just take it. Save it up for Xiao Hu's education later." Wu Gang finally accepted the money, his eyes turning red. My mother promptly snatched the stack, clutching it to her chest with an ecstatic grin. "Oh my goodness, 10,000 yuan." She dashed off toward the house to hide the money somewhere safe. I then counted out 500 yuan and handed it to my parents. "Here, Dad, Mom, take this. For the last two hauls, I didn't compensate you for sorting. We'll settle it all today." "What nonsense are you spewing? Helping with some sorting and you're handing us cash? Keep it." My father growled, glaring at me as his beard bristled in agitation. Back in the days when I was aimless and careless, handing over money like water wasn't a rarity. My current responsible behavior didn't entirely override those habits. Li Tsuehua, my mother, laughed and gave him a playful smack, urging me to take the money back as well. I insisted. "Dad, Mom, you helped out, so you should be paid for your effort. I didn't give you extra, just what's fair based on the market rate." "Market rate my foot. Workers in town don't even make that much in a month. Are you so loaded you've lost your common sense?" My mother was the more cautious one and genuinely feared I'd blow through the money like before. Even as she accepted it with a smile, she shot my father a glare. "That's enough scolding. I'll save this money for you too. If you ever need it, come find me." Chen Shuen naturally had no objections. She was pleased to see me honoring and supporting my parents. Su Yu's eyes sparkled watching us divide the earnings. I hadn't forgotten about him. I counted out 1,000 yuan and handed it over. "This is for you. Don't mind if it's not much." Su Yu was overjoyed, thrilled out of his mind. "Thank you, Brother Wu. This is the first money I've made. Xiaohu, yeah, let's go. Uncle will take you to town to buy some treats." The two kids cheered, dragging him off toward the gate. With the money divided, everyone's focus shifted back to the coconut snails left hanging in the net. As night fell, Su Yu returned with the kids, carrying heaps of snacks in big bags and small ones. My mother scolded him for wasting money, but he didn't seem to care in the least. Dinner was extravagant. Stir-fried sea cucumbers with scallions, steamed giant crabs, and a pot of mixed fish soup. Everyone ate to their heart's content. After dinner, no one even bothered with television. We all dragged small stools out into the courtyard, sitting under the night sky, staring at the few coconut snails that were about to shed their shells. Plop. A faint sound broke the silence after some time. It fell off. Suyu was the first to leap up, flashlight in hand, as he dashed over. The snail meat from the coconut snail at the farthest corner had completely separated from its shell, landing limp in the basin. I reached over, squeezing it gently. No hard objects were felt. I used a knife to carefully search through it for good measure. Nothing. I shook my head. Everyone sighed collectively and returned to waiting. Over the next 2 hours, plop plop, sounds followed one after another. The soft meats of over 10 snails dropped into the basin one by one. I meticulously sliced through each piece, inspecting them, but they were all empty. Finally, only the enormous 15-kilogram giant coconut snail remained untouched. Back on the beach earlier, my mental radar display had indicated that this massive snail emitted an incredibly bright blue glow, mixed with flecks of gold. That level of intensity was impossible for just an ordinary snail. I was certain there was treasure in this one. This big guy sure knows how to hold out. My brother rubbed his palms together, pacing in agitation. Just after 10 in the evening, when exhaustion was wearing everyone down. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. That colossal, nearly 10-pound chunk of snail meat fell powerfully into the basin, sending water splashing everywhere. My heavens, finally, it's out. Worse than giving birth. My mother slapped her thigh in excitement. The entire family swarmed around. Suyu shone 3 flashlights from various angles, illuminating the basin as bright as daylight. I took a deep breath and picked up the knife. Instead of cutting it right away, I first ran my hands over the sticky snail meat. If there were a mellow pearl hidden inside, it would most likely be wrapped in the digestive gland or the mantle, creating a noticeable hard lump. Once, twice, nothing. There wasn't a single hard object. My brow furrowed. Unwilling to give up, I took the knife and sliced along the natural lines, cutting the meat into thin slices. Still nothing. Entirely clean, just meat. Ugh. Disappointed sighs swept across the courtyard. My mother plopped herself back onto her small stool, visibly let down. I told you, luck running into something worth millions is impossible for folks like us. All right, it's over. Let's stir-fry it with some green peppers tomorrow and enjoy it fresh. My father tapped out his pipe, placing it behind his back as he headed toward the door. Chen Shui patted me reassuringly on the shoulder. Ajui, it's all right. We've already earned plenty today. I was the only one still rooted in place, staring fixedly at the pile of shredded meat on the cutting board. Impossible. The radar system had never been wrong. That bright blue glow I'd seen. There's no way it was just for a lump of snail meat. Where was the problem? My gaze shifted toward the grape trellis. The massive, yellow-toned coconut snail shell with black spots was still hanging there, swaying slightly on the wire. A sudden thought flashed through my mind. I walked over, pulled off the empty shell in one go. Second brother, what are you doing? The elder brother was startled. I ignored him and directly snatched the flashlight from Suyu's hand. The inside of the coconut shell was spiral-shaped, deeper and deeper inward, making the bottom impossible to see on normal occasions. I aimed the strong light straight through the shell opening, all the way to the very depths. A faint yet incredibly pure orange-red reflection flashed briefly in the deepest part of the shell. I squinted slightly at that glimmer of light. The courtyard was silent, the only sound being the rustling of the sea wind brushing the grape trellis. Elder brother, go to the firewood shed and fetch the axe. I suddenly turned my head, extending a hand toward the dumbfounded Wu Gang. He scratched the back of his head, looking puzzled. What do you need an axe for? This shell can sell for money. The meat is already in the basin. When my mother heard mention of an axe, she panicked and blocked my elder brother in just a few quick steps. Second child, have you gone mad? Such a large coconut shell? Didn't Boss Lin mention before leaving that this could be sold to the town for crafts? It's worth at least $100, enough to buy over 10 pounds of meat. Put it down already. As she spoke, she reached out to grab the shell from my hand. I sidestepped swiftly, dodging her grasp, and turned back to glance at my elder brother. Go get the axe. My elder brother always listened to me. Seeing that I looked serious, he didn't ask further questions and turned to run toward the firewood shed. Oh my heavens, you're really going to listen to him? My mother stomped her feet in frustration, turning to my father for help. Dear husband, control your second son. Sure, making money is all well and good, but we can't just waste things like this. $100, gone in a snap just for fun. My father tapped his tobacco pipe on the sole of his shoe and frowned as he approached. Second boy, if no pearl came out of it, just leave the shell as a source of income. Don't act on impulse. My mother, Li Tsuhua, joined in persuading me. They both thought I was venting my anger on the shell because it hadn't yielded a pearl. I shook my head and laid the massive coconut shell flat on the stone slab on the ground. Father, mother, there's something inside this shell. What could be inside? All the meat's been cleared out. I just checked with the flashlight. There's not even a shred left in there. Suyu leaned closer with an unconvinced expression. Wu Gang came running back with the axe, handing me an iron hammer instead. I tested its weight. Second brother, you're really going to smash it? Wang Feng's face tightened with distress, her features scrunching up. I didn't waste words. Gripping the hammer handle with both hands, I struck carefully downward. The perfect shell, worth over $100, shattered into fragments instantly, reduced to a heap of scrap. Oh, heavens above. A wasteful scoundrel. Wang Feng gasped audibly. My father let out a sigh, shook his head, and turned to head back to the house. I tossed the hammer aside, crouching to sift through the fragments of the shell. The shell's bottom structure was intricate, hiding a layer of a highly concealed inner chamber. Just moments ago, when prying out the shellfish meat, a small segment of the intestinal gland deep within had snapped off, lodging itself in a hidden corner. I pried apart 2 large fragments, my fingers digging through the bits of flesh. Something round, hard, and smooth suddenly rolled into my palm. I wiped off the mucus on my clothes, and under the dim light, the pearl finally revealed its true form. Its size was as big as a longan. A vibrant and rich orange-red hue glowed throughout its surface, clean and smooth, with undulating ripple-like patterns shimmering across its exterior. Holding it delicately between my fingers, I lifted it into the air. Whoa! Suyu, who had been watching idly by, nearly popped his eyes out, emitting a strange noise from his throat. He leapt 3 feet into the air like a startled cat and dashed over to me in a frenzy. Brother, don't move, absolutely don't move. His voice quivered as his head hovered dangerously close to my hand. Snatching the flashlight from the table, he shone it directly onto the pearl. As the beam passed through the pearl, a miracle occurred. What had appeared to be simple surface ripples transformed under the intense light. The interior seemed to ignite with a flame, and the layered water-like patterns morphed into dancing fire, pulsating constantly within. Fire patterns. Suyu gasped for air, his eyes glued to the pearl, reddened from excitement. It's really fire patterns. So big, so round. Wang Feng was bewildered by his mania and leaned in for a closer look. Isn't it just a red glass ball? Suyu, can something like this really be worth 2 million? She asked. It can, why not? Suyu snapped his head around dramatically, his pitch so sharp it almost cracked. Sister-in-law, this mellow pearl, though not a perfect red, is large and round, worth at least 1 million, not negotiable. At those words, the entire courtyard fell into a deafening silence. Even the sound of the sea breeze seemed to have ceased. Wang Feng gaped at the revelation, her jaw nearly hitting the floor. I smiled faintly, passing the pearl to Qin Shui. Her hands trembled so much she could barely hold on to it, and after examining it briefly, she quickly shoved it back into my hand. She had thought earning over 40,000 earlier today was an extraordinary blessing, but this pearl, worth over 1 million? Qin Shui's legs grew weak, and she toppled onto the ground, gasping loudly, speechless for a long time. My father, who had been halfway through the door, froze in place upon hearing Suyu's words. With a crisp crack, the faithful tobacco pipe he'd clenched for half his life hit the stone slab and broke into pieces. The old man, however, seemed oblivious to it, staring intently at the pearl in my hand, his lips trembling. Li Tsoa stooped to retrieve the pipe, but couldn't grasp it properly as her shaking hands refused to cooperate. Wu Gang's reaction was even more dramatic. He sat back into the plastic tub meant for broken shell pieces, frozen and stiff as stone. Seeing everyone's stunned expressions, I chuckled, wiping the pearl clean on my shirt before casually sliding it into my pocket. All right, stop gawking. Suyu only gave it an estimate. My tone was dismissive, as though the treasure in my pocket were a mere stone. Second brother, don't just shove it anywhere. Suyu was practically hopping in anxiety. This thing is incredibly fragile. A single tiny scratch could slash its value by tens of thousands. He paced around the courtyard, visibly sweating from worry. This is too valuable. Though I know a thing or two, I can't decide on a price myself. Stopping mid-step, he turned to me with burning eyes. Second brother, this pearl, with its size and fiery patterns, is definitely an unparalleled rare piece, valued well into 7 figures. Wait for me. I'll call my sister right now. She has connections with the owner of the biggest jewelry house in Shanghai. Once she confirms, we can cash it out immediately. Without waiting for a response, he bolted toward the house. Watching him rush off, I found myself speechless. I had no actual plans to sell it. The value of mellow pearls was indeed high now, but compared to their worth decades down the line, they were worlds apart. Still, seeing my family's eyes alight with excitement, I let Suyu proceed with his call. Suyu, clutching his phone, his fingers trembling. 3 times. He had to press the dial button 3 times to get through. As soon as the call connected, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Sis, something major happened." A calm, crisp voice came from the other end. "What kind of nonsense are you shouting about in the middle of the night?" "Sis, listen to me. Miley Pearl. We found a Malay pearl. His tones were hushed, but carried unmistakable excitement. There was a 2-second silence on the other side. Then her pace of speech sped up significantly. Are you certain? How big is it? About the size of a longan, orange-red in color, with flame patterns. Under a flashlight, it shines as if it's on fire. What? Su Ruashue's usually composed voice shot up by an octave, unusually animated. Even through the phone, one could sense her rapid breathing. Sis, how much is this worth? Orange-red, the size of a longan, covered in flame patterns, she was murmuring to herself at high speed before suddenly shouting. Suyu, give the phone to Wu Sui. Suyu promptly handed the phone over to me. Hello, I answered flatly. Wu Sui, listen carefully. Keep that pearl safe. Put it in the most secure place you can think of, she urged anxiously. Don't let anyone see it or take it out casually. I'll bring people over first thing tomorrow morning. No storm, no matter how big, will stop me. Got it. Calm down. Traveling during a typhoon might not be safe. Don't take this lightly. If it's anything like what Suyu described, the starting price is $1 million. Do you understand? Understood, understood. Stay safe. See you tomorrow. I casually ended the call and tossed the phone back to Suyu. The courtyard fell into silence. Su Ruashue had been so agitated just now that her voice had leaked out loud enough for the entire family to hear. $1 million. Starting price. Wang Feng rolled her eyes and promptly fainted backward. Sister-in-law. Chen Shui reacted quickly and caught her just in time. Leaning against Chen Shui, Wang Feng gasped deeply for air, her chest heaving violently. $1 million? Gripping Chen Shui's arm, her nails nearly dug into her flesh. My father squatted on the ground, holding his head, muttering, the ancestors are watching over us. Our ancestors have shown their blessings. Li Tsuehua paced anxiously in circles. Where should we hide it? What on earth do we do? She ran back and forth between the house and courtyard. In the rice jar? No. Or should we pry open the bed frame? Wu Gang abruptly stood up, saying nothing as he charged into the woodshed and dragged out a rusty iron shovel. Big bro, what are you doing? I asked. He gripped the shovel tightly, planting himself at the gate of the courtyard. I'm not sleeping tonight. His bloodshot eyes gleamed with fierce determination. If anyone dares come in, I'll club them with this. Suyu joined in the commotion, grabbing half a brick from a wall corner. Second brother, I'll help stand guard. With a treasure worth over $1 million, losing it would break my heart. $1 million might not have been a big deal for Suyu, but the thrill of figuratively picking up money like this was simply too exhilarating. Watching this family treating the situation like a full-fledged crisis, I almost laughed. All right, everyone, settle down. From my pocket, I pulled out the pearl, casually tossing it in the air a couple of times. The sight alone nearly gave the whole family a collective heart attack. Oh my heavens, don't throw that! Wang Feng screamed, rushing to catch it. I caught the pearl in a steady grip and carefully took a clean, soft cloth from Chen Shui's hand. I wrapped the pearl meticulously in several layers before handing it to her. Wife, keep this on you. Chen Shui held it with both hands, feeling as if its weight had tripled. Wu Sui, I am scared I'll lose it. You won't lose it. It's in our own house. Where could it possibly go? I patted her on the back of her hand, gently reassuring her. Seeing my calm demeanor finally eased some of the family's panic. Second son, you sure this is all right? My father still sounded uncertain. Dad, the more seriously we go about hiding it, the more likely something will go wrong. Keeping it on her is safest, I said with a dismissive wave of my hand. Now everyone go back to sleep. Boss Su will be here tomorrow anyway. There's no need to stay up all night. Yet, Wu Gang stubbornly refused to leave, insisting on standing watch behind the courtyard gate. Wang Feng gave up arguing and pulled Chen Shui with her. Snowy, let's go. Tonight we'll keep watch together. The night grew late. The typhoon had just passed, and strong winds were still howling outside. Beyond the courtyard walls, a few shadowy figures made their stealthy approach. Lyre hunched his shoulders, trailing behind Chen Fuguei and two idle onlookers. Second brother, are you sure? Wu's family really stumbled onto something valuable, one whispered. No doubt about it. Lyre spat on the ground. This afternoon, Boss Lin came to buy from them and handed over more than 40,000. I saw it with my own eyes. And just now, they were shouting and hollering in the courtyard. For sure, they've got more treasure they haven't sold. The idle men's eyes gleamed greedily. So, should we sneak inside and grab something? Grab my ass. Lyre smacked one of them on the back of the head. Wu the second is like a living nightmare right now. Do you have the guts? We'll listen a bit first, see where they've hidden the goods, and then follow up tomorrow when no one's home. They crouched against the wall, ears pressed to catch any movement. Inside the courtyard, I'd already laid down. Chen Shui and Wang Feng were whispering in the inner room while I leaned back against a chair in the outer room, appearing to relax with my eyes closed. Despite the loud winds outside, my hearing far surpassed that of ordinary people. Those sneaky footsteps and muffled whispers by the courtyard wall hadn't escaped me. I opened my eyes, walked to the inner room's entrance, and knocked lightly on the doorframe. "Wife, come out for a second." Chen Shui threw on a coat and stepped out. I leaned close to her ear and whispered a few words in the softest voice. She froze for a brief moment before nodding. Turning swiftly, she went back inside. Not even half a minute later, Wang Feng burst out of the room, her slippers barely on her feet, her face like thunder. "Sister-in-law, water's in the kitchen." I gestured toward it. Wang Feng stormed into the kitchen, grabbed a large plastic basin, and padded cautiously to the courtyard wall. Following my indication, she lifted the basin with both hands and threw it with all her might. Splash! A basin full of the foulest-smelling slop drenched the other side of the wall. Shrill screams erupted outside instantly. What the hell? Ugh, what the F*** is that smell? It got in my mouth. Wang Feng, hands on her hips, bellowed at the top of her lungs. "Which damn blind sons of dogs are sneaking around by my wall? Sick of living, are you? This was just slop today. Come back tomorrow, and I'll dump manure on you. Dare to skulk around Wu's family, and I'll chop off that dog paw of yours." The intruders, soaked through and trembling like leaves, fled in utter panic. "Run, run. The she-devil's gone berserk." Listening to the rapid retreat of footsteps, Wang Feng snorted with satisfaction. She threw down the basin with a clatter. "Bunch of losers. Dare to touch our family's treasures." I raised a thumb. "Sister-in-law, you're impressive." "Wu." Wang Feng clapped her hands. "Okay, go get some sleep. As long as I'm here, no one's laying a finger on a single cent of ours." The room finally quieted down. I returned to the bed. Suyu was already sprawled out in a carefree sleep. Looking at this rich second generation completely devoid of worries, I couldn't help but nudge him further inside with a few kicks before lying down with my clothes still on. Dawn had yet to break. Bang, bang, bang. The courtyard gate was suddenly knocked on. Not too hard, but in the silent morning, it sounded especially jarring. Behind the door, Wu Gang's eyes snapped open, and he leapt up from the floor. He had been on guard all night, but had finally succumbed to exhaustion just before dawn. Startled awake, he immediately grabbed the shovel leaning against the wall and held it tightly. "Who is it?" he shouted in a trembling voice. "Big brother Wu. It's me, Su Ruoxue," a crisp female voice called from outside. Wu Gang paused for a moment before stepping closer to the door to confirm through the slit. Letting out a deep breath of relief, he leaned the shovel back against the wall and hastily fumbled with the door bolt to open it. Outside the door stood Su Ruoxue, holding a black umbrella. Beside her was an elderly man with a head full of silver hair. He clutched a silver briefcase tightly, exuding an air of professionalism. "So early, Boss Su?" Wu Gang quickly waved them into the courtyard. "Hey, second brother, Boss Su is here, get up." I hadn't really slept well all night. At the commotion, I woke up, rubbing my eyes and following them out, with Suyu trailing behind me, still half asleep. "Sis, you really came all the way here in the rain?" "Yeah. Have you been behaving yourself here?" Su Ruoxue closed the umbrella as if her brother was invisible. Suyu pouted. "How could I not? I even helped second brother make some money. Yesterday, we picked so many sea cucumbers. That gem, the Melos pearl, we even found it while scouring the shore." Once he started talking about the shore, he couldn't stop, chattering on and on. The elderly gentleman who was with Su Ruoxue smiled and nodded, but his gaze continuously drifted toward me. I knew why they had come. I ushered everyone into the main room, asked Big Brother to boil some water to make tea, and went to find Chen Shui to retrieve the Melos pearl. The truth was, other than the children, Xiaohu and Yaya, none of us had slept all night. Hearing the commotion, everyone had gotten up. Carefully, Chen Shui brought out the cotton-wrapped parcel. Our parents lingered nervously in the corner, not knowing what to do with their hands or feet. Sister-in-law Wang Feng hadn't even brushed her hair, which was now a wind-blown mess resembling a bird's nest. Her eyes were glued to the parcel, as if afraid it might suddenly fly away. "Mr. Chun, I'll have to trouble you," Su Ruoxue said politely to the elderly man beside her. The man addressed as Mr. Chen nodded and placed the briefcase on the Eight Immortals table with a clack. He opened it. Pulling on a pair of pristine white gloves, he took out a caliper, a high-beam flashlight, and in a steady voice said, "Show me." I accepted the cotton parcel and carefully unwrapped it layer by layer. The vibrant orange Melos pearl lay quietly in its place in the center of the fabric. Mr. Chen's cloudy, aged eyes lit up instantly. He took a deep breath and brought the pearl up close to scrutinize it. The room was so silent you could hear a pin drop. Sister-in-law's hands twisted nervously at the hem of her clothes. Big brother's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed audibly. 10 minutes. Fully 10 minutes. Mr. Chen measured and observed again and again, even bringing out a magnifying glass to inspect its surface closely. Finally, he placed the pearl back onto the fabric, removed his gloves, and let out a long, slow exhale. Miss Sue, this Melos pearl is remarkable. Though he said it was remarkable, his voice quivered, and his face was flushing. Sue Roashua immediately understood the subtext. He was lowering the evaluation intentionally, possibly fearing I would inflate the asking price. She smiled and said, Mr. Chun, just be straightforward. Wu Sui is my brother's lifesaver. There's no need for such posturing. Mr. Chun froze for a moment, awkwardly scratching his head, before beginning to speak with some embarrassment. This pearl, perfectly round and of extremely rare size. What's even rarer is the flame pattern. It's fully ablaze. Through and through, its translucency is striking. Under strong light, it shines brilliantly. Were it pure crimson, it would be absolutely flawless. The weight. Sue Roashua pressed. I've gauged it. More than 100 grams, Mr. Chin said, his eyes filled with admiration. I've been in this field for 40 years, appraising countless pieces of jewelry. A wild Melos pearl of this size? This is my first time seeing one. Sue Roashua nodded. She turned directly to face me. Wu Sui, we're friends. I won't beat around the bush. She extended 3 fingers decisively. 3 million. I'll buy it for my private collection. 3 million? A number so lightweight to utter, yet it struck the whole room like a thunderclap, leaving everyone buzzing with shock. Sister-in-law's eyes rolled back, and she fainted straight onto her back. Oh my God, sister-in-law. Chen Shui jumped in alarm and quickly caught her. Stage 3. 3. Big brother stammered, his face turning beet red, yet failing to complete the sentence. Dad slumped onto the bench, buried his face in his hands, and his shoulders began to shake. Mom patted his back hurriedly, murmuring, Oh heavens, our ancestors have smiled upon us. 3 million. Yesterday's earnings of 40,000 from sea cucumbers felt to them like an unexpected windfall fortune. But now this, a pearl that could sell for 3 million? Sue Roashua kept her gaze on me, waiting for an approval nod. She assumed there was no way anyone could refuse such a handsome sum. But I shook my head and began calmly rewrapping the pearl in its fabric. Roashua, I'm not planning to sell this pearl. The entire room froze at those words. The atmosphere solidified, unmoving. Sister-in-law, who had just regained consciousness, almost fainted again. Second brother, have you gone insane? She wriggled free from Chun Shui and wailed up close to my face. 3 million. What are you going to do with it? Hatch eggs? Has your brain gone soft again? Me. Again. Even Suyu got agitated, hopping on the spot. Second brother, do you think it's not enough? My sister's offering a very fair price. 3 million is the ceiling. Don't be ungrateful. It's not about the money. I tucked the wrapped pearl back into Chun Shui's hands and turned to explain to Sue Roashua. Selling it now would be too much of a loss. It has far greater potential to appreciate in value. In a few years, it could sell for even more. Then I turned to Chun Shui, speaking in a gentler tone. Besides, something this extraordinary, I'd like to keep it and find a master craftsman to make a pendant for you. Chun Shui froze, tears welling up in her eyes as the rims turned red. In the past, I was reckless, gambling, drinking, utterly neglecting her and Yaya. Without big brother and sister-in-law helping her, our family would have fallen apart long ago. Now I wanted to do right by her. Still, she never imagined I'd use such a valuable treasure to make her something as personal as jewelry. I gently wiped away the corner of her eye. Don't cry. I want to give you the best there is because, from now on, our life together will only get better. She nodded, but, unlike her usual acquiescence, this time she took a deep breath, wiped away her tears altogether, and, in an unexpectedly resolute tone, said, small, yet firm and determined. Ajui, let's sell this pearl, she said resolutely. I frowned. Wife, we aren't short of money right now. I can earn more by going out to sea, catching seafood. I can even save up enough for a boat and to build a house. But this mellow pearl, it's not something we might come across again in the future. I know you're capable of earning money. Her reddened eyes fixed on me with an unusually assertive gaze. And I know you treat me well. But I'm just a woman from a fishing village. Day in and day out, I endure the wind and sun. What's the point of wearing something this valuable? To show it off to the seafood. She bit her lip before continuing. Didn't you say you wanted to build a 2-story red brick house? Didn't you say you wanted a big boat to go out to the ocean? Our family has so little to begin with. All of that needs money. Keeping this pearl at home just sets my mind on edge. Every single night, I'm worried and restless, scared a thief might break in. Only if we exchange it for solid cash in hand will I feel secure. My elder sister-in-law nodded vigorously from the side, her head bobbing like a chicken pecking grains. Exactly, Xiaoxu was right. Second brother, you should listen to her. 3 million. With that amount, you could buy a house in the city. Yaya can go to school in the city. Isn't that better than being stuck in this small fishing village? My dad sighed deeply. Second son, Xiaoxu is a good woman who knows how to manage a household. She's doing this for the family's sake. Something this valuable is a source of trouble if kept at home. As the old saying goes, a common man's innocence can become his jeopardy when he possesses a treasure. We can't hold on to it forever. It'll spell disaster sooner or later. I glanced at Chen Shui. I hadn't expected her, someone usually meek and submissive to the point of agreeing with whatever I said, to be so incredibly decisive when it came to something this critical. Wife, are you absolutely sure about this? I'm sure. She nodded firmly. Sell it to Boss Su. With the money, you can buy a big boat and accomplish the big things you're aiming for. I let out a helpless laugh. My wife had made her decision, and with the entire family taking her side, what more could I say? Besides, I did need this first amount of capital to kickstart my plans. It was the millennium, after all, the dawn of the internet era. None of the major domestic tech giants had truly risen yet. With this money, I'd have the confidence to take a shot. All right, I'll go with your decision. I turned my head. Ruoxue, 3 million. The pearl is yours. Su Ruoxue's tense expression finally relaxed. She had genuinely feared I'd be obstinate and refused to sell. The pearl was something she adored. It could be both a private collector's treasure and a display masterpiece for her family's business, boosting the brand's prestige. Excellent. She swiftly pulled out her phone. Give me your bank account number, and I'll have the finance department transfer the funds immediately. I recited my account number, and she dialed the call, issuing a few simple instructions. The room fell silent again as everyone waited in anticipation. Time ticked on, with each passing second feeling interminably long. My sister-in-law paced the room, muttering under her breath, while my brother rubbed his hands together incessantly, palms slick with sweat. 5 minutes later. Ding! The sound of a notification on my phone echoed clearly in the quiet room, drawing everyone's eyes to my hand. I stared at the screen, counting the long string of zeros 3 times to be certain. Your account ending in XXX has received a transfer of 3 million renminbi. Current balance, 3,052,600 renminbi. 3 million yuan, not a cent less, now sat securely in my bank account. I handed the phone to Chen Shui. Tears, held back until now, finally began to flow freely as she glanced at those numbers. Her legs gave out, and she crouched to the ground, covering her face while weeping silently. These were tears of joy, tears of having escaped the grasp of poverty and glimpsed newfound hope. My sister-in-law peered at the screen and, in dramatic fashion, dropped herself to the ground, crying and laughing as she slapped her thigh. We're rich. We're actually rich. My brother grinned foolishly from ear to ear, his eyes rimmed with redness. My parents held on to each other for support, shedding tears of relief and muttering prayers of gratitude to our ancestors. Su Ruoxue carefully placed the pearl into a secure box and handed it to old Chun. Wu Sui, I owe you one for this transaction. If you ever need help in the future, just say the word. You're too polite. It's mutual benefit, nothing more. Pocketing my phone, I turned my gaze toward the curtain of rain outside the door. Now, with this 3 million yuan, I finally had the confidence to change the trajectory of our family's life. Buying a big boat, building a new house, leasing sea areas for aquaculture, plans that would have taken years to save for could now be realized ahead of schedule. Outside, the rain gradually lightened, and the pale glow of dawn began to spread along the horizon. Taking a deep breath, I turned to my brother. Big brother. He quickly wiped his tears and looked up. What's up, second brother? Head to the wharf and see if they've got some quality catches we can bring home. Let's have a proper celebration today, and let Ruoxue and old Chun enjoy some fresh seafood. At last, my sister-in-law snapped out of her daze. It hit her that no one had even had a sip of water that morning. Right. Go quickly. The buyer station probably has some good stuff today. It's a happy day. Let's celebrate properly. She darted into the kitchen, grabbed a basket in one hand, and bolted toward the door. Xiaoxue, come on, let's purchase some more food. Boss Su, old Chun, please stay. You mustn't be too polite to stay for a meal. Su Ruoxue was no longer in a hurry, smiling as she agreed, even suggesting they take a stroll around the wharf together. Su Yu volunteered to accompany them, while my brother and I stayed to keep old Chin company. Wang Feng and Chun Shui proved to be efficient. Before long, they returned with 2 large baskets loaded with fresh seafood. By now, the rain had completely stopped, though the wind still carried a bit of a chill. Daylight had fully arrived. Boss Su, old Chun, our home is simple, but please make do with what we have, my sister-in-law said as she placed several steaming bowls on the table. The warm aroma filled the air, tantalizing the senses. Locals weren't picky about breakfast. The most authentic option? Seafood noodle soup. Not gourmet by any stretch, but undeniably fresh. Clams straight from the ocean, plump mantis shrimp, and an assortment of small fish I struggled to name, all thrown into the pot without hesitation. The noodles soaked up the broth and glistened a tempting golden hue. Initially, Su Ruoxue maintained her reserved demeanor. She was, after all, a young lady from the metropolitan splendor of Shanghai. But when the bold, savory aroma hit her nostrils, she couldn't help but gulp audibly. Old Chun wasted no time either, picking up a heaping mouthful of noodles with his chopsticks and slurping noisily. Slurp, slurp. The elderly man ate so heartily it seemed almost comically unrefined. Between bites, he gave my sister-in-law a thumbs up. Your cooking is out of this world. This broth, it's so fresh it could make your eyebrows fall off. Blushing at the compliment, my sister-in-law rubbed her hands nervously against her apron. If you like it, eat as much as you want. There's plenty more in the pot. Things like this aren't worth much around here. It's all about the freshness. Su Ruoxue tried to bite herself, her eyes lighting up instantly. No extra seasoning, just the pure, unadulterated flavor of the seafood, sweet, rich, and far better than any artistically plated dish served in fancy restaurants. Breakfast was a hearty affair, with everyone drenched in sweat by the end of it. Not even the broth was spared, every last drop devoured. Full and satisfied, I pulled my older brother aside into the courtyard where we whispered for a while. Whatever I told him sent him rushing off immediately. Once I saw him off, I walked back into the main room. Old Chun, Boss Su, with nothing much to do at home this morning, why don't we head down to the coast? Stroll along the shore? Sure. Before Su Ruoxue could respond, Old Chun stood up with excitement etched on his face. I heard from Xiaoyu that you two gathered so many treasures while combing the shore. I've been itching to experience it for myself. Today, I must see it firsthand. I stepped into the house and found an old set of my brother's clothes. Although aged, they were clean. Old Chun didn't mind. He quickly donned them and changed into a pair of black rubber shoes. The sophisticated jewelry expert transformed almost instantly into a lean and rugged local fisherman. Suyu was already eager to set off. With a water bucket in one hand and a sand shovel in the other, he bounced around in the yard. Grandpa Chun, follow me. I know this beach like the back of my hand and promised to help you catch some giant crabs. Old Chun chuckled and nodded. The old man and the young boy left the courtyard, their spirits high, heading straight toward the village's mudflats. Su Ruoxue and I trailed after them, taking our time. The typhoon hadn't completely passed yet, but the wind had diminished considerably. The air was thick with the briny aroma of the sea, and the dirt path beneath our feet was slippery with mud. That day, Su Ruoxue wore a sporty outfit paired with waterproof ankle boots, making her steps brisk and agile. The sea wind tousled her hair, and she reached up to tuck the stray strands behind her ear before tilting her head to glance at me. All right, stop pretending. Her sudden remark came with a teasing tone. Huh? Pretending about what? I feigned ignorance. She let out a soft chuckle and shot me a knowing look. Do you really think I don't know what you're up to? The typhoon hasn't even passed, and the beach must be a mess. You went out of your way to keep Old Chun and me here for shore combing. What are you scheming? She stopped in her tracks and stared me down directly. Wu Sui, I see you as a friend, she said seriously. If you have an agenda, be upfront about it. Now that she'd seen through me, I didn't feel awkward. Instead, I admitted openly. Yeah, capitalists like you are sharp. Nothing gets past your radar. I pointed toward the distant sea and the long coastline. Look at this ocean. The water quality is excellent, and it's teeming with marine life. So why are the villagers still poor? She followed my gaze, but remained silent. It's because they lack access to markets and processing facilities. My tone grew earnest, dispelling any trace of jest. The hardworking villagers haul in quality seafood, but are forced to sell at low prices to collection stations. The middlemen take all the profits. You once mentioned wanting to build a seafood processing plant near Xia City. I believe our village, or even the nearby town, would be the perfect location. Su Ruoxue crossed her arms in front of her chest. She wasn't the type to be swayed easily, even after I had saved her brother. Business was business. Such an investment demanded careful consideration. I've thought about all of that, she admitted. But the transportation here is terrible. The road from the town to the city is in bad shape. Large trucks can't get in or out easily, and the cost of logistics would be greatly increased. Not to mention, building a factory needs skilled workers. Whether the local labor force meets the standard is another question entirely. I smiled confidently. You don't have to worry about transportation. Within 6 months, the city will plan a new coastal road that directly connects the town to Xia City. She furrowed her brows slightly. How could someone like me, a mere fisherman, know such insider information? I didn't explain and simply continued piling up the leverage. As for labor, that's the least of our concerns. There are plenty of idle women in the village who can work. Give them wages, and they'll be more diligent than anyone else, all for a very low cost. But the most critical factor is raw materials, I said, leaning in slightly and lowering my voice. If the factory is built here, you'll be sourcing directly from the source. Offer prices slightly better than the collection stations, and fishermen from all around will bring their seafood here. By eliminating the costs of long-distance transportation, the numbers should work in your favor. She fell silent, her mind clearly running the calculations. If what I said about the coastal road was true, this area indeed seemed like an ideal place for the factory. You've got some audacious ambitions now, she remarked, resuming her pace. Her tone carried a trace of admiration. So, with the 3 million you have, how do you intend to proceed? I nudged a small rock, sending it skidding away. I'll definitely buy a boat. Not just any boat, but a big one, capable of deep-sea fishing. But I don't want to rely solely on the sea. I plan to lease a section of the ocean for aquaculture and build a small, preliminary processing workshop. If your factory happens to set up shop here, we could collaborate. As Su Ruashiwa listened on, her astonishment grew. How could this sound like the words of a man who had once been a gambling addict, drifting through life aimlessly? She had done her due diligence on me before. Yet, nothing in her findings matched the person standing before her now. Wu Sui, sometimes I truly wonder, what have you been through to become an entirely different person? I laughed heartily. Well, when you've stared death in the face once, it's only natural to start living like you mean it. The matter of building the factory couldn't be decided in just a few brief conversations. Su Ruashiwa was a shrewd businesswoman. Such a significant investment wouldn't be greenlit without meticulous deliberation. I brought it up only to plant the seed. Its eventual fruition would depend on her evaluation. The two of us tacitly dropped the subject and quickened our pace to catch up to the old man and the kid ahead. The wind had calmed further. Standing on the shore, I glanced out at the mudflats. Good heavens. The place was swarming with people. The sight of wild sea cucumbers yesterday had sent a stimulus through the entire village. Men and women, young and old, mobilized en masse like a carpet search team scouring the sands as if determined to plow through it completely. Suyu trudged back toward us, dragging an empty bucket, his face glum. Brother Sui, these people are too hardcore. They didn't even leave us a crab leg. Old Chen shook his head, laughing as he sighed. Exactly, Xiao Wu. This old man has been wandering around for ages and only managed to find a couple of broken conch shells. Shorecombing isn't as easy as little you made it sound. I chuckled. Shorecombing was no mere leisure activity. How could it be effortless? Old Shun, good stuff isn't just lying around waiting to be picked up. Yesterday, the typhoon had just passed, and the waves carried things up from deeper waters. The villagers were out there at midnight when the tide receded, and the good stuff got cleared out long ago. Su Ruashiwa surveyed the crowd scattered across the flats and shook her head. So we wasted a trip today? Follow me. I turned, heading off in another direction. We won't join the fray. Let's go check over there. I pointed to a section of solid sandy beach away from the crowd. Its elevated terrain meant the tide receded faster there. Typically, it yielded little, and the villagers didn't even bother giving it a glance. Leading the way, I subtly activated the radar system in my mind. As expected, the grand hall from yesterday was now a thing of the past. A few dim glimmers of white light appeared scattered here and there, so faint that they couldn't even spark the urge to dig. The four of us trudged forward, each step uneven in the soft sand. Suyu grumbled incessantly, complaining about being up so early and not getting enough sleep. Then suddenly, I froze mid-step. At the edge of my radar, a dazzling patch of white light glimmered brightly. It was blinding, connected in clusters, so vivid that it left my mind reeling momentarily. This was the power of the system I had acquired. For the first time in ages, I saw such a dense cluster of white flashes. Second brother, why did you stop walking? Suyu nearly bumped into my back. I didn't respond. Instead, I quickened my pace toward the densest area of white light, crouched down, and thrust my long-handled sand shovel into the ground. The sand on this beach was exceptionally firm, making it hard to dig. With considerable effort, I pried up a clump of sand mixed with marine mud. A shell, about the size of an egg, rolled out from the overturned soil. Suyu leaned in for a closer look and immediately deflated. I thought it was something valuable. Isn't this just a kind of clam? At the docks, it's sold for pennies per pound. You cook them, and it's all shells. There's barely enough meat to cover a fingernail. Even Old Chin looked disappointed. Although he wasn't familiar with seafood, he had eaten clams before and knew they weren't worth much. I picked up the shell, rinsing it clean with seawater. As I scrutinized it carefully, my eyes lit up. This isn't your average clam. Suyu was unconvinced. What do you mean it's not? Look at the pattern, the shape. We just ate these for breakfast, didn't we? I handed the shell to him. The shell of a regular clam is elongated and oval-shaped, its surface smooth, and its patterns varied. Now, take another look at this. Suyu examined the shell closely. The shell does seem a little thicker and rounder. This, my friend, is a blood clam. I explained, brushing the dirt off my hands. Ordinary clams have smooth shells, but blood clams have radial ridges. You can feel the texture. It's distinctly bumpy. Su Ruashue showed some interest, leaning in to observe. Blood clam. I've heard of those. They're supposed to have high nutritional value, right? Exactly, I nodded. These are a delicacy. The liquid inside blood clams is red, almost like blood, hence the name. The older generation swears by their health benefits, especially for women recovering after childbirth or for anyone dealing with anemia. Naturally, Suyu's first thought was pragmatic. So, how much can you sell them for? Large wild ones like these? At least 20 to 30 yuan per pound in the market. Around festivals or holidays, prices double. And here's the key. They're easy to keep alive during transportation, making them highly sought after by restaurant owners. Suyu's eyes went wide. 20 to 30 yuan a pound? That much for such a tiny, unassuming thing. I ignored him and continued digging with my shovel. Each thrust unearthed one, sometimes several, blood clams. The sheer density was incredible, as if I was scooping up free money. According to my system's radar, the hard beach sand below us was practically carpeted with a layer of blood clams. The total area? About half a soccer field. Jackpot. We hit the jackpot. Suyu exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement before scooping at the sand with his fingers. Even old Chun chuckled merrily as he grabbed a shovel to join in. I glanced around the beach and frowned slightly. With just the four of us, we'd be digging until sundown and still wouldn't finish. And though this spot was remote, it wouldn't be long before a passerby stumbled upon what we were doing. If that happened, the situation would spiral out of control. This was real, tangible money, after all. I pulled out my phone and called my eldest sister-in-law, Wang Feng. The phone rang twice before she picked up. Hello? Oh, it's you, old two. What's up? Weren't you all out helping Boss Sue dig for clams by the shore? Her booming voice was accompanied by the clatter of pots and dishes in the background. Sister-in-law, stop whatever you're doing and come to the hard sand beach on the eastern side. Bring tools. What for? That desolate place hasn't even got a ghost wandering around. Just get moving, will you? And bring a few big woven bags. Any bucket or container that can carry things. Bring those, too. I lowered my voice. We've hit the big haul. There's a whole spread of blood clams here. There was silence on the other end of the line. Then, beep, 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 the call disconnected. Putting my phone away, I turned to Su Ruashue. This sea-centric experience might turn into some hard labor soon. Su Ruashue rolled up her sleeves, revealing a stretch of fair skin. I don't mind a bit of hardship. These blood clams seem interesting. I'll help, too. And just like that, all four of us got to work. I used the iron shovel to dig through the sand, while Suyu, Su Ruashue, and Old Chun collected blood clams from the overturned mud. In less than 20 minutes, the water bucket Suyu had brought was already half full. Brother Sway, this is insane. Every single scoop is packed with clams. Suyu was so flushed with excitement that he didn't even notice the mud caked all over his hands. Even Old Chun, despite his age, felt invigorated. This beats treasure hunting at flea markets. The sense of accomplishment is unmatched. As I dug, I kept an eye on our surroundings. This hard sand beach was elevated, with a wide, unobstructed view. Off in the distance, the people working on the mudflats were still buried in their tasks. For now, no one seemed to notice us, but if we stayed here too long, there was no way we could keep it a secret. Blood clams, known scientifically as Tegelarca granosa, thrive in warm, shallow coastal waters with fresh water flowing in. They are picky about salinity levels and sediment types. This particular beach was located where a small river met the sea. Perfect conditions for blood clams. By the time Wang Feng and Chen Shui arrived, we'd already filled 2 large buckets with clams. Chen Shui had thoughtfully brought water with her and looked worried when she saw me drenched in sweat. She insisted I drink some to cool down. Wang Feng, meanwhile, was pushing a cart loaded with a dozen large woven bags. She left the cart by the shore and didn't even take a moment to catch her breath before rushing over. Old two, where are they? Where are the blood clams? I pointed to the patch of sand we'd already disturbed. Wang Feng took one look and sucked in a sharp breath. Oh my heavens, this many? Chen Shui was equally stunned. Having grown up by the sea, she had dug up her fair share of blood clams. But those usually came from crevices between rocks or individual pockets in the mud. To see them clustered en masse like this, where every scoop unearthed a bounty, this was a first. Don't just stand there gawking. Get busy. I poured water for Su Ruashue and the others, encouraging them to take a short break. Sister-in-law, you and little Snow handle picking. I'll do the digging. We need to move fast. If the tide comes in or someone from the village spots us, we're in trouble. Without a word, Wang Feng snatched the shovel from my hands. You take Boss Su and the others to rest for a bit. I'll handle the digging. When a woman like her went into work mode, her determination was frightening. With one strong motion, Wang Feng's shovel dug up a massive clump of mud and sand. Chen Shui deftly sifted through it by hand, easily collecting several blood clams and tossing them into the bucket. The two of them worked in seamless coordination, efficient and brisk. Suyu, watching them, felt his face turn red. As a grown man, he couldn't keep up with the speed of these two women. Old Chun and Su Ruashua, sipping water nearby, marveled at the tough lifestyle of those living by the sea. After a brief rest, they, too, joined back in, unwilling to be outperformed. With Wang Feng and Qin Shui on board, our productivity skyrocketed. In just over 30 minutes, we had filled 5 plastic buckets to capacity. I began transferring the blood clams from the buckets into the woven bags. Each bucket weighed about 40 to 50 pounds, which filled a bag halfway. Not too heavy to carry and unlikely to tear through the material. Old 2, how much of this stuff do you think is still under the sand? Wang Feng wiped the sweat from her brow as she asked. Straightening my back, I glanced at the radar display. The overwhelming patch of blinding white still covered most of the screen. After all this time digging, we hadn't even cleared half of it. There's a lot of it. We stumbled upon a hotbed of blood clams today. Just as he finished speaking, a ruckus suddenly rose in the distance. I looked up. Over by the mudflat, a few people were shoving each other as if an argument had broken out. It was too far to hear clearly, but judging by the demeanor, tempers were running high. Is that Chen Fugue and Lai Er? Wang Feng, sharp-eyed, immediately recognized the two familiar figures in the scuffle. I frowned. Those two nearly fought yesterday over seafood on the beach, and now they're at it again? Ignore them. Let's just focus on our work. I withdrew my gaze and quickened my pace. Suyu leaned in and muttered, Brother Sui, what if those two come over? With just a few of us here, we couldn't take on an entire village. I sighed helplessly. Well, there's nothing we can do. The sea belongs to no one. We can't stop others from digging, so let's just mind our own business. Even as I said this, I squinted in Lai Er's direction, gripping the shovel in my hand a bit tighter. The few of us ignored the commotion in the distance and worked tirelessly. Wang Feng, with her strength like a bulldozer, shoveled up huge patches of sand with every scoop. Chen Shui and Su Ruashua gathered clams behind her, while Suyu and Chun Lao loaded them into barrels. In under 2 hours, we had neatly piled 7 or 8 bulging woven bags onto the cart, altogether at least 300 to 400 pounds. Just then, from afar, someone stumbled toward us, step by uneven step. I looked up and couldn't help but laugh. The person was Qin Fugue. He looked pitiful, bruises and purples mottling his face, a streak of dried blood on his cheekbone. Half his shirt was torn, and he clutched a cracked plastic bucket in one hand, muttering curses under his breath. It was obvious who the loser of that earlier fight had been. He initially intended to skirt past us, but paused in his tracks upon spotting us here. Qin Fugue was different from brash fellows like Lai Er. Lai Er was reckless, but Fugue was shrewd to the core. Yesterday, he'd personally seen me send Lai Er flying with a kick, wielding a sand shovel to dispatch lobsters with ease. My reputation in the village wasn't great to begin with, and now, even less so, no one dared mess with me. Though he looked down on me for once being a good-for-nothing, on the surface, he dared not cause trouble. He ambled over and pulled out half a pack of cigarettes, taking one and offering it to me. "Ah, Sway, busy there." I straightened up and stuck my shovel into the sand, reaching out to take the cigarette and tuck it behind my ear. Well, Uncle Fugue, what's with the scratches all over your face?" I smirked. "Did you get caught peeping at some lady bathing?" He spat a bloody glob onto the ground. "Pa, it's that damn son of a bitch, Lai Er. Him and his gang took the sea cucumber I had set my sights on. If it wasn't for that meddling uncle of his, Chun Wan, skewing the fight in his favor, would I have lost?" After venting, he craned his neck, peering into the barrels behind me. That one glance left an odd mix of disdain and amusement on his face. "Ah, Sway, why'd you come to this backwater spot to dig clams?" He shook his head. "They're worth just cents per pound. Why waste your effort? Even going to the mangroves to hunt crabs would be better." He was too far away, and the mud-smeared surface of the barrels disguised their contents. Mistaking the prized blood clams for worthless ordinary clams, he saw no point in lingering. I didn't bother correcting him. Instead, I played along with a casual jest, just showing a few friends from Shanghai the thrill of shore foraging. I gestured towards Su Ruashua and Chun Lao in the distance. "The big boss there has never done manual labor before. It's all for the novelty. Plus, clams have hard shells and can survive days in water, so they're easy to transport. Take them back as local specialties and try something fresh." Chen Fugue sneered, figuring we urban folks were just playing at a make-believe outdoorsy lifestyle. He silently mocked that city folk coming to the shore were utterly clueless. They'd settle for picking through scraps, while the real prized catches required the sharp eye of seasoned fishermen like himself. "All right then, enjoy your little game with your friends. I'll head to the mangroves and try my luck." With a wave, he limped off with his bucket. Once he was far enough away, Suyu sidled up to me, lowering his voice. Brother Sway, why didn't you tell him those were blood clams? Let him drool a little. I smacked the back of his head. Are you stupid? If he knew those were blood clams, would he have left? That old buzzard would have camped right here and called the whole village over. Then we'd be fighting over scraps. Suyu rubbed his head, chuckling. We went back to work for a while longer. The weather had cleared up, and the temperature suddenly shot up. Checking my phone, I saw it was almost noon. I turned to look at Su Ruoxue and Chun Lao. Su Ruoxue's fair face was speckled with mud, her sweat-dampened hair sticking to her cheeks. Chun Lao, on the other hand, was visibly struggling, gasping for breath and clutching his sore hips. A pang of guilt struck me. I had intended this trip as a break for them, but they'd spent the entire morning as manual laborers. Su Ruoxue, the pampered heiress of the Su family, digging in the mud of a fishing village? The thought alone would drop jaws. All right, that's enough. Everyone stop. I called out. But Wang Feng, thoroughly engrossed, didn't even lift her head. Stop for what? There's still plenty down here. You guys do whatever. I can keep going for another 2 hours. For her, digging up blood clams was like picking up free money. Sister-in-law, it's almost noon. Time to head back and prepare lunch. I moved to stop her by pressing down on the handle of her shovel. Just look at Su Boss and Chun Lao. They're our guests. Are we not even going to feed them after working them nearly to death? Only then did Wang Feng snap back to reality. She turned to see just how worn out they looked, especially Su Ruoxue, who was an absolute mess. Oh goodness, that's my bad. I was too caught up in the digging. She hastily tossed the shovel aside, wiping her hands clean on her clothes. Boss Su, old Chun, come rest up for a bit. Lunch is ready. My mother-in-law cooked a spread. Su Ruoxue massaged her aching shoulders. She was visibly exhausted, yet her eyes sparkled with exhilaration. It's okay, sis. Sweating it out like this beats any gym session. Everyone began packing up their equipment. I picked up the remaining half-barrel of blood clams and whispered a few words to Suyu. His eyes lit up with mischief as he grinned wickedly. Leave it to me. Taking the bucket, he broke away from the group, veering toward the edge of the mangroves where the mudflat extended. Shin Fugue was trudging around there, ankle deep, inspecting crab holes with little luck. Frustrated, he was on the verge of giving up. Suyu deliberately approached him and gave the bucket a little shake. Uncle, your foraging skills are lacking. Look at the size of these blood clams I dug up. Shin Fugue hadn't intended to entertain the bumbling outsider, but the mention of blood clams pricked up his ears. Looking down, he was now staring straight at them, radial ribs, thick shells, each the size of an egg. These weren't ordinary clams. These were high-grade wild blood clams. His eyes instantly turned red. Moments ago, when he'd seen the sacks on my cart from afar, if they were even close to blood cockles, damn, that's nearly 10,000 bucks. You were just digging up these things earlier? Not regular clams. I don't really know, but there's all kinds here. Second brother said they're worth money, but not sure how much. I thought about trading some with you for crabs. Shin Fugue really wanted to trade, but he hadn't even caught sight of a single crab leg. So why'd you stop digging? Did you clear them all out? Suyu waved nonchalantly. Come on, how could we have finished? The area is huge. Just heading back for lunch. It's midday. Something going for a mere few dozen bucks per kilo? Nah, doesn't interest me. Uncle, you got crabs or not? If not, I'll find someone else to trade with. Hearing that there was still a vast patch not yet dug, Shin Fugue's spirits were lifted immediately. Come to think of it, everyone in the village knew that a relative from the wuss who came from the metropolis was in town. Look at his clothes. They weren't cheap. A young master from the big city wouldn't care for this kind of stuff. That made sense. But he cared. 20-something per kilo, a few dozen kilos, and he'd earned the equivalent of a few months' income. Seeing that Suyu wasn't getting any crabs from him, he turned and walked away with a look of disdain. Shin Fugue couldn't bother with the green crabs anymore. He bolted toward the hard sand area we had just dug, terrified that if he didn't hurry, he wouldn't even get a slurp of soup. Suyu watched him go, laughing so hard he slapped his thigh, then grabbed a bucket and ran back to find me. I was pushing a cart piled as high as a hill, swaggering along the dirt road toward the village. A small world indeed. Not far ahead, I bumped into Lier and his gang of no-good friends. Lier was in a sorry state himself. He might have beaten Shin Fugue earlier, but his own nose had been bloodied, his clothes were smeared with mud, and now he was sulking on a reef, smoking to vent his frustration. When they saw me pushing a cart piled to the brim, their eyes gleamed greedily, but they didn't dare step forward. As I neared Lier, my grip on the cart slipped suddenly. Ah, darn it. The bucket hung on the cart handle tipped over. With a crash, half a bucket of blood cockles spilled onto the ground. Wang Feng reacted fast, raising her voice in anger. Lier, you blind or what? So clumsy. These blood cockles are worth over 20 bucks a kilo. Every single one of them is money. Hurry up and pick them up. Unhurried, I bent down and began grabbing big handfuls of cockles and tossing them back into the bucket. A few scattered on the ground. I pretended not to see them. All right, sis-in-law, hurry and let's go home for lunch. I'm starving, I said, pushing the cart without a backward glance. On the reef, Air froze entirely. He stared at the leftover cockles on the ground and swallowed hard. Second bro, just now, did Wu Sui say blood cockles? One of the cronies stammered, looking confused. Air rushed forward, grabbed a cockle, and inspected it. Holy crap, they really are blood cockles. Look how big they are. They must be worth a fortune. He turned his gaze to the deep wheel marks in the sand, leading all the way to the east, toward a hard sand patch that usually no one visited. What are you all standing around for? Get the tools, follow those wheel tracks. We're getting rich today. With a wave of his hand, Air led his gang like a pack of wolves catching the scent of blood, dashing off after the cart's trail. Walking ahead, I chuckled to myself as I listened to the commotion behind me. Suyu caught up, giving me a thumbs up. Second brother, you're ruthless. Chun Fugue digging on one side, Air's group rushing in on the other. They just had a falling out. Clashing like this, they'll tear each other apart. I shrugged. The sea belongs to everyone. Doesn't matter who digs, it's still digging. We get the meat, but we ought to leave the others some soup at least. How the soup split up, though, that's their problem. Wang Feng laughed and scolded me from behind. Second brother, you're scheming these days, more twists than a honeycomb. Laughing and chatting, the family made their way back to the old house, paying no mind to the bloody battle about to erupt over at the hard sand patch. Lunch at the Wu household was a feast. Afterward, Wu Gang returned with bags and bundles. Early that morning, I had asked him to head to town to buy dried goods. Transporting seafood is tricky without refrigerated trucks, so dried goods were our best option. Su Ruoxue accepted them with a smile, not refusing. No need to be too formal between friends. She truly treated me as one. After sending off Su Ruoxue, Old Chun, and Su Yu, I turned back into the courtyard. Inside, my sister-in-law Wang Feng was swiftly tidying up the tableware, with Chun Shui helping out nearby. I poured myself a cup of tea. Big brother, tell me your card number. Wu Gang was still eating and didn't even look up. What do you need my card number for? Need money? All the cash is at home. I'll go get it. I'm transferring money to you. 3 million came in, and as agreed, 20% for you. That's 600,000. I'll send it to you. Clang. Wu Gang's chopsticks fell onto the table. He shot to his feet, stammering. How much? 600,000, I said casually. What? Not enough. My God. Wang Feng came rushing out of the main hall with a stack of plates, nearly hitting the doorframe. She quickly made her way to me, her eyes wide. Second brother, are you out of your mind? That's 600,000. Seeing the couple's exaggerated shock, someone who didn't know better would think I'd just robbed a bank. Sis-in-law, I sold that mellow pearl for 3 million. Rules are rules. 20/80 split for the sea harvest. Big bro's share is 600,000, I explained calmly. Normally, Wang Feng's eyes sparkled at the sight of money. But now, faced with 600,000, she seemed like she'd seen a ghost and kept backing away. Don't give me that nonsense. She furiously wiped her hands on her apron and pointed an accusing finger at me. Who do you think I am? That was your good luck, a pie falling out of the sky and hitting you on the head. The mellow pearl was yours, you opened it. It has nothing to do with your brother. Wu Gang waved his hands repeatedly, his face flushed. Second brother, I can't take this money. When it's just a few hundred or 1,000 from normal sea harvests, fine, 2/10 is okay. But this is 3 million. 600,000, I can't accept that. Keep it for you and Xiao Shui. You'll need the money for lots of things in the future. I frowned. Big brother, rules are rules. Didn't we bring that mellow shell back together? Without you pushing the cart, could I have carted so much back by myself? And besides, if you hadn't secured it with iron wire, would that pearl have stayed intact and fallen out perfectly? Shut up. Wang Feng's voice jumped 8 octaves. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll smack you with a broom. Your brother pushing a broken cart is worth 600,000? Then everyone who pushes a cart on the streets would be a millionaire. Under the eaves, Grandpa Wu Jianpain tapped out his pipe and walked over. Second brother, your sister-in-law's right. Your brother can't take this money. The old man began sternly, his tone firm. It was heavy. Our Wu family might be poor, but we've always stood with our heads held high. This money from the pearl, you earned it through your own luck. If your elder brother takes this 600,000, how's he supposed to hold his head up in the village from now on? Wouldn't people point fingers at him, saying he's leeching off his younger brother? Li Tsuehua came over and grabbed my arm. That's right, Azhui. You hold on to this money. Xiao Shui has had a tough time following you these past few years. Now that you've got some money, you should quickly secure that plot of land at the east end of the village and build a nice big house. Start living a good life. Chen Shui stood at the doorway of the main room. her eyes slightly red as she watched the family arguing back and forth. She stepped forward and spoke softly. Big brother, sister-in-law, mom, dad, what Ajui said makes sense. We're all one family. There's no need to draw lines. If it weren't for Big Brother staying up night after night fishing with Ajui, this luck might never have come our way. Xiao Xue, don't egg him on. Wang Feng waved her hand dismissively. This isn't up for discussion. Second son, if you dare give him that money, don't bother stepping back into this house again. Watching how this family treated money like dirt, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If it were anyone else in the village, they'd fight tooth and nail over 600,000 yuan. I stuffed my phone back into my pocket and sighed. All right, if you're so adamant about not taking it, let's reframe it. Consider this 600,000 as Big Brother's capital investment with me. How about that? Wu Gang was stunned for a moment. Capital investment for what? I raised 2 fingers. We're definitely going to buy our own boat. Doesn't buying a boat cost money? Let's treat the boat like a joint investment between the two of us. We'll use the 600,000 to cover the cost. I'll take an 80% share, and you take 20%. Wang Feng blinked, seeming to calculate the deal in her head.